the day the gates shattered, was the day our world ended. Monsters poured out, and countless people died helpless deaths. But amidst the despair, a tiny fraction of humanity awakened to supernatural powers. They were called humanity's saviors, the players, our main character. Hwi is one of them, an F-Rank player. And yet, the world knew him as the Great Steel Emperor, their last savior, a title he despised. What kind of savior was he? His life was absolute garbage.
Forced into a torturous pose, he gritted his teeth in silent rage. The soldiers around him mirrored his stance as their commander barked at them to keep their heads up.
This was the anti-monster troop training ground, the AMT, the forge where awakened players were turned into weapons for humanity's survival.
Seething with frustration, he couldn't understand it. Why was he, humanity's last hope, stuck in this humiliating position? Nothing made any sense.
The brutal training dragged on across the massive field, lined with trucks full of weapons. The commander's voice boomed, doubting they were truly the strongest. If so, how could they have lost track of 9 simple shell casings unseen? The main character twitched a finger. Using his ability to pull a casing from his pocket, he discreetly guided it into his mouth. The commander roared. "Are you all insane?" In perfect unison, the soldiers shouted back. "No, sir, a small system window, visible only to Hwi, declared that his metal control weight was 300 grams. He crushed the casing with his teeth, his face twisting in disgust. How could he possibly stay sane, being forced to live through the army a second time? He knew what horrors the future held. This very training ground would be annihilated. He would be buried under the rubble. And the villain, Gordon Pra, would be standing right over him. Explosions would paint the sky, and the ground would be littered with corpses. He remembered Gordon's chilling words that day in the end. It wasn't the monsters that killed humanity. It was the players. Gordon Pra had removed his crow mask, a mocking smirk on his face. "Behold, the last hero, the great Emperor of Steel. But you're just a pathetic F-Rank." Spreading his arms wide, Gordon declared, "You were mistaken. We divine beings have passed judgment on this world." Other powerful players appeared from the shadows behind him. Hwi had spat back. "You're just villains, nothing more. If only he'd known how to become stronger just 1 year, or even 1 day sooner, he could have easily." He finished them all. Gordon Pra's smile was sickening. "Are you upset?" He leaned in close. "Don't grieve." Tears of pure fury streamed down Hwi's face. His enemy whispered, "Even with that knowledge, you'd still be useless. A death like this is fitting for your rank." With that, he turned away, leaving another player to finish the job. The player raised his weapon. As the sharp point descended toward his face, Hwi screamed the villain's name with all the rage in his soul. And that's how he died. He never imagined that. Like a hero in a web novel, he would actually go back in time. The system congratulated him for finally understanding how to grow stronger. 9 minutes and 59 seconds left until metal absorption is complete. The commander's roar shattered his thoughts, vowing to beat some sense into them.
On 1, they would shout, "Soldier." On 2, they would scream, "Come to your senses." Hwi's entire body trembled with effort as he stared at the system window.
He had truly returned to the past, but at the same time, his abilities had been reset to their weakest level. The commander shouted, "1, soldier." The troops roared in unison. Then came the number 2, followed by the next chant. Hwi wondered grimly, of all places, why did he have to return to the army? Soon, the training from hell was over, and they lined up at the mess hall. Sergeant O. Sonok scanned a list. 2nd platoon, 3rd company, move in. The other platoons waited as a soldier grumbled that it was probably fried sausages and dried chicken on the menu again. Hwi stood at the front, thinking this was the last place he ever wanted to be. Suddenly, a stray cat near a food bowl hissed loudly. Sionok barked. "Reserve detail." Hwi raised his hand. "Corporal Lee Hwi is here." The sergeant said they had a job to do before they could eat. Hwi adjusted his helmet. "But sir, we've just finished training." "Training?" Sionok grinned maliciously as he stepped closer. He called the corporal a loser, and Hwi's eyes narrowed as the memories flooded back. He'd completely forgotten what this man was like. The biggest scumbag in the entire military. Sonok taunted him. "Can you even lead your platoon?" He tapped Hwi's helmet. "Still can't get past F-Rank. Can you? You should be trying harder instead of dragging everyone down. That's your only purpose here." He jabbed his finger hard into Hwi's forehead, snapping his head back. "Will you take responsibility if an emergency happens while you're wasting our time?" Their confrontation was drawing a crowd, and some soldiers even laughed. The sergeant snapped, "You carry out your orders without arguing."
"That's a corporal's duty." Hwi's face was grim. In his past life, he thought he could never rise in rank. How pathetic he'd been. Sonok hated the look in his eyes. "What are you staring at, looking for trouble?" He held out his hand, and streams of light began to swirl around his palm.
The light formed a magic circle. The soldiers behind Hwi tensed up. Seonuk shouted, "What do you hope to accomplish? I'm a D rank." Hwi remained silent for a beat, then smiled. "I agree," he said calmly. "But first, let them eat." This only enraged Seonuk further. The corporal simply told him to look back. "Your coworkers might think you're abusing your position." As Seonuk turned, he saw soldiers watching from the windows. And from the street, Hwi continued, "We wouldn't want strange rumors spreading about someone with such a great future. You're going to make a huge contribution, right?" The sergeant, caught off guard, calmed down and agreed, completely confused. This wasn't supposed to happen. Hwi spoke energetically. "Since you gave the order, we'll finish our food quickly and then complete the task right away." Seonuk coughed into his fist and awkwardly agreed. He glared at the other soldiers. "What are you looking at? Go eat." Meanwhile, Hwi broke ranks and told Private Park Jinu that he would go on ahead. "I have no appetite," he said. The private replied that he understood, then watched him leave, looking somehow upset. The sergeant, meanwhile, pulled his cap over his face.
What was that, he thought? It's like the corporal has been replaced. A short while later, the main character found himself around the corner of a building and finally stopped.
Biting his lip, he was shocked by his own audacity. But this was the only way. A surge of pure rage ignited within him. He hissed the villain's name through clenched teeth. That scoundrel, if it weren't for him, he wouldn't be stuck here, falling behind everyone else. At that moment, a system window flashed before him. The absorption of metal was complete. He had gained 1 more gram of control. His total available metal now stood at 309 grams. Musing over that single gram, he pulled spoons from his pocket. He decided then and there no one could know he was ranking up. Not yet. Meanwhile, back in the mess hall, chaos was brewing. "Where are the spoons?" a soldier cried out. "Has someone taken them all?" One of the men called out to a private, saying they had a serious problem. Every single spoon had vanished. At that same moment, Hayek shoved a spoon into his mouth and swallowed it whole. A nearby cat gagged as if in sympathy. The system announced the start of metal assimilation. 12 minutes and 59 seconds remaining. Expected gain 1.25 grams. After the absorption, he unsheathed his knife. The M7 bayonet weighed 140 grams. If he could just increase his available weight, he could control something far more devastating. Cartridges were only 1 gram, spoons barely more. Returning to his former rank this way would take an eternity. He would rather die. His gaze shifted to the tower on the mountain peak. There had to be another way. He had 3 days left to prepare, and then he must defeat the first-level boss. Suddenly, a faint glow appeared around him. His equipment lifted slightly, his scabbard beginning to tremble as streams of wind
swirled around him, his knife soaring to hover above his palm. A confident smirk crossed his face. He would show them all what a true expert could do. 3 days passed in an instant. That night, at the 5th post of Namsan, Private Jimo and Corporal Hek were on guard duty, stationed in a small watchtower deep in the forest.
The private looked uncertainly at the corporal, who was inspecting his weapon with a deadly serious expression. He watched him for several seconds before speaking. "You haven't been yourself lately." Hyuk glanced at the time. It was 4 a.m. He then asked, "Am I making you uncomfortable?" The private quickly exclaimed that wasn't it at all. Hyuk remained silent as a system window appeared only he could see. Another 6 grams was now available for his control. His total stood at 1 kilogram and 359 grams. Jimo smiled awkwardly. "I mean, it's for the best." At those words, the corporal turned sharply, closing the distance between them. Jimo backed away nervously. "What are you doing all of a sudden?" Hayok asked. "Do you trust me?" The private nervously confirmed it. The corporal's eyes narrowed slightly. "Is that true?" After a tense pause, he called him by name. Jimo asked, "What is it?" In response, Hyuk racked the slide of his rifle with a chilling smile. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, a portal tore open, spitting out goblins. The creatures, still slick with mucus from the portal, slowly rose to their feet. One of them crept to the edge of a cliff, looking down, at the training grounds where soldiers slept peacefully, completely unaware of the approaching doom. The goblins let out a guttural roar, but in that same moment, a high-speed knife flew out of the darkness and struck one of them, the force of the blow sending it flying. The knife then shot back to its owner as the monster stared toward his, Chao's, direction. Hyuk stood nearby, his weapon hovering at his side as he met the gaze of the goblin horde. He smiled. "I never thought
that I'd be so happy to see you." He had waited for 3 whole days for this. The smile vanished from his face as he turned his gaze to
the goblin he had struck. Despite the injury, it was slowly getting back up. Hayuk noted that it was good at ambush attacks. He was already equal to a first-level monster. He deftly spun the dagger. Life has given me a second chance, he thought, and I have no intention of spending it. The same way as before. The wounded goblin began to bleed from its mouth as it looked up at the man and charged. Hayuk said coldly, "If you fool around here, you will definitely die." He flicked his hand, sending the knife flying. Just as the monster closed in, the weapon pierced its neck at blinding speed and severed its head. The goblin's body collapsed at his feet, its head flying to the side. His knife quivered, stuck deep in a tree as the other goblins slowed, seeing the fate of their brethren. A strange stone fell from the dead goblin's body and rolled to Hayek's feet. He simply extended 2 fingers towards it, levitating the stone into his hand before popping it into his mouth. The goblins tilted their heads, puzzled, trying to understand what he was doing. He chewed the stone thoughtfully. "Tastes disgusting," he muttered. It was mana steel. The goblins were horrified as he swallowed it. Some even vomited. But Hayuk knew what the future held. He needed to eat steel to become stronger. The system then congratulated him for absorbing metal from another world. 24 minutes remained until absorption. An unknown amount of grams would be gained. His mana would also be increased. Since he needed to eat steel for strength, it meant that if he ate everything here, he could easily overcome any challenge. After looking at the system, alert, he turned to the goblins with a wide grin. They waited for his next move. He pulled the knife from the tree trunk and, waving it with a flourish, he shouted, "My mukbang is about to begin." With those words, his knife shot at high speed towards the monsters. A short time ago, Jimo had screamed, but Hayuk had covered his mouth, raising a finger to his lips. "I can feel the movement of metal," Jimo replied, "but I don't see anything." Could he really sense something beyond his field of vision? Of course. It was a lie, Hayuk thought to himself. Jimo pushed his hand from his face and said they should report it. The corporal disagreed. "And you think the squad will believe I can sense objects I can't even see?" The private was confused. "Then what should we do?" Hayuk looked him dead in the eye. "You have to promise me one thing. I will go and check everything, but you will not leave your position, and you will not report this to our superiors." Remembering this, he turned back to the goblins and thought, if they found out, they would take all these precious materials for themselves. The moment he pulled the knife from the tree, the goblins immediately charged to attack. He threw his weapon at them, then ran to meet them head-on. As they approached, they swung their crude swords and attacked. But he was no longer there. With a gravity-defying flip, he landed behind them in an instant. They whirled around, blades spinning through the air, aimed right for him. But Juan simply waved his hand. The weapon soared past him, cutting off the monster's desperate charge. In that same moment, he grabbed his machine gun. His knife had already found its mark, slicing a goblin's ankle. The blade then danced in a deadly arc, inflicting identical wounds on the others. The weapon returned to Huane's side as he began his assault. But one goblin was different. He sat perched on a tree, watching the chaos unfold. In his hands, a strange staff. Around his neck, a necklace of glistening discs. Their legs crippled. The goblins collapsed to the ground. Their screams echoed through the forest. Their fighting days were over. Huane smirked. "That's right. Keep screaming." Suddenly, a monster got too close, swinging its sword wildly. But he saw it coming, snatching the weapon from another fallen goblin. With a sharp flick of his wrist, just as the monster's blade neared, he sent the captured sword flying. It deflected the blow with a clash of steel, disarming the attacker completely. The monster's sword flew into the air. It stared up in confusion. Huane spun on his heel, pointing his knife forward, and sliced the enemy's throat clean open. The sharp turn made his foot slip on the damp earth. The goblin clutched its neck as blood gushed out like a fountain. Moments later, the monster was dead. He sent the knife flying toward the others, shouting, "This should scare you more than anything." A piece of steel dropped from the corpse. "He died because he tried to attack me from behind," Huane announced. "You were all trying to do the same thing. If one more idiot tries it, I'll eat you alive." The goblins understood his threat. They shuddered in terror, backing away slowly. Huane surveyed the scene. Now, for the main course. His eyes scanned the tree line, searching for that one special goblin with the staff. A thought flashed in his mind. This wouldn't be easy. Where is he? Where is that insidious boss monster hiding? The goblin shaman remained unseen, sitting silently on his branch. He watched Huane's every move. Huane deliberately bent down for the piece of steel. Well, what's this?" he said loudly. "An item just lying here?" The shaman took the bait. He tore a golden disc from his necklace. Huane knew it. If he made himself a target, the enemy wouldn't be able to resist. So this one isn't like the other idiots, he thought. The shaman prepared to strike. He aimed the tip of his staff at the disc, and ancient runes began to swirl around it. Hwayne grinned. The prey was finally revealing itself. But at that same moment, the shaman grinned too. He smashed the disc with his staff.
Hwayne continued to slowly reach for the steel, just as he felt the ground beneath him begin to tremble violently. In the next instant, several sharp stone spikes erupted from the earth.
They pierced the bodies of the surrounding goblins. The shockwave even reached the base. A soldier cried out to his platoon commander. "Sir, did the ground just shake?" The commander, a man named Lehman, shot back. "Are you scared? Wake me up for nonsense again, and I'll kill you myself." The soldier clamped his mouth shut. "Understood, sir." Meanwhile, the goblins found themselves impaled on the stone spikes. They died at the hands of their own shaman. The other monsters stared in horror, but their leader seemed to enjoy the spectacle. "Found you!" Hwayne exclaimed. The monster flinched in shock. It clearly thought the human was dead. The main character pointed a spinning sword in its direction, but the shaman swung its staff, deflecting the blow with ease. The sword was sent flying. "Shh, that was my perfect shot," Hwayne grumbled. The shaman only laughed, but it was all a trap. Hwayne's face broke into a wide smile as he waved his hand, sending a knife hurtling towards the creature. In a flash, the weapon was right at the shaman's throat. Its eyes widened in surprise. It never saw this coming. The rustling of leaves was the only sound. They were sliced from the trees by the knife's passing. But what happened next shocked even Hwayne. The shaman had caught his knife, a mere second before it would have ended him. It lowered the blade, glaring at the human with pure fury. Hwayne just grinned. "Well, I'm speechless. Did you really just catch my knife?" "What a loser." The shaman growled as blood dripped from its palm, sliced open from grabbing the razor-sharp blade. Hwayne raised his gun. "You sent a horde of goblins after me," he sneered. "So don't you dare complain about a little scratch. Get down here. I'll cut you into pieces myself." He glanced at the remaining goblins. Was it a bluff? What now? The boss had finally entered the fray, boosting the morale of its minions. A system warning flashed. His mana was draining fast, with less than 40% remaining. "Consume mana with more caution," it advised. Hwayne grew tense. A mana problem was the last thing he needed. "Since it's come to this," he muttered, "I have no other choice." He released the safety on his weapon. Across from him, his opponent raised its staff, preparing another spell. Hwayne aimed his gun. "If I can't have it, then we'll die together," he declared. "No matter what, I will devour it and return to my post." But the shaman only offered a wicked grin in response. Suddenly, a voice called out from the forest. "Corporal!" It was Junmo. Hwayne turned. "What is he doing here?" The private shouted again. "Where are you?" The shaman waved its staff toward the soldier's voice, chanting in its own foul language. On its command, every remaining goblin charged toward the private all at once. Gritting his teeth, Hwayne spun in that direction. Junmo saw the goblins rushing him and froze in pure terror. "Dodge!" the corporal roared. He obeyed, ducking just in time as Hwayne opened fire. He then grabbed a sword, throwing it at a goblin. But the monster parried the blow and smiled. It didn't have long to celebrate. The corporal was on him in an instant, driving a knee into its chest and shoving the barrel of his machine gun into its mouth. He pulled the trigger. The blast pierced its throat and shattered its teeth. The monster's corpse fell, gushing blood. Hwayne landed nearby and immediately took aim towards the stone spikes, but there was no one there. The forest was unnaturally quiet. Realizing they had escaped, he lowered his weapon. He gritted his teeth, thinking, "I missed my chance." He's far more cautious than I thought. The radio crackled to life, a frantic voice cutting through the static. "Shots fired! All posts! Report your status now!" Hayuk grabbed the receiver, his own voice steady. "This is 5th post, our gate." "Has been breached," he confirmed. The message was chillingly simple. The monsters were goblins, after a brief, brutal skirmish. They had retreated. He glanced over, intending to report their losses. But one look at the private, trembling uncontrollably, changed everything. His hand tightened on the radio. "No casualties," he reported, the lie tasting like iron. "5th post is secure," a voice on the other end acknowledged. "Understood. Hold your position and maintain contact. Defend that post at all costs. Over and out." As the radio fell silent, Hayek knew. She was on her way. She was Lieutenant Yunha, the Iron Paladin. Meanwhile, the lieutenant herself received an alert. A 5-minute warning. A new portal had torn open within their territory. Flanked by soldiers, she strode toward the gate, her gaze radiating absolute confidence. But Hayek remembered. He remembered the future. If she arrived, just like in his past life, she would seal the gate and seize every weapon,
every spoil of war. That's when they had found it. A legendary tier item, swiftly confiscated by the military.
Adamantium, the very material that would one day earn him the title Emperor of Steel. If he missed this opportunity, his next chance wouldn't come for another 4 years.
History would repeat itself. Clenching his jaw, a fire ignited in his eyes. No, he vowed. I'll take it first. He just had to get there before the official support team arrived.
To do that, the goblins needed a sacrifice. Just then, Private Junmo snapped out of his shock. He scrambled to his feet, pointing a shaking finger at a goblin's corpse. What is happening? He stammered, his eyes darting around in panic. Hayek ignored him, his mind racing. Could they appear in the city center? Number impossible. Goblins were pack hunters, and the population density there was far too high. So where? Suddenly, the radio buzzed again. It was the 6th post, trying to report on the goblins, but their words were drowned out by blood-curdling screams. Bright muzzle flashes lit up the distant trees. Hayek saw it all clearly. The 6th post was being overrun.
A grim smile touched his lips. He keyed the radio. 5th post moving to support the 6th. The operator's voice shot back, laced with fury. Did you not hear the order? Hold your position.
You're just an F-Rank. What do you think you can do besides get yourself killed? Hayek simply turned the volume down as he started towards the chaos. The private lunged, grabbing his leg. Are you insane? The private shrieked. Disobeying a direct order. They'll court-martial you for this. Hyuk kicked him away. The 6th post is all archers and mages, he stated coldly. Long-range fighters, against a goblin rush. They don't stand a chance. They'll all be slaughtered, Junmo cried back. And what can you do alone? Hayuk turned, pointing a finger right at the terrified private. Who said I was alone? You're coming with me. Junmo's jaw dropped. He fumbled with his helmet, utterly speechless as Hayuk repeated his command with chilling finality. Meanwhile, at the 6th post, hell had broken loose. The 6th post was a death trap, and Corporal Kim Jong-uk was down. A desperate call crackled over the radio. The response team was on its way. But their final orders were absolute. They were to defend this ground with their very lives. Vicious goblins swarmed the guard booth, their crude swords crashing against the windows and roof. Trapped inside, a private named Park cried out to his corporal, asking if he was all right. Jong-uk, slumped against the wall and bleeding heavily, just shook his head. I doubt. This barrier will last much longer. Chanel stared at the radio in desperation. Where the hell are they? He yelled. Are they waiting for us to die first? And then, an eerie silence fell. Chanel peered outside, confused by the sudden quiet. Standing just beyond the fence was a goblin shaman, its eyes glowing as it magically lifted massive stones from the earth. The other goblins scattered, clearing a path. The shaman slammed its staff into the ground, and with a guttural roar, the stones launched forward like meteors. They smashed through the fence and slammed into the shelter. The barrier fractured like glass. Chanel braced himself against the wall just to stay upright. What in the hell is that thing? He screamed. As the dust settled, the corporal, shielding his head, spoke with grim certainty. It's the boss monster. It'll destroy the post, then drag our bodies to its altar. It will tear out our hearts while we're still breathing. He slowly raised his rifle to his own head. What are you doing? Chanel cried. Jong-uk's voice was hollow. Trust me. A quick death now is a mercy. Tears streamed down Chanel's face as the horrifying reality crashed down on them. Outside, the shaman cackled, gathering more stones with its wicked power. It raised its staff for the final, devastating blow. At that exact moment, Hayek's voice came through Chanel's radio. We're here to help. Get ready to shoot. Aim for the light. I need you to stay back and use your fire ability. Hayek's instructions were bizarre, but they were the only hope they had. Chanel repeated the orders, his hands shaking as he raised his crossbow. He focused his power, igniting a flame on the tip of his bolt. It would take a whole squad of my level to stop that thing. He squinted through the firing slit. What the hell is he planning? All he could see was a maelstrom of floating rocks. I can't see a target. Where do I aim? Then, amidst the swirling stones, he saw it. A single, bright flash of light. There, he thought, on the back of a goblin. Hayek held out a flashlight. Creating the target, he extended his hand. Aim true, soldier. I'll handle the trigger. As Hayek curled his index finger, Chanel felt the trigger of his own crossbow to press. What the? He gasped. It moved on its own. The flaming bolt shot out from the booth, weaving masterfully between the flying boulders. It struck the goblin. Hayek was riding squarely in the chest. In the same instant, Hayek pushed off, leaping away from the monster just as it looked down in confusion. It stared at the arrow embedded in its flesh, right before a massive explosion ripped it apart. The main character landed gracefully behind the blast. The system chimed. Only 1% of his mana consumed. He smirked. Far more efficient now. A high-level shooter's destructive power is a nice thing to have, he mused. The other goblins whirled around at the sound of the explosion. Inside the booth, the soldiers stared in disbelief. They had actually landed a hit. The shaman, however, was incandescent with rage. It watched the corpse of its minion burn from atop a nearby rock. From his new vantage point, Hayek could see the entire battlefield. The shaman redirected its remaining stones toward the booth, but now, the burning goblin corpse was directly in their path. Seizing the moment, Hayek ducked back into the bushes as the stones careened forward, smashing into the flaming body. The shooter watched in shock as the attack was thwarted. "Reload!" Hayek's voice commanded over the radio. He immediately grabbed a new bolt. "Aim for the light again." As he took aim, the goblin shaman howled in fury, watching its minions get blown up, one by one. It ground its teeth, its eyes burning with pure hatred. Meanwhile, Junmo pushed through the undergrowth, muttering to himself. Just a private. How was he supposed to find the boss? Even if he did, the moment he sent a signal, he'd be dead. He found a hiding spot on a rock near the 6th post, peering through the leaves. Below, he saw the smoldering corpses. The corporal said he'd create a diversion, but it looked more like he was planning a one-man massacre. A goblin, dangerously close, heard his whisper and spun around. He was discovered. The monster bared its fangs, raising a crude sword.
Fear paralyzed him. He could only cry for help. A heartbeat later, a knife flashed past him, knocking the sword from the goblin's grasp.
It was Corporal Hyunwoo's flashlight still blazing. He closed the distance. With a flick of his finger, he pulled an unseen trigger.
A burning arrow of light shot forward, piercing the monster's chest in a fiery explosion. The corporal raced by, pointing Junmo back to his position.
Junmo understood, vowing to return immediately. After that, Hyunwoo blew up several more goblins with his mysterious power. Junmo could only wonder. Was this the same Corporal Lee Hyunwoo he knew? The shaman simply stared at the carnage, a wicked plan forming in its mind. Hyunwoo, meanwhile, figured he'd shown off enough. It was time to make his move. But then, a system alert flashed before his eyes. His mana was draining fast. Only 12% remained. He gritted his teeth. Was the shaman just waiting for him to run dry, leaving his subordinates defenseless? Suddenly, he heard a cry.
"Corporal, save me!" He whipped his head around, and his blood ran cold. The boss monster was holding Junmo by the head, a staff aimed at his skull. The private apologized, insisting he followed his orders exactly. The corporal raised his hand, summoning his knife back to him.
In response, the shaman pressed its staff into Junmo's neck, drawing blood. It hissed something with a cruel smile, and Hyunwoo knew he was trapped. He was at a complete disadvantage. Clenching his teeth, he stabbed his knife into the ground and raised his hands in surrender. As two goblins crept up from behind, he locked eyes with Junmo. "This is because of you," he said. The moment the goblins leaped to strike, a smirk crossed Hyunwoo's face as he pointed forward. "Checkmate," he whispered. Bending his finger, he remotely pulled the trigger on the private's machine gun, unleashing a full clip directly at the shaman. The monster reeled back, letting go of Junmo as blood sprayed from its mouth. Before the goblins could land their blows, Hyunwoo snatched his knife and sprinted forward. "Junmo," he yelled. As the private collapsed, the shaman fell to one knee. Junmo weakly told the corporal he was fine, and Hyunwoo smiled. "That's great," he said, before wishing the shaman bon appetit. Realizing it was outmatched, the boss turned and fled. Hyunwoo gave chase instantly. He hurled his knife, but it simply bounced off the monster's back with a dull thud. Leather armor. The system warned him again. 9% of his mana left. He recalled his knife. "Why only cover your back?" he shouted in frustration. The shaman burst out of the forest into a clearing. There, shimmering in the night, was a gate. Using its last ounce of strength, it sprinted. Hyunwoo, just a second behind, saw his chance slipping away, the gate. The monster was about to escape. He couldn't let that happen. He pushed his body to its absolute limit, waving his hand forward. The boss was just a meter away. It reached for the portal's shimmering surface. The light from the gate glinted off its necklace of shell casings and bones. Hyunwoo's eyes narrowed. Was that steel? The system flashed a new warning, 7% mana left. He extended his hand, then clenched it into a fist. He seized the shaman's necklace with his power, yanking it to a dead stop. 4% remained. He jerked his hand back, pulling the boss toward him. 2%! The monster crashed onto its back. Hyunwoo threw his knife high into the air, directing it point down. 1% left. The goblin stared in horror at the blade. It was just centimeters from its face. You should have just let me eat you, Hyunwoo said coldly. With those words, the weapon plunged into the shaman's skull. It was over. The system confirmed his mana was completely depleted. Breathing heavily, he cursed. He had the skills, but his body was as weak as ever. He had to get stronger. Suddenly, a flare of divine light shot into the sky. Reinforcements. That meant Yunha was here. Wasting no time, he dove onto the goblin's corpse and began rummaging through its guts. Where is it? He had to find it, quickly. He pulled out the adamantium, slick with green blood, just as soldiers' voices echoed through the trees. They'd found the gate. Gritting his teeth, he hesitated for only a second before shoving the entire chunk into his mouth. The soldiers stormed in, aiming their rifles. Raise your hands! Don't move or we'll shoot. As he struggled to swallow the massive stone, Hyunwoo slowly raised his hands. The soldiers demanded his rank and name.
Finally swallowing the adamantium, he turned with a nervous smile and identified himself. The soldiers immediately rushed to his side.
We've got a wounded soldier. Get a stretcher, one yelled. Yunha arrived, her gaze falling first to the gate, then to the dead shaman beside it. The gate is open. Enemies could still be here. A soldier reported. She scanned the area. Did 3 ordinary soldiers really defeat a boss monster? Looking at the other goblin corpses, she knew something was off. The wounds were all identical. This was the work of a single person. Just then, Lee Hyunwoo was carried past her on a stretcher. A system window, visible only to him, confirmed it legendary item. Adamantium, successfully absorbed. Assimilation of the next item would be delayed. 9 hours and 48 minutes remained. He covered his face with his hand, trying to hide his triumphant smile. The system elaborated the metal was enchanted. Once mastered, he would develop magical abilities to match its spells. He could expect an unknown increase in his stats. His mana reserves would likely surge to levels far beyond what they were now. Yunha noticed the strange expression on the corporal's face. Is he laughing right now? The system delivered one final, incredible message. A rare skill had been unlocked. He could now detect all metals within his control radius. Learning this, his hidden smile grew even wider. His eyes snapped open. A new sensation coursed through him. Soldiers were shouting about 2 goblins escaping the 6th post, and Yunha drew her sword to cut them down. But now, Hyanuk could feel the pulse of every metal nearby. He saw the soldiers' movements, stretched out his hand, and clenched it into a fist. Today, he thought, the great Emperor of Steel makes his true return. Several days had passed since the gate incident, and 2 female soldiers were walking through the base discussing the unbelievable event. One of them insisted the rumors about that F-Rank Corporal were true. She'd heard it from someone who was there. They were all just waiting to die. When suddenly, a corporal with a massive sword appeared and slaughtered the goblins. Her friend was stunned. An F-Rank? Really? She gasped. That sounds like something out of a fantasy novel. Nearby, Sergeant Sanuk spat on the ground. The mood in the platoon was pathetic. He couldn't believe they were falling for this nonsense. Sanuk was a magician, a signalman, and the commander of the 2nd.
Platoon. A private saluted him, exclaiming that the story was true, but Lee Wook, a powerful warrior standing beside him, told the private to be quiet. The soldier
trembled in fear, promising to do better. Wook approached him, placing a hand on his shoulder and repeating, "Be quiet." The sergeant hadn't even acknowledged his greeting. The private grew even more nervous, insisting it wasn't like that. Sanuk called Wook a future ace of their unit. After all, Wook could tear 3 goblins apart with his bare hands. "Do you think it's possible," he asked, "to raid a gate with just 3 men?" Wook replied that it was impossible. Secretly, Wook possessed the barbarian class, a melee attacker with a high D rank that functioned more like a C rank. Sanuk continued, saying he never saw how they beat the boss, so someone must have helped them. But if an F-Rank Corporal gets arrogant, because of it, their entire military discipline could shatter. That, he declared, could not be allowed. The private understood his meaning and smirked. Meanwhile, Hyunwoo headed to the main building. He strode through the corridors, entered the battalion commander's office, and snapped into a sharp salute. "Corporal Lee Hwi, reporting as ordered," he announced internally. He thought things had ended well enough. They could have just ignored his actions. So why was he summoned at present? In the office were Lieutenant Seo Yunha, a B-rank player, and beside her, Lieutenant Lee Min-hee, a C-rank distortion mage, the battalion commander. Lieutenant Colonel Chien Se Kim Gang was a druid class. He held a B rank and was the 166th strongest player in South Korea. His face was a mask of displeasure as he glared at the corporal. "Is it true," he demanded, "that you disobeyed a direct order to stand by, and instead engaged the first wave of monsters from the gate?" Hyunuk knew he was on thin ice. One wrong word, and he'd be facing a military court. He had to stay calm and mitigate the damage as much as possible. "Yes, sir," he confirmed. "I witnessed the gate open while on duty and reported it immediately." Gang's eyes narrowed. "I've read the report," he said. "But I can't understand your motive. A soldier of your rank should have been torn to shreds." Hyunuk's jaw tightened. He was being cornered. If he backed down now, his life in the army was over. A faint smirk touched his lips. "Sir," he said boldly, "I feel insulted. It feels like you're deceiving me." Gang repeated the word. "Deceiving me?" Minhee gasped. "How dare you speak to the battalion commander like that?" But Gang raised a hand to silence her. He gestured for her to stand down, then locked eyes with Hyunuk. "Explain yourself, Corporal. Why do you feel that way?" Hyunuk replied. "During our joint training, you always emphasized one thing. Do you remember Gang?" Raised an eyebrow. Hyunuk pressed on. "You taught us that no matter how low our rank, if we master the monster fighting tactics manual, we could even hold our own against trolls. Following your words, a troll might give me trouble, but I am more than capable of defeating a goblin." The two lieutenants stared at him. Yunha's brow furrowed in annoyance. "I may have disobeyed the central government's orders," Hyunuk stated, "but without my intervention, everyone at the 6th post would have perished." He maintained a calm facade, but inside, he was ecstatic. "This is perfect," he thought. "The logical argument is set. Now, it's time to appeal to his emotions." He repeated the battalion commander's own words back to him.
For a true soldier, the concept of rank does not exist. Prepare for the worst and fight like it's your last battle. That's what you always taught us.
"Therefore," he declared, his voice ringing with passion, "as a true soldier, and as a subordinate who respects you infinitely, I used the tactics I learned through arduous training and risked my life alongside my comrades to see our strategy through. The only reason I could endure this life, being ridiculed and despised for my rank, was because of the mentality you instilled in me. Your faith in those words was my only support. So when I hear you've changed your views," he said, his voice cracking slightly, "it feels as if my entire life here has been a mistake. That is why I feel cheated." He knew that when a battalion commander Kim Gang was just a second lieutenant. The gates first began to open. He nearly died fighting orcs, but returned to the army without hesitation, becoming one of the first members of the awakened military team. In other words, he was a soldier to his very core. "I took your words as gospel," Hyunuk said, "and I believed in them, putting my life on the line for my comrades. Can you truly send me to a military court for that?" Gang walked toward him and placed a heavy hand on his shoulders. "I understand," he boomed, his voice thick with emotion. "So that's what you believe." Hyunuk looked up, a nervous smile playing on his lips. As the commander roared, "From this moment on, you are a junior sergeant." Instantly, a system window flashed before his eyes. "Congratulations! The assimilation of the metal is complete. By fulfilling the special conditions, you have acquired a new ability. Steel Physique, a D-rank ability that uses 5 mana points to temporarily strengthen a part of the body. Absorbing high-strength magic metal will increase the ability's rank. Current controllable metal weight, 2 kilograms, and 558 grams. But Hyunuk was so stunned by the commander's declaration that he barely noticed the notification. Lieutenant Minhee was shocked. Yunha simply covered her face with her hand in utter disbelief. Gang was so moved by the corporal's speech that he actually shed a tear, nodding with resolute conviction. With his new position confirmed, Hyunwook was speechless. A cold sweat trickled down his spine as he stared at the commander, utterly bewildered. After a tense silence, he had to ask, "Did he hear that correctly, Siri?" Hyunwook found himself in the training room, lying on a bench. He grabbed a barbell, but with a sudden curse, he slammed it back down, sweat pouring. He realized he'd rushed to escape one trap, only to fall headfirst into another. As he wiped his face with a towel, Sergeant Sanuk and Private Walk eyed him from nearby. Sanik smirked, punching the private playfully on the chest. Meanwhile, our main character was deep in thought. Platoon leader Lee Minjun's offer had bought him some precious time he needed to think. But honestly, he'd rather live his life like a mouse, hidden from everyone's view. "Hey!" Walk's voice cut through his thoughts. He spun around to see the private approaching with a strained smile. "You done with that bench?" Hyunwook nodded, glancing at the empty bench right next to them. But Walk wasn't looking at that one. He was walking straight toward him. The smile on Walk's face tightened as Hyunwook asked, "What are you doing?" With just one hand, the private lifted the barbell, Well, he sneered, if our most famous person is this weak, he'll be a disgrace to the entire unit. The chatter in the gym died down. Every soldier turned, sensing the rising tension. Hyen-wook glanced to the side and saw a group of soldiers laughing. Among them was Sanuk, who met his gaze with a grin while lifting a tiny 2-kilogram dumbbell. He knew this was a test. If he let this go, the past would repeat itself. The open mockery, the humiliation. The thought made his blood boil. Running a hand through his hair, he let out a heavy sigh. So much for not attracting attention. You just caught me in a foul mood, he said, his voice low. He stared Wok down, his face a grim mask. Let's settle this. The challenge hung in the air, leaving both Wok and Sanuk completely stunned. That evening, everyone gathered by the ring. Over here, a soldier yelled. The future ace, Lee Hyen-wook, is about to fight. A massive crowd quickly formed around the arena. Inside Hyen-wook and his opponent faced off. They adjusted their gloves, warming up for the clash. The private grinned sadistically. This will be fun, he declared. I'm going to teach you a lesson. The crowd roared as the signal was given, and Wok instantly charged forward. He threw a wild left hook, but Hyen-wook raised his guard just in time. Outside, a soldier was reporting to a high-ranking officer who had just arrived. Choi Young-young went on vacation, the officer exclaimed, clearly disappointed. I was so excited when I heard we had a holy swordsman talent here. Sir, the soldier said. Even though he's our ace, there's another guy. They're calling him the future ace. He has a barbarian class. This caught the interest of Warrant Officer Choi Myung-ho, a combat instructor for the Black Tigers, the ATM's elite special forces. Every detail about him was classified. The soldier pointed to the gym. You came all this way, sir. It would be a shame to leave empty-handed. Let me show you something interesting. Back in the ring, Hyen-wook dodged another blow. Wok lunged, throwing a punch with his other hand. But Hyen-wook ducked under it. A flurry of strikes rained down on him, a storm of fists that the corporal expertly avoided, until one finally connected. The impact sent him staggering back into the ring's netting. Wok didn't hesitate. He rushed forward with a battle cry, ready to land the final blow. Noticing the attack, Hyen-wook's mind raced. The spectators held their breath. In a flash, he dove under his opponent's arm and flipped over in a perfect somersault, landing right behind him. The devastating punch missed, slamming into the net instead. Wok spun around, stunned. Hyen-wook calmly beckoned him forward with his fingers. The gesture made Wok's blood boil with absolute rage. He began to stretch his shoulder, preparing for another assault. Just then, the warrant officer entered the gym. The soldier beside him whispered, It's like the ring was set up for you, sir. What do you think? His technique is very impressive, the officer mused, his hand stroking his chin as he analyzed the fight, his sharp eyes missing nothing. But what's the point of his technique if he can't even hit his opponent? The soldier replied. He just lacks experience, sir. But if he lands one clean hit, it'll be over. The warrant officer looked skeptical. You think so? As the fight dragged on, Sergeant Sanuk's patience wore thin. He screamed from the side. Are you toying with him? Pull yourself together. Other soldiers chimed in. Is this a joke to you? We bet on you. Their words only angered Wok further. Why should he hold back? His entire body felt strangely heavy as he charged the corporal again. In that same moment, Hyen-wook activated his ability. With a faint wave of his fingers, he pulled on the metal parts of Wok's boots. The private's foot slammed onto the floor with a thud, making it feel like he was being sucked into the very ground beneath him. He couldn't move properly. His blows became wild and inaccurate. The corporal easily dodged each clumsy attack. Wok stared in confusion. What in the world was happening to him? He tried to strike again and again, but he couldn't reach his target. The heaviness in his body was overwhelming. Hyen-wook smirked. Thanks to his metal control, it was like his opponent was fighting in a swamp. Wait, the private suddenly yelled. He grabbed his leg, panting. Something's wrong with my legs. Hyen-wook's voice was ice cold. Why so sudden? Is it because things aren't going according to your plan? Wok gritted his teeth, his face contorted with rage. You're just a low-ranking piece of trash. And with that, he unleashed his power. Powerful streams of hot wind erupted from his body. Every spectator, including the warrant officer, was shocked. The soldier next to him, however, was thrilled. Wok had activated his body enhancement, entering a full-on berserker mode. Veins bulged on his face, and his eyes turned blood red. Hyen-wook just adjusted his glove, then clenched both hands into fists, preparing for the true battle to begin. The warrant officer's eyes narrowed. This no longer feels like a simple spar. And his opponent? He didn't even flinch. Their fight resembles the confrontation between an enraged beast. A buffalo faced a leopard hiding its fangs. As the two combatants sized each other up, a knowing smile appeared.
This was about to get interesting.
A soldier's eyes lit up. Now this is what I'm talking about. Lawano is the real deal. He's D rank, but he can already use body enhancement.
I've never seen anything like it, the private sneered at the corporal. I'll end this right here, right now.
With those words, he vanished in a blur. A split second later, he reappeared right in front of Hyuk. A thunderous blow sent him flying. Hyuk slammed into the ring's net with a sickening thud. The sergeant roared, "Keep it up!" The other soldiers cheered. The power difference is just too vast. They call him the future ace for a reason. But just then, Wok's fist began to tremble. He stared at his hand in pure shock. What? Is this? It felt like he'd just punched a solid steel door. Meanwhile, Hyuk stood at the edge, guarding his head. But just before the impact, he had activated his steel physique ability, a skill that transforms his body into living metal. He lowered his arms, a smirk playing on his lips. Beckoning with one finger, he thought, "Time for some payback. Come on." Enraged, the private lunged forward, roaring, "You low-ranking piece of trash." But as the punch flew, the corporal executed a new technique. He ducked cleanly under the arm and circled around to his opponent's flank. Wasting a skill like that on him is just stupid. Activating steel physique on his leg, he raised it high.
A brutal kick swept out, striking him just behind the knee. His opponent's balance shattered instantly, without wasting a moment. Hyuk spun
and slammed his fist into the private's head. "For arrogant scumbags like you, a good beating is the only cure."
Wok crumpled to the floor, but Hyuk wasn't finished. He rained down more blows as shocked whispers rippled through the crowd. The sergeant was stunned.
The man was already down, yet the corporal kept attacking. The ensign smiled. So, he's finally showing his fangs. A true beast never lets go until its prey suffocates. But suddenly, Wok exploded upwards, grabbing Hyuk by the collar. He lifted him clean off the ground, his other hand clenching into a fist. The main character tried to break free, but the grip was like iron.
"You pathetic bastard," his opponent snarled. "I don't know what cheap tricks you used, but just die." Panic surged through Hyuk.
His opponent crouched, ready to smash his head straight into the floor. A wave of fear washed over him as the ground rushed up to meet him. But he snapped out of it just in time. He hugged his opponent's descending arm, then locked his legs around the shoulder, and squeezed Wonsuk, caught completely off guard, froze. His fist stopped just inches from the ground. With his free hand, he grabbed at the corporal's legs. The corporal's legs held firm. Is this a flying armbar, he thought. He realized if that blow had landed, his own hand would have shattered. This buffalo's instincts are sharper than I thought. Hyuk applied more pressure with his entire body, the ensign mused. A normal player could never beat body enhancement. Or did I overestimate him? Wok screamed in frustration. Fighting so hard for your worthless life. Hyuk just squeezed harder, letting out a roar. The private raised his fist again. You really think you can break my arm like that? At that exact moment, the corporal unclenched one of his fingers and began to pull it aside. Idiot, he thought. Wonsuk immediately reacted and released his trapped hand. Hyuk leaned back, then shot his torso upward, perfectly dodging the incoming fist. In one fluid motion, he vaulted onto his opponent's shoulders. He grabbed a handful of hair for balance, then swung his legs over his back, locking his arms around the man's neck. The ensign's eyes widened. A rear naked choke! He was thrilled by the spectacle, clenching his fist. He was now rooting for the underdog. Body strengthening only hardens the muscles. So the carotid artery is still vulnerable. Hyuk squeezed with all his might as the private clawed at his arms, cursing.
"Just get him off me." But the corporal's only reply was a cold smirk. He activated steel physique on his arms. Wok's heart sank.
Even with all my strength, I can't break this grip. A system warning flashed before Hyuk's eyes. He was pushing steel physique beyond its current limits. His entire body strained with the effort. Wok's eyes began to roll back. The system warned again. Continued use may result in bodily harm. But Hyuk ignored it, squeezing ever tighter. The other soldiers panicked. Sergeant, stop them. Wok will never give up. The ensign met Hyuk's blood-red eyes.
This warning shot should be enough for him, right? He thought. The sergeant watched, his nerves on edge. Wok's body began to convulse, desperately trying to break Hyuk's hold. Am I really going to lose? To this nobody? He glanced at the crowd. Will I be disgraced in front of everyone?
Me? The future ace? That single thought ignited a new fire within him. Hot steam erupted from his body, shocking the corporal. His muscles began to swell. They expanded rapidly, tearing his uniform to shreds. He grew so massive that his head crashed through the ceiling, forcing him down to his knees. But even then, Hyuk refused to let go. His opponent gritted his teeth in agony. The ensign was amazed. He used body enhancement a second time.
But if he can't break the choke, it's over. Who would be the victor? Who was the true predator here? Wok reached his hands back,
Groping for the corporal, but Hyuk just squeezed harder, pouring every last ounce of strength into the hold. Finally, Wok's eyes rolled back, and he went limp. He collapsed to the floor with a monstrous thud. Soldiers scrambled out of the way to avoid being crushed. Dust filled the air as a dead silence fell over the room. For several seconds, no one moved. Nobody had foreseen this outcome. Yongo clenched his fist in triumph. A true fighter, he thought. A real beast. Declaring his victory, Hyuk stood confidently atop his fallen foe. The other soldiers rushed to Lawano's side. Is he okay? Check on him. He's breathing, thank God. Looks like he just passed out. But how in the world do we move him? Suddenly, Jinho ran up to Hyuk, a towel in his hands. Boasting that he knew he'd win, he asked if he was even injured. Hyunwook stopped him from getting any closer, pushing his face away. It wasn't what you think. He claimed he was just worried, but the main character wasn't listening. His gaze shifted to Sergeant Sonok, who immediately looked away. Hyunwook's expression hardened. Youngo approached him, asking his name. He gave a sharp salute, introducing himself as a corporal from the 1st Platoon. How did I end up here? He wondered. The man greeted him back, identifying himself as an instructor from the Black Tiger Association. He was clearly impressed by the spar. He offered a business card, inviting him to participate in a special raid operation. A murmur spread through the soldiers. The Black Tiger Association. Did he just get invited to the best group by the man himself? Is this really happening? This was beyond belief. Hyunwook apologized, saying he was just a corporal. Youngo simply replied, Ranks are for ordinary people.
We need a fighter like you. Though the main character appeared calm, inside his heart was pounding. They had their eyes on him now.
The army is an incredibly closed-off society. Youngo pressed him, asking if he would accept. Hyunwook stared at the business card, frustrated. He knew he would definitely be discovered one day if he kept clashing with powerful villains. He took the card, thanking him for the offer, all while thinking he needed to keep his distance. I'll think about it, he said before leaving. Sonok watched him go, his trembling hand clenching into a fist as he gritted his teeth. His eyes burned with fury. Sometime after the sparring match, Youngo sat in the battalion commander's office, sharing a cup of tea. How are the Black Tigers doing these days? The commander asked. Youngo sighed. We're always short on people. The commander smiled, replying that it was to be expected. These days, guilds will even recruit C-rankers and train them themselves. It's not easy for anyone. Their eyes met, a silent spark of understanding passing between them. The commander laughed. Did you come here because of Sergeant Cho Young-yang? They spoke of the legendary swordsman. Youngo confirmed it with a smile, saying he'd heard the sergeant was on vacation. Their confident gazes crossed again. Staring at his reflection in the tea, Youngo said, Thanks to that, I happened to notice another interesting soldier. He recalled Hyunwook's overwhelming presence in the ring. The battalion commander raised his tea, but stopped abruptly as he realized exactly who Youngo was talking about. He met the instructor's confident gaze, put down his cup, and crossed his arms over his chest. An interesting soldier, you say. Time passed. Hyunwook was running on the football field, with Janmo desperately trying to keep up. After the fight, the commander had gone to his window to watch him, making a call. I want you to find out, he told the person on the other end, about the life of Corporal Lee Hyunwook before he joined the army. Meanwhile, the private finally caught up, grabbing onto the corporal. How can I get stronger? Gasping for air, Hyunwook pushed him away. You idiot, stop clinging to me, he yelled. He could barely keep going himself. He pushed onward as his colleagues muttered that they wanted to be just like him. Don't they see how hard this is? The battalion commander continued his call. Do exactly as I said. He hung up, his eyes locked on the corporal's, who was dying of fatigue. Don't blame me, he murmured. It's the greed you awakened in everyone. Elsewhere, under the city's night sky, a woman and her child were walking with some food. Suddenly, her son spotted a small animal darting around the corner of a store. He ran after it, shouting, A monkey! He stopped at the entrance of a dark alley, calling out. But what he found was something completely different. It was a creature that resembled a kobold, dressed in rags. It turned around. Are you a monkey? The boy asked in fear. The monster bared its teeth. In the darkness, countless pairs of burning eyes suddenly appeared. A gate had opened, and hordes of kobolds were already crawling out. Seeing them, the boy let out a terrified scream. Sometime later, Hyunwook gasped in surprise. He and Yoonha had just arrived at the battalion's arsenal. He was now staring at the vast collection of weapons. The lieutenant explained. The battalion commander recognized your achievements and granted you a day off. He also gave you the right to choose your own weapon. But the platoon commander still doesn't believe in you. Hyunwook turned, thinking that in his past life. He was far too arrogant. It must be a part of my personality, he mused. He lifted a cloth covering an object. Whether you believe it or not, that's all in the past. Intrigued, she squinted at him. You're certainly confident, judging by the wounds on the goblins nearest to the gate. You stopped the first wave all by yourself. Is that even possible? He tossed the cloth aside, ignoring her as he picked up a golden blade.
I'll take this, he declared, giving it a few silent swings. She scoffed. You don't have to take something just because I've cornered you.
Take a proper weapon. He simply replied, I like this one. A system window appeared before him, the Cloud Blade, an item that absorbs water and creates a wet fog. This blade might seem useless and worthless, he thought, but in the future, it's what makes Sergeant Cho Young known as the Holy Swordsman. Its true name is the Dark Hand of the Cloudmaster. In the era of Tangun and Hwanung, followers of the three weather gods, descended to Earth. They were the Master of Wind, the Master of Rain, and the Master of Clouds. The hands of the latter were called the Hands of Darkness. This could also be interpreted as blades hidden among the clouds, which, in turn, belonged to none other than the God of Thunder. By unleashing its full power, he could summon lightning bolts strong enough to clear a medium-sized dungeon single-handedly. Nothing can defeat the combination of steel and lightning. I feel bad for the sergeant, he thought. But this time, I will get the blade, Yuna asked. Isn't that sword a bit small for a reward, considering your achievements, he replied. It suits me. I don't have time to choose another. At that exact moment, an earthquake struck. Suddenly, a shocking message echoed across the battalion. The gates to Idwan had breached hearing this. Soldiers leaped from their bunks.
Chaos erupted as men scrambled into their gear. The urgent announcement blared again and again.
The lieutenant watched the corporal's face, thinking he wasn't surprised at all. He was perfectly still, as if he'd been waiting for this very moment. Soon, the area around the shimmering gate was secured. Players in radiant armor, armed with gleaming spears, took their positions. AMT soldiers quickly deployed to the scene. One soldier stared in awe. That's the Blue Flower Guild. I've never seen them in person before. His comrade, Shin Chol, scoffed. They're here as reinforcements, he said. Just look at that gear, pure designer. If they sold everything they're wearing, they could buy a building in Gangnam. Chinol grinned. After my service, I'm transferring to a guild. I'll live the high life for the rest of my days. Nearby, Hyunwoo lined up his squad with military precision. He faced them, his expression grim.
You heard the platoon commander, he began. This time, we're facing a kobold gate. They may be small, but they use poison needles and gas. The casualties they cause are often worse than a battle with great orcs. A soldier at the front started rolling up his sleeves, but the corporal's sharp voice stopped him.
What are you doing? This isn't a drill, the soldier protested. They won't get past the front lines, so why the serious prep? Hyunwoo's gaze turned icy. You think this is training? Would you rather a kobold carves out your eyes while you're still breathing? The soldier bowed his head. No, sir. Then check your gas masks, now. Just then, Chinchol and his friend swaggered over. Well, look at this. The pathetic squads are having a little strategy meeting. You could almost mistake them for a support squad. A support squad, the lowest of the low. A team for players too weak to ever level up. Hearing Chinchol's venomous words, Hyunwoo's squad flinched. He watched their morale plummet and turned to face the taunters. His eyes narrowed. Chinchol, I've heard reports of kobolds breaking through the red territory near the gate. Don't get cocky just because you're in the rear. You should be checking your own gas mask. Chinchol slung an arm around his friend's shoulder. He sneered. I think I can handle myself. I'm not some low-level nobody like your subordinates. At those words, Hyunwoo's expression turned thunderous. It's my job to warn you, he stated coldly. Chinchol simply laughed. Sure, Mr. Commander of the Moron Squad. Message received. As they walked away, Hyunwoo's men looked utterly defeated. He clenched his teeth, his face a mask of fury. Get a grip, he snapped. His sharp command made them jolt. This isn't the first time you've heard trash talk, but now we are on a real battlefield. A place where you can die. Don't you dare lose your nerve. Sir, they shouted back, their spirits reignited. Kobolds are small, Hyunwoo continued. So install motion sensors in the sewers and all narrow passages. You have 20 minutes. Go. The soldiers scrambled to the truck, pulling boxes of sensors. Junmo, Hyunwoo called out. Here, sir, a soldier replied, raising his hand. The others muttered amongst themselves. The corporal's on edge today. He's never been this serious. While the squad worked, Junmo approached his commander, waiting for his orders. But Hyunwoo said nothing. He just stared.
An unsettling, sorrowful expression was on his face. The private smiled nervously. Corporal? What is it? Hyunwoo opened his mouth. But at that exact instant, a needle pierced his neck.
Icy poison flooded his veins. He looked down in shock as his legs buckled, sending him crashing to the ground. In that same moment, a foul. Green gas erupted from a sewer hatch. Then another, and another. Soldiers who inhaled the vapor collapsed instantly.
Some managed to pull on their masks, screaming warnings. Poison gas! From the mist, kobolds swarmed the soldiers, their cruel blades flashing. Paralyzed, Hyunwoo could only watch the slaughter. A figure emerged from the chaos, different from the others. He stared at it, his blood running cold.
It was a boss monster, a kobold mage, wearing a sickening necklace of human eyeballs. As their gazes met, Hyunwoo's eyes widened in terror. The boss grinned, raising a dagger and pointing it right at his face. The tip was inches from his eye when suddenly, Junmo appeared. He tackled the kobold, but the dagger still sliced across the protagonist's right eye. The private turned. Corporal, are you okay?
A burning agony seared across his face. He shut his eyes and let out a raw, soul-shattering scream. As the soldier knelt to help, the kobold mage locked onto him. The crown on its head blazed with an ominous flame as it drew another dagger. In a flash, Hyunwoo grabbed a gas mask from a fallen soldier. Run, he choked out. Junmo stared, confused. Corporal, what's wrong? Put on the mask, quickly, Hyunwoo begged. But a second later, Junmo's head was torn from his shoulders, a worried look frozen on his face forever.
Junmo. Hyunwoo shrieked, but it was all a memory, a ghost from a life he'd already lived. In reality, Jana was standing before him, alive, adjusting his helmet. Corporal, what's wrong? He remembered it all, the moment of his friend's death. In his past life, Junmo died right here, trying to save him.
We've installed everything, sir, a soldier called out, waving from a sewer entrance. Hyunwoo knew this was where the real battle would begin.
He called out to Junmo again. Yes, Corporal, I'm listening. I'll carry out any order. Hyunwoo took a deep breath. I'm going to give you a signal.
When I do, gather the squad members and immediately leave this area of operation. The private's eyes went wide with shock.
A vehicle rumbled past. After a tense pause, he exclaimed, Sir, that's desertion. His commander's voice was grim. No, it's a tactic. Just then, a report crackled over the radio. Delta Squad reports no survivors in Zones 1 and 3. Epsilon Squad confirms Zone 4 is completely wiped out. In the 5th and 6th zones, only silence. Gamma Squad confirmed no survivors in the first red zone. Meanwhile, Beta Squad, stationed at the warehouse entrance, had made a chilling discovery. A cobalt nest in Zone 2, Grid B9. Their numbers estimated at over 200.
Peering through an endoscope, they saw the nightmare waiting. A soldier gave the order, Formation prepare long-range magic.
He clenched his fist, flashed a two-finger signal, then pointed. With a thunderous crash, the SHIELD team breached the door and stormed in. A voice crackled over the radio. Breach at Point P, complete form up. The soldiers scrambled to the center as the attack squad conjured their power.
Shimmering magic circles blazed to life, holding the line. They formed a phalanx of shields, just as a grotesque horde of kobolds swarmed down from the walls.
They surged from all directions, a tide of snarling beasts. The monsters' guttural growls filled the air, but the soldiers held their ground. Unyielding, their discipline was absolute. They waited for the perfect moment, and it came. A kobold lunged, leaping through the air, swinging a crude pickaxe at the magical barrier. Fire! Lances of pure flame erupted from the circles, incinerating the first wave. Machine guns roared to life, cutting down the beasts. Their formation was a fortress of death, burning everything that dared to approach. Elsewhere, Hyanuk was issuing precise orders. Force them toward the drain. Move! His soldiers darted between sewer hatches, planting sensors at each point.
A report came in, all sensors planted in Zone 2. Another followed, Zone 5 is complete. Hyanuk carefully placed tape.
On the road, forming a cross. Just then, Lieutenant Mi approached. What are you doing? The corporal snapped to attention, saluting sharply. He explained calmly. Following the manual, sir. I've installed motion sensors and marked their locations with aluminum tape. The lieutenant sneered. Idiot! He glanced at the Blue Flower Guild members. We have their support. Stop wasting time with these foolish games.
The first platoon moves out in 20 minutes. Your support squad just needs to get the antidote. Hyanuk was silent for a beat. Then he spoke.
His voice was loud and clear. The vice commander's orders were to stop any monsters breaking through the rear and entering the residential zone. His entire squad turned, their attention captured. "That lieutenant is here again," one soldier muttered. Another whispered back. "Why is the corporal raising his voice?" The lieutenant's eyes darted around. Everyone was watching. He gritted his teeth. "Are you challenging me? Have you forgotten you only have this position? Because the battalion commander took pity on you." He jabbed a finger toward Hyanek's head. "You're just a kid playing soldier." "You're right, sir," Hyanek agreed easily. The lieutenant jabbed his finger again. "You've only seen one real battle in your entire life." "Also correct, sir." "Are you trying to lecture me?" "Wipe that look off your face." "Not at all, sir." Just then, Sergeant Choi Sonha, a C-rank healer, rushed over, catching her breath. She adjusted her helmet. "Commander, is everything all right?" The lieutenant froze solid. Seeing the vice commander, he was utterly speechless. A wicked smile played on Hyanek's lips. "This is why I provoked him," he thought. "She's his one great weakness." The lieutenant instantly draped an arm around Hyanek, laughing awkwardly.
"Ah, it looks like the support team is struggling a bit." "I was just explaining the harsh realities of combat." He looked at her with a goofy smile on his face. A blush spread across his cheeks as he asked, "What brings you here?" She clapped her hands, suddenly remembering. "Oh, the battalion commander is calling for Corporal Lee Hwi." Hyanek pointed to himself, feigning surprise. "Me?" Meanwhile, on a nearby rooftop, snipers were in position. Alongside them was Lieutenant Yunha. Through her binoculars, she watched the two soldiers below. Sonha turned back to Hyanek. "Don't let the commander give you a hard time." He gestured toward the road. "I still have work to do." She gave him a quick wink. "I'll finish installing the sensors. You can go." He let out a quiet sigh, his mind racing. There's not much time left. What could the battalion commander possibly want now? At the sniper's nest? A soldier questioned the lieutenant. "Ma'am, should the attack squad really be here?" For a simple cobalt raid, we're under the commander's direct command. Her reply was as cold as ice. Those were his orders. She lowered her binoculars. Her gaze was sharp. A soldier's duty is to obey. A short time later, Hyanek arrived at a large truck, the makeshift command post. He reported to the commander. "You called for me, sir." Gang looked at him, his expression completely unreadable. But he wasn't alone. The renowned Anin Yungo was there too. "Corporal," Hyanek stood even straighter. "Sir, I'm listening." His mind reeled. What is a man like Anin Yungo doing here? The commander's next words were a bombshell. "You're being given a test. You will replace Cho Yong-yoon, who is currently absent. You will act as squad leader for the 1st Platoon's 1st Squad, effective immediately." Hyanek felt his world spin. He wanted to tear his hair out. In my past life, he never gave me a second glance. What in the world has changed this time around? "I don't have time for this. I have to get back to my squad," he addressed the commander. "Sir, since my deployment, all my missions have been with the support detachment. This isn't a training exercise. Why risk the lives of the 1st Platoon's soldiers?" A heavy silence filled the truck. Then, Gang's voice cut through it like steel. "That is an order." Hyanek bit his lip. At that very moment, a frantic call came from Delta Squad. "The boss monster has left the nest. All personnel in red zones 2 and 3 be on high alert." Hyanek's blood ran cold. "The Cobalts. They're going to attack the support squad. If I don't get there in time, the rear guard will be completely annihilated." He clenched his teeth. "I have to get out of here, now, whatever it takes." He turned back to the commander, his voice urgent. "Sir, there is something you must know." Gang leaned forward, intrigued. "Speak." Yunha's eyes were fixed on the truck when suddenly, Corporal Hyunwoo burst out, his urgent sprint catching her completely by surprise. He raced back toward them, his voice cutting through the air. "Support squad, it's the gas." Just then, a shrill squeak echoed through the street. Sewer sensors flashed an ominous red. The soldiers whipped around, their faces etched with alarm. And then it began. Streams of venomous smoke erupted from the grates, caught in the middle of the street. The corporal shielded his face, his gut twisting with dread. In a heartbeat, the world was swallowed by a toxic fog. He covered his mouth, a curse escaping his lips. Damn it! It's happening faster than I thought. Just moments before, he had confronted the battalion commander. "Sir, I've heard the rumors. On your first mission, you lost everyone under your command." The ensign flinched, and Gangman's face hardened. The corporal pressed on. "Which is why I can't understand why you're ordering me to join the assault team." "For a test," he challenged. "I command the so-called Chicken Support Squad. Does this mean the man I admire so much
Hyun also views his soldiers as disposable pawns. You misunderstand, the commander cut in. The assault team is under my direct. Hyunwoo didn't let him finish. For you, sir, I would gladly lay down my life. His mind raced. I can't tell him I know the future. It's too complicated. However, he said aloud, leading an unfamiliar unit with insufficient combat experience guarantees heavy casualties. I am grateful for your faith in me, sir, but if the price of this test is the lives of my comrades, then I respectfully refuse to carry out this order. A heavy silence fell. The battalion commander's expression darkened. Lost in thought, the ensign finally spoke, his voice sharp. Corporal disobeying orders in combat is a grave offense. Do you realize the consequences? Hyunwoo's thoughts were grim. He has no idea. If I don't go now, everyone in the rear dies. Gangman's voice was like stone. Very well. Since you insist, stay.
Remain with your support squad for today. Surprise flickered in Hyunwoo's eyes, but his face remained a mask. But the commander wasn't finished. And like a true soldier.
You will face the consequences for your insubordination later. Now, back in the present, swallowed by gas, he ripped off his helmet, slapping on a gas mask in one fluid motion. A curse ripped from his throat as he unsheathed his new blade. He poured water over the steel, and a system notification appeared. Blade is absorbing water. Absorption 25% complete. As the system worked, he scanned the toxic gloom. He couldn't see a thing. Am I too late then? Screams tore through the silence. He saw nothing but chaos. Junho. Get everyone out of here, he thought desperately. Meanwhile, the kobolds had descended upon the squad. Their crude weapons fell like hammers. A final, agonized cry came from a soldier named In Myung, as a monster's pickaxe tore his stomach open. Help me. Private Park Junho. Junho, pinned behind some crates, returned fire at the swarming kobolds. But that desperate plea cut through the battle noise. He whipped around, his rifle locking onto the creature. You rat, he roared, unleashing a volley. Get away from him.
The shots made the monster flinch. It leaped back from the fallen soldier, dodging the bullets as it scurried into the gloom.
But it was too late. In Myung lost consciousness from the bleeding and shock. Support squad, Junho yelled. Get into the military crates and bring In Myung with you. The war crates were enchanted with basic barrier spells, designed to protect cargo or create makeshift shelters. One soldier scrambled to the wounded man. I've got you, Private In Myung. He grabbed his uniform, dragging him toward the crates as the others laid down covering fire. But the vice commander had frozen, paralyzed by shock. Panic overwhelmed her. With trembling hands, she clutched her head, sinking to the ground. Junho saw her break.
Get a grip, he shouted. But she was lost to the world. She's only 20 years old, he thought, his own hands starting to shake. Her first real mission since being appointed. And in this hell, there was nothing he could do for his squad. We're almost out of ammo, a soldier yelled. He dropped a kobold that got too close. This is my last magazine? Junho's mind raced. What do we do? Are we all going to die here? What would Corporal Hyunwoo do in this situation? A soldier pressed down on In Myung's wounds. He needs a medic, now, he screamed at the vice commander. Just then, Junho reached into his inventory. He pulled out a small, simple hammer. Another soldier's rifle clicked empty. We're completely out. Private Junho stared at the hammer in his hand. He turned to the squad. Everyone, listen to me carefully, kobolds. They're obsessed with shiny things. I'm going to draw their attention and lead them away. All of you. The vice commander and the wounded. You have to escape. The soldiers stared in disbelief. What are you saying? Junho stepped out from cover, raising the hammer high. This is an order. From Vice Platoon Commander, Corporal Lee Hyunwoo. The Blue Flower Guild is just outside the red zone when I give the signal. You clench your teeth and run for your lives. As he emerged, the kobolds noticed him. The chittering horde paused, their growls filling the air. Sparks of electricity began to dance around the hammer. My pathetic electrical power. It can't even kill a single one of these things. But if it can save everyone else? With a battle cry, he charged past the monsters. Their heads snapped towards him, their eyes fixated. Crackling sparks. A new obsession took hold, and the entire horde swarmed after him, leaving the squad behind. After pulling them a safe distance away, Junho screamed back, "This is your chance, run, now!" The soldiers and the vice commander watched, their faces filled with horror as the kobolds closed in on him. Panic began to set in. If the corporal were here, he'd use my pathetic power just like this. He would have definitely used me as bait. As the monsters lunged for the kill, a twisted blade sliced through the air. It flashed past the private's head. Blood erupted from the leaping monsters.
A figure blurred past, colliding with Junho and sending them both to the ground. "You fool!" Hyunuk scoffed. "I heard everything!" He lifted his cloud blade high, a damp mist blooming from it to neutralize the venomous haze. The toxic air cleared around him, allowing him to breathe freely. The private's eyes shot wide with disbelief as Hyunuk appeared before him. "Corporal," the private stammered, covering his head. "It's a misunderstanding. I was just trying to be like you." But the corporal wasn't angry. A small smile touched his lips. "You survived. That's all that matters. You did well." Tears welled up in the private's eyes. But this was no time for sentiment. The kobolds were closing in. "I'm proud of you," the corporal said. "And thanks to your courage, I get to enjoy this feast." His eyes gleamed at the horde of steel-wielding monsters. "To think you prepared so many dishes for me," he roared. "Then I will devour every last one of you." With a flick of his wrist, his knife soared, slitting one kobold's throat, then another. He carved through the approaching swarm, knocking the power stones loose from their bodies. He licked his lips, a hungry smile on his face. "Now that looks delicious." Is he talking about the monsters? Jima wondered aloud. The kobolds snarled, baring their fangs. But Hyunuk's gaze was on the private. He couldn't eat because of him. The creatures, though hostile, held their ground. It was as if they were waiting for a command. "Where is your boss?" the corporal demanded. As if in answer, magic circles ignited on the foreheads of every kobold. Hyunuk watched, intrigued. As the monsters turned in perfect unison, they all stared in a single direction. He was beginning to understand. Then, a piercing scream echoed from deep within the poisonous smoke. The monsters immediately broke formation, charging toward the sound. "Follow me!" Hyunuk yelled, sprinting after them. The rest of their squad was in that direction. Meanwhile, high above, the snipers were blinded. The gas made it impossible to provide support. Yuna donned her mask. "Attack team, hold your positions. Shoot any cobalt that breaks through the gas. Let the Blue Flower Guild assist. We can't let them reach the civilians." The sniper acknowledged the order. "Where are you going, ma'am?" "I need to confirm something," she replied. A thought raced through her mind. Hyunuk was acting like he knew exactly what was going to happen. With that, she leapt from the rooftop, plunging into the poison below. Back at the barricade, the vice commander was lost to panic. "Someone save us," she wailed, clutching her head. "Minky's lost consciousness," a soldier yelled over her cries. "He's fading fast. We need a medic. Now, get a hold of yourself, ma'am." Several other wounded were relying on her. Suddenly, the Cobalt boss's magic latched onto a heavy container, pulling it away and exposing them. "Our cover is being torn apart," soldiers shouted, desperately trying to hold the container in place. "The boss monster's spell is too strong. We have to hold on, don't let it break through." But their efforts were futile. The Cobalt mage intensified its spell, dragging the box closer. A magic circle glowed before its hand, unleashing shadowy tendrils that clawed at the makeshift barrier, tearing it apart piece by piece. With a sickening crack, the barrier gave way. "It's broken through," a soldier screamed. At that very moment, a horde of kobolds flanked them from the side. "Enemies approaching," came the report. With the barrier collapsing, the monsters could swarm their position with ease. A soldier looked at the oncoming wave, his face pale. "What do we do now?" "Looks like this is it for us," another muttered in despair. As the Cobalt mage savored its victory, two figures burst from the smoke. "Just a couple of rats," Hyunuk's voice boomed, putting the boss monster on high alert. The corporal flicked his wrist. "Don't you dare touch my squad," he snarled, sending his knife flying straight for the boss's head. The creature dodged just in time, the blade whizzing past. But the weapon instantly curved in midair, hurtling towards it again. The Cobalt mage scrambled to evade. It jumped and weaved, the knife relentlessly hounding it. For a heart-stopping moment, the blade got too close, and the mage twisted away. It slid across the ground, but the knife still grazed it. A sharp crack echoed as the jug of poison on its back fractured. Seeing its precious weapon damaged, the boss monster flew into a rage. The markings on every kobolt's head glowed with blinding intensity. The monsters closest to Hyunuk suddenly scattered, much to his surprise. Then all the kobolds in his path parted, clearing a direct line of sight. They turned in unison, raising blowpipes and unleashing a volley of poisonous needles. Seeing the storm of projectiles flying their way, Hyunuk stopped dead in his tracks. He dashed to the private, his blade a blur as he deflected the incoming needles. But another volley came from the other side, catching him off guard. "Juno, get down!" he yelled. The private instantly hit the dirt as Hyunuk unleashed his power. A split second before impact, the needles froze, then violently changed direction, veering off to the side. A system message appeared. Due to the metal conversion rate exceeding his ability's limit, he had lost control of the M7 bayonet. His knife, which had been circling the boss monster, clattered to the ground. The Cobalt mage stopped running. a triumphant grin spreading across its face. Hyanuk raised his cloud blade, once again clearing the smoke around him. He grabbed his machine gun and opened fire. The Cobalt Mage is commanding them directly, he thought. Scaring the grunts won't buy me any time. The boss monster dodged the bullets with ease. Hyanuk gritted his teeth. It was too dangerous to fight like this with Juno so close.
"We're falling back to the fortification," he ordered. The private started to protest about his signal, but the corporal cut him off.
"Just run!" Hyanuk sprinted toward the shelter with Juno right behind him. The Kobolds immediately opened fire again, unleashing a hail of needles, using his blade to part the smoke. They managed to reach the containers. But when Hyanuk glanced back, he saw a tidal wave of needles about to overwhelm them. The private vaulted over the crates into cover. The corporal stood his ground, unleashing his power one last time to repel the monster's attack as the needles fell harmlessly around him. The ground as he dove into the shelter. A sharp thud echoed as a needle struck the barrier. He whipped around, his eyes locking onto the kobold. Magician, now frozen in the smoke, its will to fight completely shattered. Hyanuk turned back to his squad with a relieved smile, telling them they were a little late, but they'd made it. That smile vanished in an instant. The scene inside the shelter was devastating. Wounded soldiers looked up at him, their voices weak with concern. Private Gimos cried out that Minky was unconscious. The corporal couldn't believe it. What were they talking about? After all, they had a designated healer with them. His gaze shifted to the vice commander, and he saw her trembling, paralyzed by fear. He couldn't help but exclaim,
"What is she doing? A private is dying." He realized it then. She was lost in a full-blown panic attack. If their only healer stayed like this, they were all doomed. With cold resolve, he called out her name. Then, his fist struck her across the face. The shock finally broke through the haze. She raised
her tear-streaked eyes to his, meeting a gaze of pure, furious resolve. "Do you want everyone here to die?" he demanded. "Get a grip. We are in a battle. Or do you want to live the rest of your life drowning in regret?" He gritted his teeth. "Do you have any idea how hellish that kind of life is?" In a daze, she whispered his name, and something inside her finally snapped back into place. She began the treatment. A brilliant pillar of sacred light erupted from the shelter. Piercing the sky, using her tome, she recited the spell, and a warm glow enveloped Minky's wound. "How is he?" Hyanuk asked. "He's lost too much blood." "Because of me," she answered. But this time, she looked at him with newfound determination. "But I won't let him die." A small smile touched his lips. "Thank you." Then, using his power, he commanded the knives from the other soldiers, declaring he'd be borrowing them for a bit. Private Gimos' eyes widened in understanding. Hyanuk gritted his teeth, his voice low and dangerous. "It's time for some payback." Meanwhile, miles away, a woman named Yu cruised in a luxury car, speaking on her phone. Her voice was laced with amusement. "Oh, did such a delightful thing happen?" She smirked. "I understand completely." Ending the call, she glanced at her pet, a massive spider, perched on her shoulder. "Looks like I'll need to pay them a little condolence visit," she purred. She then called out to her driver. "Our destination, Aiden." Back in the fray, Hyanuk plunged deeper into the smoke, his blades clearing a path. He reached the coordinates he'd marked before the ambush began. "Finally found you!" Knives swirled around him like loyal sentinels. The kobolds cowered behind crates scattered down the street. The boss monster peered out from its cover, then gave a screeching command to attack. But Hyanuk remained perfectly still. He scanned the street, a grim smile on his face. All his prey had gathered in the perfect hunting ground. They'd already swarmed the very area he'd marked. As the kill zone, he'd placed his traps and sensors perfectly. The only miscalculation was Zone A. Under Vice Commander Choi Sonha's command, the game is over when he finds the puppet master pulling the strings from the shadows. Closing his eyes, he activated his metal detection. He could see at all the boxes, the trucks, and the weapons clutched in the monster's hands. Every piece of metal was a kobold. His eyes snapped open. With a gesture, he aimed his knives in every direction, then sent them flying. The cobalt magician recoiled in shock, its confidence wavering. The knives shot out across the street, beginning to reap his minions. Even in the thick smoke, our main character knew exactly where to strike. Every blade found its mark. One blade shot straight for the boss monster itself. Sensing the danger just in time, it activated its magic. It thrust a hand forward, erecting a barrier to hold the weapon at bay. The knife stopped dead, a meter from the monster's face, straining to push forward but unable to break through. Sensing the resistance, Hyanuk's gaze locked onto the boss. He raised his own hand, redirecting all remaining knives towards that single target, seeing the storm of steel now aimed squarely at it. The cobalt grew desperate. It opened its maw and unleashed a deafening shriek. The sound wave surprised even Hyanuk. The boss monster's magic held firm, stopping the entire barrage of knives and preventing them from getting any closer. Snarling in fury, the cobalt glared at Hyanuk. In response, he clenched his own hand into a tight fist, drew it back, and called the creature a pathetic fool, ordering it to release his blades. A system message appeared. His bayonets were bound by a force exceeding the weight limit of his control. He read the message in disbelief. It didn't work. At that moment, the markings on the kobolds' foreheads began to glow. They had received new orders from their leader. They unleashed a volley of poison needles. Dozens of them flew at Hyanuk from behind. He sensed them at the last possible second, his eyes widening. In alarm, he instinctively threw his hands up to cover his head. The needles tore through his flesh, while the rest whistled past. The impact sent him stumbling to the ground as the kobolds began to creep out from their hiding spots. The boss monster raised a hand, using its magic to finally release the captured knives. The ethereal flames on its crown began to dim. It lowered its arm, then pointed a single finger at the corporal, giving the command. Instantly, the kobolds charged from their cover, rushing
straight for Hyanuk, but he ignored them, cursing under his breath. He gritted his teeth. You almost had me thinking it was over.
Just like in my past life. Spreading his arms wide, he forced the needles from his body with sheer will. If it weren't for his enhanced constitution, that attack would have been fatal. The Cobalt Magician watched, stunned that the poison had no effect, but Hyanuk was already in motion. Calling his knives back, to his side, they danced through the air, returning to their master. His eyes blazed with fury. You scum! The monsters didn't hesitate. They swarmed him from all sides in a chaotic wave. With a sweep of both hands, he unleashed his wrath. All of you, just die! His sharp knives began to carve a path through the street, inflicting gruesome wounds on their bodies. Hyanuk spun them around him, creating a deadly whirlwind of steel that kept the horde at bay. The powerful vortex of wind dispersed the poisonous smoke, leaving only wisps behind. And then, silence. The kobolds were gone. Visibility had cleared completely. The boss monster, who clearly never anticipated this outcome, was frozen in shock. Hyanuk could finally see it clearly. He called out to his true target. Pointing a finger directly at the boss, he declared, Now! It's your turn! The monster clenched its teeth, its confidence finally shattered. He unleashed the jug, releasing a venomous gas, while gripping his dagger with bone-white intensity. In seconds, a toxic cloud erupted from the vessel. A powerful stream of poison once again flooded the entire area. The cobalt swung his blade, cutting through the smoke. This is useless, he scoffed. Did he even realize the lengths Hyanuk went to? For this one-on-one battle, as visibility vanished, he focused, activating his metal detection. He could see his enemy's position clearly. If the monster blindly threw blades like before, he would simply catch them. This time, he had to be careful. He examined the monster's silhouette and realized it wasn't moving. A wave of confusion washed over him. He never even noticed the magical currents slithering across the ground. A flame suddenly reignited on the monster's head. So, it was casting a spell this whole time. Tendrils of magic snaked around the main character's leg. He was yanked sideways, crashing hard onto the stone floor. The monster cackled, thrilled by the easy capture, and hoisted him into the air. The ground grew more distant as Hyanuk was lifted higher, soaring above the very rooftops of the buildings. Sheer panic began to set in, and then the monster let him go. He plummeted towards the earth with a terrifying roar. Then, silence. The Cobalt waited a few moments. Certain of his victory, he clenched his fists in triumph, but a sudden shout pierced the quiet. You little rat! The words made the monster flinch. Hyanuk pulled his legs from the craters his impact had made. Are you laughing at me? The corporal growled. Luckily, he had fortified his legs just before the fall, though he didn't break any bones. Blood trickled from his mouth. Rage burned in his eyes. How many more times, he spat, will I have to relive that trauma today? The Cobalt drew its dagger, crouching low for a deadly lunge. In a flash, it vanished from sight. Hyanuk's eyes darted frantically. He strained to follow the creature's movements as it weaved between crates. The monster closed the distance, appearing right behind his back. It lunged forward, aiming for a fatal blow, but Hyanuk sensed it, spinning around just in time. He ducked under the swipe, narrowly dodging the attack. He whirled around, his hand raised. You dare aim for my back, he snarled. Do you have any idea how much I despise sneak attacks? The Cobalt readied its dagger for another assault. Hyanwuk struck first, but his attack was blocked. The monster saw him instantly shift to a follow-up, and a flicker of fear appeared in its eyes. The corporal activated steel physique in his legs and delivered a devastating kick to his opponent's head. You need to be taught a lesson. The crown on the Cobalt's head cracked under the force. The monster was sent flying, crashing and tumbling across the ground. Hyanwuk advanced slowly. You have no idea, he said, his voice dangerously low. How many times I imagined this moment. After I returned. The moment I would finally get my revenge. You're the first. Blood poured from the Cobalt's mouth as it struggled to rise. Hyanwuk smiled coldly. Once your mask is destroyed, he explained, your magic becomes useless. Now, it's time to cure my trauma. He summoned his knives, directing them from all sides. A moment later, they converged on a single point. The blades shredded the Cobalt, inflicting dozens of wounds. Its dagger slipped from its grasp, clattering to the floor. The jug shattered beside it. Its entire body trembled violently. It let out a pathetic squeak of pain. Why are you squealing? Hyanwuk taunted. You're not dying yet. He grabbed the monster by the head, lifting it from the ground. Do you know how many years I spent crippled because of you? You will only be pierced by the blades of my squad members. The ones you killed in my past life. Memories of Private Jimo flashed through his mind. His kindness, his sacrifice. Hyanwuk gritted his teeth. This is for Jimo, who died trying to save me. The Cobalt, of course, understood nothing. Paralyzed by the fear of its impending doom, Hyanwuk thrust his blade deep into its stomach. The monster tried to hold the blade back with its last ounce of strength. A system window appeared. The Cloud Blade absorbs elite monster blood. Unknown. Energy is now at 1%. He continued to slowly push the blade deeper into the monster's flesh. Then he picked up its own dagger.
Pointing it at the creature's forehead, he ordered, Don't you die yet. There's one last step. Revenge. For the scar you left on my face.
He plunged the dagger into the Cobalt's skull, then dragged it downwards, shattering the crown and slicing its face in two, from such catastrophic wounds. The monster finally died.
Its corpse slumped to the ground. The system announced that the Cloud Blade's unknown energy had reached 11%.
The Cloud Blade's hidden power will be unlocked when completely filled. Hyanwuk finally felt a sense of release. He had changed the first event, the one that had tormented him for so long. As the poisonous gas began to dissipate, a medallion fell from the boss monster's body, catching him completely by surprise. The system identified it, the Devil's Medallion, Inferno, a fire medallion containing the power of the Devil race. This was the highest grade item among all medallions. He picked it up, staring at it in disbelief. Why did this appear here, the Devil's Medallion? Belongs to him, the Necromancer, the worst enemy of humanity. His army of the dead was a literal hell on earth. There was almost no information about that man. Their only common trait was their unique method of leveling up. After returning to the past, Hyanwuk had hidden his ability to rank up. Because of that monster. In his past life, he'd barely survived this fight in the Blue Lava Golem workshop. And all he got was a pathetic copy of the Inferno. So why was the real one here? He clenched his teeth. Was there something he didn't know? He finally noticed the poison gas was almost gone and cursed. He had to consume the medallion. Quickly, but just as he brought it to his lips, a voice called out his name. A cold sweat broke out across his entire body. The lieutenant took off her gas mask, her sword pointed directly at him. For a second, there was only silence. What was that? She asked, her eyes scanning the dead monsters. Her gaze locked onto the boss's corpse, with the corporal's blade still sticking out of it. Who in the hell are you? He quickly shoved his hands behind his back, pocketing the medallion. As he turned to face her, she demanded, What are you hiding?
Hyanwuk knew he was caught. He raised his hands nervously. What are you talking about? His mind raced. Just how much did she see? A sharp clap echoed down the street, drawing everyone's attention. Quite an impressive show, a woman's voice declared from afar as she took off her sight.
Gas mask? The third daughter of the Paladin commander. Look how much she's grown. Hyanwuk frowned, instantly recognizing the woman before him. Yunha explained that she was the attack squad commander for the 1st Battalion of the 3rd AMT Brigade, currently stationed deep within the territory of military operations, a place strictly forbidden to civilians. But Hana ignored the warning, striding confidently toward the main character. You must be Corporal. Lee Hyanwuk. She presented a business card. I am Catherine Yu, head of the Blue Flower Guild's Soul Strike Force. Yana, also known as the second daughter of the head of Blue Flower, Korea's strongest guild, and an A-rank player. Hyanwuk remained perfectly still, refusing to take her, Business card. One of her eyebrows arched in confusion. Don't tell me you don't know who I am. At those words, he bit his lip, a painful memory surfacing.
Of course he knew her. Of all the villains who brought humanity to ruin, he could never forget her face. He remembered Yuna protecting him from searing flames with a
shield, screaming at him to pull himself together, to survive at any cost. He'd begged her to run, to leave him behind. But she had turned to him, tears in her eyes and a smile on her face, saying she was his shield. His life was in her hands. But in the end, her defense was shattered. She died when thousands of insects swarmed her body, crawling inside her through her mouth. And watching from a nearby building, controlling the swarm, was Hana. She was the one who killed Yuna. Now she smiled at him, asking if he failed to realize what a golden opportunity stood before him. White-hot anger surged through him, his hand clenching into a fist. He didn't answer. The lieutenant stepped in. "This is a military operations site. Please leave." Hana sighed in annoyance, turning to her. "Shouldn't a soldier address others by their proper rank? You will call me the head of the Seoul Blue Flower Strike Force?" The tension between them was thick enough to cut with a knife. The corporal watched nervously, thinking, what is going on? I feel completely overwhelmed around them. Just then, bright headlights cut through the darkness. A car pulled up, and the battalion commander emerged. The lieutenant greeted him. She tried to report the situation, but he gestured for her to be silent. His gaze swept the area. At one end of the street, a mountain of dead kobolds, and at the other, the massive corpse of a boss monster. Hyun-wook grew tense. When the commander's gaze finally landed on him, he felt the urge to flee. But the commander turned to the head of the Blue Flower Strike Force. "It's a pleasure to meet you. It's been a long time," she agreed with a smile. "How have you been?" she asked. He replied, "We're incredibly grateful for your guild's reinforcements. But this is an active combat zone. Unauthorized entry without consent is prohibited, even for a member of the Blue Flower Guild. I must ask you to leave." She sighed, exasperated. Such a typical soldier. Nothing gets through that thick skull. "Actually, I have important business here." She pressed her lips to the card, leaving a shy lipstick mark, before tucking it into Hyun-wook's bib. She touched his nose playfully. "Right, call me?" And with that, she was gone.
"Corporal," the commander called out. Hyun-wook snapped to attention. "Listening, sir," Gang declared. "From now on, you will be in charge of..."
"The operation to clear out the kobolds. Saving civilians is your top priority. I'm giving you full authority to assign squad members." Hyun-wook's face fell.
"What is the battalion commander thinking?" he wondered. Gang continued. "When everything is settled, you will report the results to me personally."
"Understood," the corporal replied. Immediately, Yoonha turned and glared at him with pure displeasure. He shuddered under her gaze, feeling as if he had just managed to survive an incredibly dangerous moment. A week passed. A tense quiet settled over the base of the 3rd Brigade of the 1st Battalion. A system window appeared. Assimilation of the Devil's Medallion, metal complete. Controllable weight. Increased by 499 grams. Currently available 3 kilograms and 458 grams. Hyun-wook was locked in a toilet stall, breathing heavily, trying to withstand the unbearable pain
caused by the formation of a breathing point in his stomach. Progress was at 1%. Leaning on the toilet, he choked back streams of flame escaping his mouth.
He clutched his stomach, thinking, I've been through this once before, but my body is still too weak. That's why the pain is so immense. Junmo entered the restroom, searching for the corporal. Hearing heavy gasps, he walked up to the stall and leaned his ear against the door. Are you watching something interesting in there alone? He teased. Hyun-wook felt even worse. It's not what you think. Streams of light began to burst from his mouth and eyes. The private asked, Will you show me later? The light grew so bright it illuminated the entire restroom. Junmo leaped back in fear. It's not what you're thinking about, Hyun-wook exclaimed. The gate incident with the kobolds, which everyone had underestimated, had resulted in a large number of casualties. Fortunately, Sergeant Choi Seon-hwa brought a private named Min out of critical condition, and he was rushed to Imchu military hospital. After that incident, our main character abandoned the idea of protecting everyone alone and began personally training the members of the support
squad so that they could at least stand up for themselves. This, however, led to 2 problems. First, Sergeant Seon-hwa began to bother him constantly after that day.
Always greeting him, always chasing him. It got to the point that Min started following him too, burning with jealousy. There are simply too many variables in the military for everything to go according to plan. Secondly, the battalion commander invited him to become an officer. This didn't even surprise him anymore. All he wanted was to be discharged. The commander said the Itaewon operation had convinced him. He spoke of a dream, to create an ideal military culture where ranks would not be more important than beliefs. Hyunwook thought. Why the hell does he want me to help him with his fantasies? To the proposal, he simply replied, I'll think about it during my vacation. 3 weeks later, it was finally time to rest. On the first day, he went to Seoul Station and locked himself in the restroom to experience the final stage of the breathing points formation. A man who wandered into the restroom at that exact moment was utterly terrified by the sight. A sudden light flared in one of the stalls. The system congratulated Hwi for unlocking a new ability by meeting a special condition. Breathing plays, a D-rank skill. It accelerates mana absorption by 50% or more. But the more efficient the furnace, the greater the pain to his body. It could also store some mana and release it upon exhaling. Fulfilling hidden conditions would even level up the ability. He sighed in relief, glad he could finally
stop the suspicious trips to the restroom that sparked so much gossip. After cleaning himself up, he stepped out of the stall.
Leaning on the sink, he stared at his reflection. In his current state, he knew he might not survive the next gate. In his past life, the battalion commander had declared they would abandon the Seoul Station. The press went into a frenzy, demanding answers. Would the army and the authorities truly abandon everyone inside? The commander had no answer, and once the gates opened, absolute chaos erupted. The injured were trapped. Hwi's expression turned grim. The thought was chilling. He could really die this time. He had to use this vacation to prepare perfectly. Now was his chance to reshape the future. Leaving the building, he saw Sonha. She was also there, raising a cigarette to her lips. Haven't had a vacation in forever, she muttered. The army sucks. She tried to light it, but it wouldn't catch.
What is wrong with this stupid lighter? Just then, Hwi walked past. Hearing her voice, he paused. Their eyes met.
Hey, you, she called out in surprise. Got a light? But she instantly recoiled, realizing she'd let her true, unfiltered self slip out. Later, they boarded the train together. Sitting side by side, a heavy, unspoken tension filled the air between them. Sonha finally looked at him. First vacation in a while, your parents must be thrilled. He simply replied, They're both dead. They died when I was little. She flinched, realizing she'd stepped on a landmine, and awkwardly lowered her gaze. He noticed her discomfort and offered a small smile. It's fine. It was hard and lonely back then. But I found people who became a new family to me. Family, she asked, surprised. He recalled his past life, his army buddies telling him they were waiting for him. Staring out the window, he wondered, are they friends, co-workers? Or perhaps comrades in arms? A faint smile touched his lips. That last one felt right. He eventually got off at the Yeongdeungpo district station. 4 days and 3 nights. In this sliver of time, he had to prepare for everything to come. And his first priority was securing money. At the station, an ad for Blue Tree caught his eye. Its owner was already a multi-trillionaire. He frowned, thinking of Gordon Pra, a man whose dark money bought high-ranking officials and players. Pra acquired items and slowly, methodically, took control of everything. They lost to that villain for many reasons. But the biggest one was money.
Walking the city streets, Hwi knew he could never match Gordon's fortune. But he had to earn enough to avoid being dragged into his games.
He knew the future. He knew where and when the money would flow. If he could invest just a little faster than everyone else, even pennies would grow into a mountain of snow. But for that, he needed someone who would never betray him. Someone he could trust with a simple promise. He entered a small guild building called Hope and started up the stairs, only to hear an angry voice from above. Are you an idiot? Just let me beat him, for crying out loud. Upstairs, a man named Woo Il had the guild master, Park Chol-woo, by the collar. I know we're short on clients this month, he snarled. Chol-woo exclaimed. That's not my problem. You're just a weakling. So you should just take the scraps left over from everyone else. Chol-woo stammered that he'd tried his best, but Woo Il refused everything. Woo Il's anger flared. You think I'd accept a bodyguard gig at some pathetic event? That's humiliating? Just then, Hwi reached the top of the stairs. As he appeared in the doorway, the guildmaster greeted him. But upon recognizing his old friend, both he and Woo Il froze in utter shock. Woo Il immediately let go of Chol-woo, a fake smile plastered on his face. Well, look who it is. Long time no see. Corporal? Hwi remembered their first meeting at school.
Woo Il strode forward, extending a hand. Heard you awakened. Just like me. Good to see you. Hwi simply replied. You too.
But his eyes were cold. Though I don't recall us being on good enough terms to be happy about it. He walked right past him, greeting Chol-woo instead. It's been a while. he said. As Chol-woo waved back, Hwi whispered, "What are you doing here?" Being ignored, Woo-il's face twisted with rage. He spun around. "Did you eat your brain for lunch or something? I greeted you properly? Or have you forgotten everything that happened between us?" He gritted his teeth. "Should I refresh your memory?" In their school days, a younger Hwi demonstrated his powers, but the other students were unimpressed.
"Stop fooling around and show us something real," one of them sneered. "If that's all it takes, I could be an awakened too."
Woo-il seethed. "You awakened. You're just a loser." He smacked the levitating objects from the air and then punched Hwi across the face. Hwi crumpled to the floor, hand pressed to his split lip. "And you call yourself awakened with that pathetic power? If I hear you boasting again, I'll kill you." Back in the present, Woo-il rolled up his sleeves, clenching his fists. "Getting a big head now, are we?" Lee Woo-il, a C-rank player with the fighter class, and a member of the Hope Guild. "How about I beat you up? Just like the good old days until you're begging for mercy." As he lunged forward, Chol-woo tried to intervene. "Don't do this." Woo-il shoved him aside. "Get out of my way, or you'll die with him." Suddenly, Hwi spoke, his voice ice cold. "Try it." His old friend stopped and turned. "What did you say?" The main character's eyes narrowed. "Try to kill me. If you can." Woo-il's face contorted in pure fury. "You scum!" he screamed, rushing forward as he swung a devastating punch.
But his fist froze, just centimeters from impact. A fountain pen, controlled by the corporal, hovered menacingly before his eyes. At his feet, a knife and several swords pointed upwards, suspended in midair. Hyenek's voice was cold. He wasn't sure how to deal with him, but a beating was guaranteed. A beating so severe, it would feel like an entire army squad had used him for practice. In short, his career as a melee player was about to end. Woe froze, his eyes locked on the pen, his arrogance vanishing in a wave of fear. Just then, his friend burst in, urging him to hurry. "It's time to go. We're going to be late." For the event. At his words, the swords clattered to the floor. Noticing the chilling atmosphere, his friend asked what was going on. The protagonist's demeanor shifted in an instant. With a look of pure guilt, he turned to O'Neill, apologizing profusely. He promised to be more careful next time, even pulling him into a hug. Baffled, O'Neill asked what on earth he was doing.
Hyenek leaned in and whispered the devastating truth he'd heard. How Woe had been kicked out of the White Tiger Guild for wetting himself in fear during his first raid. How he ran away during the battle with the Minotaur, abandoning his comrades. O'Neill's eyes widened. "How do you know that?" Hyenek's voice dripped with menace. "You need to learn who you can and can't talk to." He had planned to fight an F-rank player in front of everyone, to preserve that precious dignity he cared so much about. Hyenek warned him to stay out of his sight. Sometime later, Hyenek and Chelsea sat in the office, where he presented his findings. He laid out 3 business cards, collected during his army days. The guild head was skeptical. "Are you telling the truth? Will these stocks really shoot?" "Through the roof." The main character simply gazed at the cards with a knowing smile. His old friend gasped, realizing that if this was real, it would completely change his life. Meanwhile, Woe was on duty, standing guard at the main doors with his colleagues. His friend sighed. "How long do we have to stand here? Maybe we should try to join a raid for once." Woe gritted his teeth, his irritation mounting. His friend noticed his foul mood and asked what was wrong. Suddenly, Woe exploded. "This is pissing me off." Hearing the outburst, a man approached them, demanding to know why they were making a scene. In a restricted area, he stood before Woe. "Are you in charge here? This is Zone C. Did you not learn the alphabet?" He sneered. "How many times do I have to repeat myself if you can't read? You should at least learn to listen." Woe's patience shattered. He swung his fist with blinding speed. The man was launched into the air by the force of the blow. His friend could only watch, paralyzed with fear. Woe stalked over to the fallen man, sat on his chest, and began to mercilessly beat his face. Blood splattered, but he didn't stop, pouring all of his rage into every punch. His colleagues stood by, stunned by the savage display. Finally, he stood up, his face a mask of fury. "Go find me Hinook. I'm going to finish that bastard." Elsewhere, Chelsea, though hopeful, struggled to believe it. He was an analyst class player, the one who continued to lead the F-Rank Rediscovery project. He was Hyenek's benefactor, the one who found a way for him to level up. He confessed his doubts to his friend, who thought the reaction was
perfectly understandable. It's hard to believe someone who claims they can change your life with money that appears from nowhere. Chelsea wondered aloud if perhaps
they were being set up, spied on. The corporal asked a simple question. Based on everything you know about me, do you think I can be trusted? His friend looked up, surprised, but answered without hesitation. Of course, I believe you. Hyunuk smiled. He had told him the truth. All except for one tiny detail he got the information. From his past life. He pulled out his phone. Here, look, I'm not lying. He showed him a conversation with the battalion commander about his new rank. The commander's message was clear for an F rank. This proposal was unprecedented and difficult to pull off, but he would give his recommendation and push for the title. Ultimately, though, the decision rested with him, and he needed to act quickly. After reading the texts, Chelsea was stunned. It's real. The main character then handed over his bankbook. I want to entrust my investments to you. 20 million won isn't much, but it's all I have left from my parents. Chelsea accepted it, moved. You truly believe in me. He was deeply grateful. Hyunuk recalled a moment from his previous life, when he sat, crying bitterly, and Chelsea had comforted him. He'd said that everyone has their
own unique talent, their own superpower. He told him not to blame himself, that they would keep living until their own talents were finally recognized.
Looking at his friend, Hyunuk smiled. This investment wasn't just about money. It was his way of repaying the warmth he received in his past life, back when he had nothing. In the future, humanity would make contact with extraterrestrial beings. The technology they would acquire through that interaction would be the turning point in the war against the Gates. Their abilities would be crucial in stopping the endless waves of monsters. And for that, he would need an expert, capable of communicating with those beings to convince them to share their technology. After his meeting with the guild head, he made his way to the blacksmith's lane. He browsed the wares of a merchant selling monostones. Before continuing down the street, his mind was on the second step of his plan, creating the very first master-level item with the 7 dwarven artisans. But as he headed for his destination, he was being watched. His old friend, Woe, was tailing him. Hyunuk knew he had to recruit the blacksmiths who would ascend from artisan to craftsman before his enemies discovered their true value. With that thought, he entered a small workshop and greeted an old man hammering steel. The blacksmith glanced at him, then returned to his work, grunting. I only sell what's on the shelves. Don't ask for anything else. Pick from what you see. Hyunuk recognized him. This was Kong Jang, the artisan. He'd been kicked out of the blacksmith's guild for his eccentric personality, which was no surprise. Hyunuk smiled awkwardly. Understood. He then turned his attention to the weapon being forged. It was a spear, crafted from orichalcum. It looked simple, but it was capable of slaying a dragon. In the future, this very spear would pierce the heart of the Dragon Lord. It was now clear why the blank for the first master. Level item was hidden away in this dilapidated workshop. Just then, a schoolgirl entered the room, looked at the main character and sighed. Great! Another weirdo? Ju exploded. How dare you call our customer a brute? She shot back that he spoke of others that way. So why couldn't she Hyunuk just watched her? A small smile played on his lips. It had been too long. She was his old comrade, the legendary blacksmith of Kong Bao. Years from now, after Kong Jangu's passing, she would inherit his legacy, becoming a master blacksmith who would even surpass her mentor. Bexol frowned. She eyed the customer, her ability scanning him from head to toe. Her eyes widened. He was decked out in expensive, high-end brands. Her entire demeanor shifted in an instant. With a brilliant smile, she declared him a respected client. What was he looking for? He just had to say the word. He smirked. That blind obsession with money. It was just like in Gomi's. Now that she'd seen his wealth, would she finally trust him? After a moment, he pointed out several items. She beamed. The total comes to 18 million won. He wasn't just a client, he was a boss. But Jiu interjected. He's clearly no mage. Why would he need toxic magic metals, or mithril tungsten beads he can't even process? Was the money fake? Bake Soul spun around. Father, calm down, she insisted. I'm sure he has his reasons. Hyunuk confirmed. This is exactly what I need. The items here were top-notch. He'd definitely be coming back. The workshop owner sighed and relented, while his daughter urged the buyer to visit again. Hyunuk said his goodbyes, a silent apology in his thoughts. Unlike his other comrades, he had to call her back to the battlefield. She bowed deeply as he left. And he swore to himself. This time, he would protect her no matter the cost. Night fell. Woe's associate tailed Hyunuk to a motel before reporting back. The main character, meanwhile, sat in a dark room, consuming the magic metals one by one. By the end of the holiday, his poison resistance should skyrocket.
along with the amount of metal he could control. A system window appeared. Assimilation of poison-enchanted metal has begun. 20 minutes remaining. He popped another piece in his mouth. Once assimilated, his poison resistance would rise. He mused that normally, this process would take ages, but now he had a shortcut. He activated the skill, and a furnace ignited in his stomach, rapidly melting the metal. The system chimed. With his internal furnace now active, metal absorption surged by 250%. But this power came with a terrible cost. Excruciating pain. He snapped his eyes open, his brow furrowed in agony. As system warnings blared, he grabbed his stomach, clenching his fists, hissing through clenched teeth. I know. Time was short before the gate at Seoul Station opened. He had to devour it all, and that meant enduring it, too. Days crawled by. Woe's friend pointed to the hotel. He's in there. The guy had no clue what he was up to, but he hadn't left the room in 2 days. Meanwhile, the main character had finally finished the last of the metal. A system notification appeared. Poisoned by multiple toxins. Poison resistance has reached the second level. Metal's absorbed controllable weight increased to 17 kilograms and 499 grams. His metal detection ability improved. He could now sense up to 500 grams of metal within a 135-meter radius. Feeling the power surging through him, he stared at his hands, then at the system. Window, level 2, poison resistance. He'd hoped for more, but at least the controllable weight was enough for 60 blades. Suddenly, the system congratulated him. He had successfully completed the first hidden breakthrough, obtaining a D-rank ability called Metal Strike. It used mana to shatter a certain amount of metal, with the cost depending on the quantity. Hyunuk's eyes gleamed. This was a powerful metal-destroying skill. With this, he could disable almost any equipment in a single blow. What an incredible stroke of luck. But then, he froze. Something felt wrong. His gaze snapped toward the front door. An instant later, Woe smashed the door off its hinges with a single punch. Seeing his calm expression, he sneered. Not even surprised, huh? So you were hiding here, Hyunuk replied calmly. I'm a soldier. I'm bound by many regulations. Couldn't he just let this go? His enemy laughed. What utter nonsense, he roared, lunging forward. Are you that scared of dying, making up excuses? He swung his arm. Just die. But in response, the main character shot his own hand forward, instantly reinforcing it. He caught the enemy's fist midair. Froze in shock. What the hell happened to your body? Hyunuk suggested. Let's take this outside. The civilians will get caught in the crossfire. The commotion had already brought other guests into the hall. Is it another gate? They wondered. But no alarm had sounded. At that moment, Woe ripped his hand free and threw his other fist. You pathetic tin can! Are you going to bluff until the very end? He followed with a vicious kick. Then, a spinning punch, but the corporal ducked under it. 2 days ago, it was a bluff, he said. But not anymore. Gritting his teeth, he balled both hands into fists. He activated his boost and slammed a punch into Woe's gut, sending him flying. Staggering from the pain, Woe looked terrified as he hit the floor. Hyunuk asked, just one question. This is nothing compared to what you did to me. So why go this far? Woe looked up, a twisted grin on his face. You land one lucky hit, and you're already feeling cocky. Don't look at me like that. You're just a piece of trash. Symbols flared to life on his legs, glowing with a menacing red light as currents of wind swirled around him. The main character yelled, Don't you get it? Civilians will get hurt if we fight here. His opponent just screamed. Like I even care, this man was insane. Hyunuk's eyes darted around. He realized his opponent only wanted him. The only way to minimize the damage was to get out of the building. He spun on his heel and dashed for the window. Where do you think you're going? His opponent roared, launching himself into the air. He slammed his foot into Hyunuk's back, smashing him through the building's wall. A massive hole exploded outward. Woe leaped through it, hot on the main character's tail. I'll finish you right here. While still airborne, the corporal activated steel physique on his legs and began to manipulate metal. As his opponent closed in for a kick, he used the metal to pull himself upward, miraculously dodging the blow and flipping behind his attacker. Woe's mind reeled. Did he just change his trajectory in midair, landing on a nearby rooftop? Hyunuk leaped down into the motel parking lot. He realized his flight wasn't as free as in his past life, but his steel physique and control over metal let him maneuver his body. Suddenly, Wu pounced on him from above. He raised his leg for a devastating strike, sneering. The army gave you some cheap buffs, huh? Pathetic tricks won't work on me. The main character dodged in a flash, and his opponent's foot shattered the ground where he'd just stood.
People peered from their windows, watching the swirl of dust below. What in the world is happening? Are those players fighting down there? One of them asked. Is he just going to keep dodging? Wu charged forward, roaring for him to fight back. As he closed the distance, he unleashed a flurry of powerful kicks, but our main character evaded them all with incredible skill. The rising wind began to lift cars into the air as alarms blared. One of the hotel guests burst into the hallway, warning everyone. Don't go to the first floor. The players are fighting. I've already reported them. Just stay away. As Hyenuk continued to dodge, he thought about the many civilians watching. He was a corporal. He couldn't retaliate with his full strength. If innocent people got caught in their battle, it could ruin his entire plan to reach the gate at the station. His opponent slid back,
then glanced up at the people filming from their windows. He let out a dark chuckle. Is it all about the audience?
Then we should get rid of this little hindrance. Symbols on his leg began to glow with a menacing light. Hyenuk realized his plan and spread his arms wide, exclaiming, Is he trying to destroy the building? He doesn't care about the innocent people inside? Hyenuk began to shout, They have nothing to do with this. His opponent just laughed. Nothing to do with it. Don't be naive. You and these worthless insects just piss me off. He rushed forward, screaming, All you do is get in my way, losing his patience. Corporal Hyenuk gritted his teeth and began to activate his new power. You shouldn't have done that, he said, his voice cold as ice. It's time your life as a player came to an end. The blue energy in his eyes swirled into the shape of a number 8. Instantly, that same stream of light coiled around his opponent's leg, causing the armor to crack. Wu didn't notice and went in for the strike. But suddenly, the energy constricted, shattering his armor completely. Fragments flew everywhere, and then his leg itself was torn apart. Blood sprayed across our main character's face. A moment later, a heart-wrenching scream echoed through the parking lot. Wu collapsed, clutching his ruined leg, his eyes squeezed shut from the blinding pain. He glared up at Hyenuk, cursing. What did you do? Stay away from me. The main character simply said,
I'll ask you one last time. Why take it this far? Wu's body trembled as he spat back. What are you talking about? If an annoying fly pisses me off, of course I'll
crush it. Hyenuk's gaze turned to ice. There must be a reason why a rat like you, chased from a pack of wolves, squeaks with such arrogance. Megalomaniacs like you don't deserve the title of player. In his mind, he added, Because you always become villains. His enemy began to hurl insults. What are you capable of? Stop pretending you're some kind of god. But with a single wave of his hand, Hyenuk silenced him.
A fragment of the broken armor shot through the air, its razor-sharp point hovering just inches from the back of Wu's head. You'd better pray you never cross my path again,
Hyenuk warned, his voice dangerously low. Otherwise, you won't get off with just one leg. Wu stared in absolute terror, too afraid to utter a sound. The corporal gritted his teeth, barely containing his rage. Thank the gods I'm a soldier, he said. He couldn't miss this chance to save his comrades and finally deliver justice to the villains by eliminating scum like him. At dawn, police cars swarmed the motel. Those involved in the incident were taken to a special commission for awakened affairs. Hyenuk explained to an officer, I was just trying to stop him. But the policeman cut him off. I understand, he said. The witness testimonies back you up. This guy is a known problem, pure evil. But you're lucky. For the first time in my career, I'm seeing a low-ranking player walk away from a fight like this without a scratch. Hyenuk forced a smile. I understand. I guess what saved me was that my armor activated at the last second. The officer pointed to the exit. You're free to go. Hyenuk thanked him and left the
building, thinking, all my life, I thought being an F-Rank was a mark of shame. But today, it helped me avoid suspicion. Just then, another investigator ran up to
the policeman. You'll definitely want to see this. The report says Wu has no issues with long fights or mana. He looked down at the paper, confused. Are you telling me an F-Rank pierced an A-Rank's armor and defeated him without a single injury? That's complete nonsense. Meanwhile, Hyenuk crouched low, then launched himself into the air. A powerful gust of wind followed as he leaped from rooftop to rooftop, his mind racing with memories of the past. While recovering, in a military hospital, he'd seen the breaking news on TV. At Seoul Station, the number of civilian casualties from the gate that opened, today at 1524 is 745 people. Excluding the first 3 waves, this disaster is unlike anything we've ever faced. The Seoul Station catastrophe has led to heavy criticism of expert players and public guilds. People are questioning the fundamental limits and problems of our current gate response system. Bounding over highways and buildings, the main character thought. Unlike the first 2 gates, I never faced this one directly. I have so little information. I don't know what to expect. He arrived at the station with only 8 minutes to spare, before the gate opened. Of all the disasters, this was one of the absolute worst. Can I really prevent this at my current level, he wondered, as he walked inside. He fought the urge to go berserk just to make more people evacuate. He saw the security players patrolling the station and knew he couldn't risk it. He scanned the enormous crowd, his senses on high alert. A villain is hiding here, he thought. If things go wrong and he stays hidden, I'll never find the turning point, the one chance to change the future. He waited, watching his clock tick down. Only 2 minutes left. Suddenly, a woman's voice called out. A voice called his name from behind, and he spun around, surprised. It was Sunha. She bent over, hands on her knees, gasping for air after a long sprint. I've been looking everywhere for you, she panted. Straightening up, she greeted the corporal. We heard you ended up at the police station last night. The entire squad is worried sick. He asked how she'd found him. She simply replied, You told me you had business here. Besides, why aren't you answering your phone? He froze. In his previous life, she was never here, so why now? He mumbled an excuse about a broken phone, his mind racing. Was she here because he had changed the past? He glanced at his watch. 1 minute remained. Before the deadliest gate imaginable would open. So what are you doing here? She pressed. Explain everything. He remained silent, his mind locked on the plan. There was no time for small talk. As the final minute passed, he swung the bag from his shoulder, slamming it onto the floor. Sunha stared. Why won't you? She stopped mid-sentence, her eyes widening at what he was doing. Countless small orbs spilled from the bag, scattering across the entire floor. The vice commander exploded. What the hell, are you insane? You can't just throw those around. But his words went unanswered. Ignoring the chaos, he gave Sonha a command. When I give the signal, run for the gas masks. She stared back, utterly bewildered and silent. As people carefully navigated the scattered orbs, a violent gale erupted, forcing everyone to shield their faces. The station's ceiling fractured, and a gaping hole began sucking in the air. A shimmering portal materialized, clutching her cap. Sonha stared up, in disbelief, while the corporal's gaze turned sharp and deadly serious. From the gate, a monstrous creature emerged, and Hyunwook bolted away, signaling his vice commander. Moments before, a fracture in reality had split the sky, but no one below had noticed.
A woman seeing her daughter off to the train said gently, You should go now, dear. Her daughter protested. Why are you pushing me away? I'll see you onto the Shaichi.
Train, the mother smiled. I just don't want to bore you. Aren't you sad at all? The daughter asked, her voice trembling slightly. In that instant, a barrier began to form around the station. I don't know when we'll see each other again, the girl whispered. Her mother started to speak about the next time they'd meet, but a wall of pure darkness materialized between them, separating them instantly. The daughter stumbled back in shock and fell. Looking up at the colossal dome now encasing the station, she screamed for her mother. A system window flickered into existence, above the dome, announcing a new event, unfortunate affair. This territory was now sealed. Entry was possible, but exit was not. Minimum entry level 15. To escape, they had to survive for 6 hours, or kill the boss monster. A countdown timer appeared. Inside, Hyunwook gave his signal just as a grotesque spider-like monster crashed to the floor. The beast unleashed a terrifying shriek, and the station descended into chaos. A terrified crowd surged towards the exit, with Sonha caught in the middle. The corporal rushed to her side, shouting,
Find a safe place, get a gas mask from the first aid station. She stopped, her jaw tightening with determination. I'm a soldier too, she shot back. I'm not running away by myself. I'll stay behind and help evacuate the civilians. And I'll treat the wounded. I don't know what you're planning, but I trust you. Now go carry out your mission, and you better stay alive.
At her words, a corner of the corporal's mouth lifted into a smirk. He replied with chilling confidence. Understood. The order will be carried out. Meanwhile, the battalion commander visited the office of General Choi Jong-il of the 3rd Brigade, pleading for an officer promotion. On Hyunwook's behalf, the general was unconvinced. Gang-han argued passionately. A talented soldier's promotion shouldn't depend on a chat's mechanical ranking assessment. Jong-il raised an eyebrow. And what does that mean? The commander explained that as far as he knew, ranks weren't directly tied to player levels. They were just a baseline set by the player training center. It helped gauge performance and suitability in combat. As a player's level rises, the rank adjusts, but underestimated abilities often lead to death on the battlefield. The player training center is where every awakened person in South Korea is first tested, trained for 2 months, and assigned their initial rank. The general sighed heavily. "Commander," he asked coldly, "are you trying to lecture me?" General Choi Jong-il of the 3rd AMT Brigade was ranked 31st in South Korea, an A-rank player whose power rivaled tactical weapons, terrified by his menacing tone. The battalion commander stammered that it wasn't his intention. "What will the civilian guild say?" the general continued. "If I make an F-rank player an officer, should we just dismantle the entire AMT while we're at it?" Gang Han lowered his head in defeat. "I thought you saw potential in the boy." Jong-il scoffed. "But a bug will always be a bug." Suddenly, his phone, to end the AMT, Gang hung his head in defeat, as John Lee remarked that a pest will always be just a pest. Suddenly, his phone rang. "Rang," he answered. "What is it?" a frantic voice on the other end reported. "Sir, we've received news of a gate opening in the 1st Battalion's sector. It's at Play Seoul Station, and it's an event. It's being called an unlucky affair." At those words, the general and the commander both went pale. An unlucky affair was a catastrophic phenomenon
that appeared in special zones. It cast debuffs, harmed players, and added cruel rules that made survival nearly impossible. Inside the dome, players on patrol launched their assault, blasting the monster with streams of fire. One of them yelled to his commander, "What kind of spider is this? I've never seen anything like it in the guidebooks." Distracted by the conversation, he was too late to notice the monster's spiked leg, swinging towards him. He froze, paralyzed by sheer terror, unable to react. But his commander was already moving, sprinting towards him. A split second before impact, he tackled the soldier to the floor, saving him from a gruesome death as the rest of the mages unleashed their spells. A barrage of fire rained down on the spider, providing cover. Meanwhile, they retreated to a safer distance. The guy passed out, and Commander Chung Manu drew his weapon, shouting that fire attacks were useless. He ordered them to switch to the frost rune and bind its legs. Chung Manu was a veteran A-rank player, a gladiator-class warrior, and the commander of the 2nd Seoul Station Defense Squad. They followed his command, and the magic circles before them shifted from fiery orange to icy blue. The spider let out a deafening roar as they unleashed their attack, sending torrents of frost magic to freeze its massive legs to the floor. Paralyzed, the beast couldn't move. The commander observed from afar, gritting his teeth. He knew that ice wouldn't hold a monster of this size for long. They needed to create an opening while its legs were bound. He charged forward, ordering his squad to maintain the frost rune. He would strike it himself. Leaping high above the frozen monster, he swung his sword as a golden light gathered around the blade. Because of the ice, the creature didn't move at first, but when its eyes locked onto the commander, a chill ran down his spine. The spider shattered its icy prison and opened its maw, wide, leaving the commander completely exposed. Trapped in midair, he had no way to evade and was forced to raise his shield for defense. He braced himself to be swallowed whole, but in that same instant, a swarm of metal orbs controlled by Corporal Hayek shot past him, slamming into his shield and knocking him to safety. The spider's attention shifted towards the direction the orbs came from. The main character smirked. A poisonous armored spider. Its hide was like steel, impenetrable to normal attacks. But could it resist his power? He strode towards the spider, wondering if 2 days of training would be enough to defeat it. He found his confidence and, using his metal strike ability, decided this was no time for hesitation. The spider's steel armor began to crack and splinter under the force of his power, causing the monster to shriek. The main character knew it was time to test his limits. He extended his hand, continuing to crush the spider's carapace while it thrashed from side to side, trying to resist. The system warned him that his mana was rapidly depleting, with 92% remaining. Warning windows kept flooding his vision, but he refused to back down, roaring as he pushed his power to its absolute limit, with 76% of his mana left. The light in his eyes flared, and the monster's armor finally shattered. Shards of its shell and splashes of blood flew in all directions as the spider let out a final, loud cry. Manu could only gape in utter shock, as did every member of his squad. Hayuk was pleased. It worked. This power was more than enough to close the gate. He grinned, realizing he could not only stop them, but also claim all the rewards for himself. Shaking off the blow, the spider took a step towards him and then roared, lifting the metal orbs into the air. The corporal, with a wide smile, told it to scream. "Roar all you want," he said. "I'll squeeze every last drop out of you and absorb it all." He flicked his hand towards the spider, sending the metal balls, shooting forward to strike the part of its body unprotected by armor. The main character shouted, "Let's see if you're tough and steely on the gem shemi." Inside Che too.
After that, he drove the orbs under its skin and began to rotate them, twisting its flesh and burrowing deeper and deeper. As the orbs tore through the spider's body, it opened its mouth in agony. Hayek asked what it felt like to have its insides turned into a blender. In response, the monster let out another scream, its dying cry. Then, its massive corpse crashed to the floor with a roar, and the metal balls shot out. Manu thought in disbelief. Incredible. The entire garrison couldn't even touch this monster, and he defeated it single-handedly. In all his raids, he had seen many A-rank players, but he had never witnessed such overwhelming power. The main character raised the orbs again, making them float in the air as he threw his head back, reveling in his strength. The commander wondered, could he be an S-rank? The kind you only hear about in legends? He gritted his teeth in frustration and thought, who is this fool? He's ruining my entire mission. He introduced himself and asked if he was an S-rank player. Hayek replied that he wasn't, and after a short
pause, added that they had relaxed too quickly. The commander was stunned by his words, as Hayek declared that the first wave wasn't over yet. Right on cue. 2 more. Spiders dropped from the portal, and Manu looked up. Hayek grinned, all his doubts now gone. The battle had made everything
clear. He raised his hand, pointing 2 fingers at the monsters and directing his metal orbs. He alone would close the gates at Seoul Station. Meanwhile, a convoy of military trucks sped towards the station with soldiers. The 1st and 3rd battalions were assembled. Commanders ordered the soldiers to establish a red zone of 6 circles, an order they immediately followed. Players from the Blue Flower Guild stood nearby, one of them looking at the soldiers and remarking that it brought back memories. His companion agreed and asked if perhaps, in this
case, they should gather all the magic players and use their magic to destroy the dome. The man replied that they couldn't, because the
dome wasn't magical, but was created by the system. Until the conditions are met, it cannot be destroyed. All they could do was wait. 2 helicopters flew over the dome and both landed at the intersection before the station. The battalion commander emerged from the 1st helicopter, and Ha from the 2nd. They approached each other and walked to the dome together. He asked how many Blue Flower players were below level 15. She looked up at him and asked if he thought players like that existed in the best guild. Was he really planning to send a rescue team in there? That was the same as sending them to certain death. He took off his glasses and replied that there were about 800 people inside. How could they place their lives above the civilians? He looked confidently toward the station and said that their trump card was still in there. Meanwhile, the corporal fought the monsters, using a metal strike on one of them that tore its metal armor apart. Blood sprayed from the spider's body as fragments scattered. Just as Hayek prepared to launch his next attack, the 2nd spider lunged at him. He saw it coming, and reinforcing his legs, he leaped aside, using his metal control to rocket backward as he ordered the guards to unleash their attack once more, and ordered them to freeze it. Understood, Manu replied. As his squad invoked their frost runes, icy streams erupted from their hands, pouring all their magic onto the beast chasing the corporal. The monster was instantly encased in ice, frozen solid in its tracks. But while they were focused on one threat, they failed to see the 2nd spider crawling along the wall. It descended upon them, screeching for its brethren not to be distracted. Reacting in a flash, Henwick used his metal control, levitating the steel balls and slamming them into the creature. I'm your opponent, he declared. The spider was blasted aside, and the magician it targeted leaped away just in time. The main character then unleashed the same horrific technique as before. He spun the metal balls inside the monster's body, causing it to scream in unimaginable agony. With a sickening thud, its corpse crashed to the ground next to the terrified girl. She spun around, expecting to see the other spider still trapped. But the beast was already shattering its icy prison with a furious roar. A smirk crossed Henwick's face. So you can get back up, he mused. Then I'll just send you to join your friends. The system alerted him 63% of his mana remained. He ignored it. With a gesture, he used his ability to crush the steel armor around the spider's head, then followed with another blow. Squeezing even harder, the system flashed a new warning, 39% remaining. Cracks spiderwebbed across the monster's armor before it shattered completely. Blood erupted from its fallen body, and with one final, deafening roar, the last spider was dead. Our hero gasped for air, the mana-draining battle finally over. Meanwhile, the villain lurking nearby was in disbelief. A player of that caliber wouldn't take a subway. How in the world did he end up here? His entire plan was in ruins, to fail his very first assignment. It was unthinkable. The system confirmed his dread failure of the first main task. He was supposed to wait for the spiders to build an F-Rank nest near the first gate at Seoul Station. Success would have made him an official villain. Now, he was merely a candidate, and failure meant death. Reading the terms, he grit his teeth and cursed his luck. The civilians huddled together in a safe corner.
As silence fell over the main hall, the corporal spoke first. "Looks like the first wave is over. Guards, gather up."
Manu and his squad approached Henwick, thanking him profusely. "We couldn't have done it without you, sir. You must be a high-ranking player. If you don't mind, could you tell us your name?" But Henwick's brow furrowed, his gaze sweeping intensely over each of the guards, who looked back in confusion. The girl blushed as his eyes passed over her, but he paid her no mind. "Is something wrong?" Manu asked. The corporal looked away, his mind racing. "It's strange. He's not here." He was certain one of the guards was the enemy. Just then, Sun ran up from behind, calling his name. He'd completely forgotten about her. "Corporal Lee Henwick is here," she announced. "Are all the civilians evacuated?" Manu was stunned. A military man, he thought high-ranking players were exempt from service. The country shouldn't have the power to control someone like him. The vice commander reported. "The spiders were huge, so we split everyone into small groups and moved them to rooms with narrow passages. Fortunately, no one was seriously hurt. Did you really stop the first wave alone? Report what happened?" Henwick opened his mouth to speak, but Manu interrupted. "Sir, if I may, what is your rank?" The corporal's patience wore thin. They were wasting precious time. Ignoring their questions, he stated grimly. "Something else is far more important now. I'm certain there's a second gate." Sun and the guard commander grew pale at the news. Henwick knew that if he checked everyone now, his target would simply vanish. No, he had to wait.
When the second wave begins, he'll get another chance to strike first. Meanwhile, outside the station, the battalion commander appointed Lieutenant Lee Hwi.
"As the commander of the liberation operation?" "Yes, sir," he replied, saluting. Behind him, soldiers began to whisper. "Isn't the commander supposed to be rank? Why isn't he level 15 yet?" Hearing this, Lee Hwi spun around, gritting his teeth as the commander silenced them. "Concentrate. I know it's risky sending a low-level detachment, but civilian lives are on the line. You will protect them. Is that clear?" In unison, they roared, "Yes, sir." The battalion commander then called the lieutenant aside for one last instruction.
"When you meet Corporal Lee Hwi, assist him with his task." Hearing that name, Minnie's eyes went wide with shock. Back at the station, a second gate ripped open near the tracks. The villain now found himself in a dark cave, staring at a skeleton as the system confirmed monsters wouldn't find him here. He looked around at the massive pile of bones and cried out, "What the hell happened? They're all dead." But that didn't mean they wouldn't attack him. What was this place? A new set of tasks appeared before him. Kill 500 civilians and retrieve an item from the second gate's elite monster. The reward, a Seeker of Evil title for the Alliance of Villains? He sighed. If he could just complete this, he would finally be accepted into their ranks. This mission could change his life. He told himself to calm down. The other player wouldn't interfere. He clutched a luminous orb, but then a glint of metal in his peripheral vision. Steel balls were flying straight for his back. He instantly activated his ability. Tree roots erupted from the ground, forming a solid wall that blocked the attack. He had protected himself. "What's going on?" he yelled nervously. "I'm just a railroad guard, hiding among civilians," Henwick's voice echoed. "Waiting for the guards to be killed by monsters." During the first wave, and just in case other players showed up, you disguised yourself as a guard to kill everyone without suspicion. You really had to rack your brain for a plan like that. "Didn't you?" Henwick called him out by name. "Young Jupe, it's been a long time." Hearing his own name, the villain froze. He moved the roots aside, his face a mask of confusion and fury. "Who are you? And how do you know my name?" Hyanuk already knew everything. Young Jupe, a B-rank player with the tree cannibal ability, a man who, in the future, would become an A-rank villain of terrifying power. He was known as Black Tentacles, and he smirked, claiming to know all about a villain of his caliber. But Jupe tensed, completely thrown off guard by his confidence. He spat back that they'd never met, telling him to keep the word villain down as he thrust the menacing roots of the tree in his direction. "So, you're the A-ranker," he sneered. "I've seen your metal manipulation." He smiled, adding, "You seem confident? But your rank means nothing if you forget about compatibility. Your metal spheres are useless against me." But then, flames began to flicker from the main character's lips. With a grin, he replied, "I know, but I came prepared." He opened his mouth, and a blazing fireball began to form within. In his mind, he saw a memory from a past life. How this very villain's roots had devoured an entire city.
slaughtering anyone too slow to escape. He turned his gaze to the Great Steel Emperor. "How long will you hide?" he shouted. "Will you just watch as this man-eating tree consumes us all?" Meanwhile, the wounded hunter clutched his side, gritting his teeth in silence. Jupe sneered at him. "What happened to all that big talk?" Just then, our main character evaded another root attack with impossible agility. Jupe grew nervous, thinking, "What is that movement in a flash?" His opponent rushed toward him. "Wait, isn't he a long-range fighter like me, weaving between the deadly roots?" Hyanuk began to close the distance, once again sending metal spheres flying. The villain instantly defended himself, throwing up a wooden wall, leaping onto one of the massive roots. The main character continued his assault. He spotted another root lunging from above. In a breathtaking move, he vaulted into a somersault, narrowly dodging the attack as the villain seethed. These attacks are useless. Why is he mindlessly approaching? Has he lost his mind? Mid-air. Hyanuk extended a hand towards his enemy. He launched the spheres from a new angle, but the villain noticed just in time, erecting another wall to repel the attack. "Idiot," he screamed. "Show me what you've got. None of your attacks will ever work." But Hyanuk ignored the taunts, grabbing the very roots the villain hid behind. He vaulted onto them with a wicked grin. "Perfect," he said. "More than enough wood for the fire?" Jupe laughed. "You really think you can do anything to me up close? It seems you still don't understand my true power." As he spoke, the roots surged forward, wrapping tightly around his opponent's arm.
"My power is this cannibal tree itself," he declared. "It will devour your arm and digest you whole." But in response, Hyanuk only grinned.
Flames erupted from his lips as his arm transformed into solid steel. Jupe was horrified. Why isn't it digesting his hand? Then, a massive fireball ignited in his opponent's mouth. Seeing it, Jupe's blood ran cold. "Where did that come from? I'm finished."
"This idiot was only throwing metal balls at me. Since when did he have a fire ability too? I'm done for." He was about to be burned alive, but he desperately called out,
"Wait, buddy, I'm on a mission. Spare me, and you'll receive all the rewards for completing this impossible task." Noticing his opponent had paused, he felt a glimmer of hope. He grinned, thinking happily, "He's taking the bait. There's no way he'd refuse an offer this good." He quickly pressed his advantage. "The rewards for this mission are incredible, I promise. You can clear this task with ease." But Hyanuk's reply was like ice. "Nonsense. You tried that same trick in my previous life, too." Jupe's eyes widened in utter shock and confusion. "A past life," he repeated. Without another word, the main character unleashed the flames from his mouth. "Just die," he commanded. Instantly, the ancient roots burst into a raging inferno. Meanwhile, a squad gathered outside. As the detachment, led by a lieutenant, assembled near the dome, a system message appeared. "Entry is now permissible."
"We don't know what kind of gate opened in there, so stay coordinated." He took a deep breath to steady his nerves, then gave the order. "We're going in."
The system warned them. "This is a dangerous zone. Once you enter, you cannot leave until certain conditions have been met." One by one, they passed through the barrier. They hid behind massive columns as me, the lieutenant, clenched his fist, signaling them to halt. Junmo, hiding nearby, froze in terror. He was paralyzed by the sight of a huge spider's corpse. "There's a giant spider here," he whisper-shouted. The lieutenant pressed a finger to his lips, silencing him with a glare. Just then, the guard commander's powerful voice echoed out. "Who's there?" Me replied.
"We're the AMT rescue squad." Manu, the guard commander, peered out from his cover, repeating in surprise. "Rescue squad." With the immediate threat gone, the soldiers emerged.
The squad dispersed to secure the perimeter as the lieutenant approached the commander. "There are no civilian casualties at all. What happened here?" Manu explained. "Thanks to one of the AMT members, everyone was evacuated. In fact, we're still carrying out his orders." Me seemed excited. "Are you talking about the female soldier?" "Where is she? Was she hurt?" he asked urgently. "She's organizing a temporary shelter," he was told. "I meant Hyanuk. We are carrying out his orders." Hearing that name, the lieutenant's jaw tightened with displeasure. Jano chimed in, asking, "Does he have a crew cut?" And a sinister-looking smile. Manu confirmed his words, adding, "Although, I'm not so sure about the sinister smile." The private then spoke up. "It seems that really is Corporal Lee Hyanuk." The lieutenant's anger flared. "Shut your mouth," he snapped. "Have you forgotten your place?"
At this sudden outburst, Manu looked surprised, and Jumo looked away, pouting as he mumbled an apology. Me then turned back to the guard commander.
He was about to call Hyanuk a nobody, but caught himself and asked, "So, where is this F-Rank soldier now?" "He was appointed commander of this operation, and you have a C rank." Manu's eyes narrowed with suspicion. "How did you get here? There's a ban on entry for anyone higher than level 15, right?" The lieutenant was at a loss for words. The guard commander folded his arms. "I know his rank. I heard about it before we came in," he said, his voice firm. "But we're following his orders because he proved he was worthy of command. You may be a C rank, so why should we listen to you? You call yourselves a rescue squad, but the event was already halfway over. How could they possibly save them? Did they even have a plan?" Mingi was riddled with doubt, unable to see a path to victory. Desperate defenders fortified the narrow passages, trying to buy more time. But suddenly, Sunher burst into the hall, her voice trembling with urgency. She cried out that they had a catastrophic problem. The lieutenant rushed to her side, his hands gripping her shoulders. He demanded to know if she was hurt. Her eyes widened in surprise. Why was he here? He declared he had come to be her shield. But she shoved him back, exclaiming that his heroics weren't what mattered. Not now. The civilians had discovered the horrifying truth. There was a second gate. A wave of dread washed over the guard commander at the news. His squad struggled to contain the rising panic. A voice from the crowd screamed for their leader. They were promised safety if they just waited. Why weren't they told? Why was the existence of other gates hidden from them? A security officer tried to explain it was to prevent chaos. But a man shot back. "How can we trust you now?" He accused them of a terrible betrayal. "You're using us as human shields to save yourselves." She demanded to know who fed them such lies. The man pointed. "A guard, with a scar on his nose." Meanwhile, in another place, Yanjup's body was a canvas of scorching agony. Through gritted teeth, he hissed that he was prepared for this. He had gambled everything for this chance. It wasn't fair. This power was so close. But Henwick simply extended a hand, tired of the display. "Why are you whining?" he asked. "I have places to be, so just die." Several metal orbs shot forward, delivering a fatal impact. Henwick sighed. Are all villains this predictable? He was growing bored of these theatrics. Suddenly, a gale of immense power slammed into him. A brilliant light flared to life before his eyes. Space itself began to twist and warp around a single point. That point tore open, revealing a celestial gate, a portal to the heavens. From its depths, two silhouettes emerged, angelic beings soaring directly toward him. The system announced a rapid mana recovery. The divine girl swirled around him in a vortex of light, mending his wounds and replenishing his energy. But Henwick ignored them completely, his expression unreadable. A new notification flashed in his vision. A system alert he had received a new quest. A smirk crept across his face as he read it. Hidden task bearer of light. Become the dawn for this world. He had exposed a traitor, a villain plotting against mankind, and now he had a chance. The chance to become a true guardian of humanity. The angels urged him toward the gate's shimmering light, but he stood his ground, unmoving as a mountain. The system's message was clear: complete this task, and become this world's dawn. Will you accept? The angels smiled, anticipating his answer, but his expression remained grim. Of course. I refuse. The angels recoiled as if struck, their smiles vanishing. Shock filled their eyes. The system prompted again. Are you certain you wish to refuse? Choose carefully. This opportunity will not come again. Henwick knew better. Protecting humanity was a noble banner. But this was just a mission from an ordinary faction. Accepting meant being shackled by their rules, his actions limited. A task is just a task, he thought. But people are never that simple. One wrong move, one mission gone awry, and a guardian could fall, becoming a villain. It had happened before. To Gordon Pra, humanity's greatest traitor. He was once a guardian, too. Henwick's jaw tightened. How many times must I say it? I refuse. His words were final. The angels swept past him, heading back to the celestial rift. One gave him a look of sorrow. The other, a glare of pure fury. They vanished into the light, and the gate began to collapse in on itself, spinning into nothingness. It closed completely. With that done, our main character turned his attention elsewhere. Reaching out, his mana latched onto a glint of metal amidst a sea of bone, and pulled it toward him. A system notification congratulated him. First reward of the lucky deed, key number 2 to Asa's armory. So this was what the villain, Young Job, had been after. This was the prize he was willing to sacrifice innocent civilians for. If this was presented as the main task, there was no doubt it was a tool designed to serve the villain's agenda. He stepped through the portal back to the station. A sly grin touched his lips as he pocketed the key. This time, he thought, he would keep it for himself, and in this life, he would make those vile villains dance on his strings. Meanwhile, the rescue squad commander finally addressed the terrified civilians. A squad member tried to clear the air, telling the people they were mistaken. Manu stepped forward, pointing to his own face. I'm the only guard here with a scar like that. He challenged the crowd. Take a good look. Are you sure it was me? The accuser admitted it wasn't him. But the poison of distrust had already spread. They still hid the truth about the second gate. There's no guarantee they won't use us as shields. It was then that Hwap returned to the main hall. Hearing the commotion, that scumbag Jupe, he thought. His scheming caused chaos even after his death. The lieutenant was trying to placate the angry mob. He pleaded for them to calm down, but his words fell on deaf ears. A nearby corporal smirked. So, Commander Kim Gangang hadn't abandoned them after all. Sending the lieutenant was a timely move. But a civilian shouted, "Why should we trust you? A rescue squad of only 6 people. Is this some kind of sick joke? How can you possibly save us all? You don't even have a plan." At that moment, Hyanuk strode forward. His voice cut through the noise. "What is all this commotion? Don't you understand? If the second wave hits, you will all perish here." "How can we trust you?" the man yelled back. "You forced us into this corner." Hyanuk's gaze hardened. "Do you have any other choice but to trust us?" His words struck like a thunderclap. The entire hall fell silent. Every guard, every soldier, stared at him in awe. He continued, "The guards have been risking their lives to protect you. Is that not enough?" The civilians exchanged uneasy glances, their anger deflating. "I ask you," he challenged, "are there any among you willing to lay down your life for another?" The lieutenant, furious, pointed a trembling finger at him. "You idiot," he seethed. "How dare you speak to civilians that way? And where have you been this whole time?" Hyanuk met his glare without flinching. His reply was calm, yet earth-shattering. "I was busy. Closing the second gate." The words hung in the air. Junmo's face lit up with hope. The vice commander was speechless. Manu whispered, "Just as expected." Of an S rank. A dissenter screamed, "You mean you closed it alone? Stop lying to our faces." But Hyanuk simply ignored him. His own voice boomed over the crowd, taking command. "The second wave is coming. All civilians, find cover now." He then turned to the soldiers. "Guards and squad leader." "You're with me." Manu immediately straightened. "Yes, sir." Hyanuk barked more orders. "The rest of you, barricade the entrance with anything you can find. Chairs, tables, anything. Get to it." The lieutenant could only watch, grinding his teeth in fury. Why? Why is everyone listening to him? He couldn't even get a word in. Was this truly the Hyanuk he knew? Just then, Junmo approached the corporal, presenting him with a blade and a spellbook. They were for the vice commander. After they offered their thanks, Hyanuk gathered everyone. "Listen up," he declared, as soldiers and guards crowded around him. He began the briefing. Those spiders from the first wave, they weren't in any of the manuals. Thanks to his metal skin and the guard's strength, they had managed to hold them back. "But something feels off," he admitted. Mingji agreed, saying he felt it too, even though they had managed. The whole situation felt strange. Hyanuk explained that this was just the first wave, and that an unfortunate matter is a multi-stage event. During the second wave, monsters that use poison could appear. Mingji gritted his teeth, annoyed. He couldn't believe not just the vice commander, but even the guards. "We're hanging on every word from this loser." The main character continued. "Given the risk, we put on gas masks in advance, no matter how big the station is. If poisonous gas spreads, the civilians are doomed. We have to lure the monsters onto the platform. Whatever it takes. Now, I'll explain the operation. When the second wave begins, I'll draw their attention and bring them out. I'll be the bait." He imagined himself sprinting away from 3 spiders, leading them directly to the platform. He then announced that the rescue squad and guards would be waiting there in ambush. They would attack from hidden positions, just like in the first wave. Their main goal was to bind the monster's legs and buy time. They would be chained to the platform with ice magic, but under no circumstances could anyone approach them directly. He then visualized the alternative. If a monster broke through to the guards, he would leap onto its back and use his ability to shatter its armor. He continued, saying that when they found an opening and he tore open the monster's armor, they were to focus all their attacks on its exposed flesh and kill it. Finally, he revealed the key part of the plan. To ensure the operation's success, the vice commander and the detachment commander would oversee everything from a higher vantage point. Mingji asked in surprise. "Me with the vice commander?" The main character explained that if the commander continuously helps him teleport with his ability, then he could focus all his mana and stamina on tearing off the monster's armor. The vice commander would then replenish his mana, allowing them to use teleportation until the very end of the battle. He looked up at the lieutenant. "Besides, You're the only person capable of recognizing and dealing with a risky situation. You are an expert in raid tactics, aren't you? Mingi smiled. With a plan like this, he thought they could do it. They might just get by with minimal losses. Hyenik smiled confidently and told him to take care of himself. He thought that with the lieutenant's teleportation, an ability from a C-rank player who had barely reached level 15, they would easily complete this task. Finally, the time came for the gates to open. All the guards and soldiers put on their gas masks and took their positions. The gate began to glow as an intense wind swirled around Hyenik. The second wave is starting, he shouted. Get ready. The system once again displayed the event's conditions, and then a massive spider crashed down from the gate with a deafening roar. Hyenik shielded his face from the blast of wind and dust, smiling, sure of his plan's success. But what he saw next destroyed all his expectations. The monster looked completely different and was twice the size. It was the Spider Queen, a boss monster, he thought in disbelief. It can't be. This is all wrong. The beast rose to its feet, its massive form almost reaching the ceiling. The system confirmed their worst fears. A boss monster had appeared. They had to defeat the queen. The corporal realized the future had changed. Then he screamed to the others at the top of his lungs, telling them to run. The lieutenant grew nervous. What was going on? They had to get the situation under control. He ordered the soldiers and guards below to stay put and keep their heads down. They had to stick to the plan they'd agreed upon. They were obligated to lure the monster away from the civilians. Meanwhile, the Spider Queen scanned her surroundings. Noticing the corpse of another spider, she clenched her teeth, furious with rage. After that, she leaned towards Hyenik and unleashed a terrifyingly loud scream. He thought to himself that the boss monster should have appeared after the second wave. The guard soldiers nearby heard the heart-rending roar and covered their ears, unable to bear the piercing sound. Hyenik, meanwhile, wondered if it was possible that the future had changed because of him. Immediately after, the boss monster swung its massive leg to crush him, but he managed to leap to the side.
Just in time, the monster's blow shattered the floor, sending debris flying. The corporal extended his hand forward, gathering his strength.
He had to focus his power. If he couldn't stop her, death awaited them all. He used his metal strike ability, aiming straight for the queen's head. The system reported that his mana was quickly draining, with 72% remaining. But he couldn't break through the spider's armor. Only cracks appeared on it. The monster looked up at him with rage-filled eyes. The system reported that metal strike had failed. The enemy's steel was stronger than his ability. Because of this, the main character felt a chill run down his spine. The spider immediately whipped one of its bladed limbs towards him. There was a spike on the end. A second before the sharp tip reached him, he used a combination of metal abilities. Pushing himself off his feet, he shot slightly upward, narrowly avoiding the blow. Because of this, the queen hit a roof support and instantly destroyed it. The main character realized the monster had demolished the support in a single blow. There was no way a normal steel physique enhancement could withstand that kind of force. Looking at the broken column, an idea suddenly sparked in his mind. He replayed the moment. Wait, she demolished the support. Meanwhile, the spider tried to hit him with its spike again, but he noticed it in time and once more used a combination of abilities, spinning in the air to jump to the side. He then charged forward, straight towards the monster. He frowned, thinking that the chance was small, but it was the only one they had. The queen, his presence dwarfing hers, as the lieutenant screamed, "Are you insane? What are you doing? Get the boss outside like we agreed?" But Hyenik was lost in thought. He knew the lieutenant would see through his plan. Recalling their conversation from his past life, he stepped forward. "Tactical Officer Min," he called out. The lieutenant turned, a skeptical look on his face. "Trying to butter me up with my title. Are you?" Hyunwoo stated calmly that his teleportation was the only reason he was still breathing. Min scoffed, saying that was precisely why he became a tactical officer. In the military, that's what you call experience. A knowing smile touched the main character's lips. It's a good thing we're in the same squad. He wasn't bluffing. He really had memorized the entire tactics manual. He asked Min, "In your opinion, how much of that theory actually applies to a real battlefield?" The lieutenant had to analyze every variable. With his teleportation limited, Hyunwoo was forced to the rear. He had to master every tactical detail to use his power at the perfect moment.
In the perfect place, every decision was a desperate struggle for survival. Lieutenant Min watched the corporal, wondering, what in the world is he plotting?
While they spoke, chaos reigned inside. The monster was tearing everything apart. A system alert flashed in Hyunwoo's mind. His mana was draining rapidly, 45% remaining. Dodging the boss monster's crushing blows, weaving from side to side, he mentally reached out. "Lieutenant," he projected. With your tactical genius, you should be able to figure this out. The system warned again, 32% left. At that very instant, the spider's spine-like leg lashed out. He threw his upper body back, the tip grazing past him. The boss monster's rampage brought down another support pillar. Min's eyes widened. That's it. That crazy fool, he realized. He isn't just dodging. He's making the monster destroy the pillars. He understood the endgame now. If every support was shattered, Min ripped off his gas mask. He's insane. He turned to the vice commander. Listen to me funnel every last drop of mana you have into me. Confused, she asked what for. He replied with grim determination. I'm going to open the biggest teleportation gate I've ever created. Meanwhile, the corporal raced towards the final support, praying this gamble would pay off. The system screamed a final warning, 27% of mana remaining. The boss monster raised both its spiked arms and slammed them down with apocalyptic force. The main character was thrown into the air amidst the debris. He was stunned for a second, then instantly refocused, teleporting right to the support. The queen aimed her deadly spike right at him. Getting inside the pillar's frame, the corporal crossed his arms, gritted his teeth, and activated Steel Physique. The system blared. Limit exceeded risk of self-destruction. 3% of mana left. In the next moment, the spider struck. She smashed the support with all her might, shattering it completely. The impact sent Hyunwoo flying. A pained gasp escaped his lips as he slammed into the wall, the force cracking the concrete behind him. With the last pillar gone, the roof groaned. Cracks spread like a web as it began its slow descent. Finally, Hyunwoo thought. All the supports are broken. Soon, this whole place will come down. I can't let it escape. He forced his battered body to move, making himself the perfect bait. Meanwhile, the lieutenant poured his energy into the portal, shouting, You madman, get out of there, now! Chunks of the ceiling rained down. The spider ignored the collapse. Its eyes locked on its prey. A small portal shimmered to life under its massive leg. Doesn't he get it? Min roared. The moment I activate this, he'll be buried alive. I can't hold it any longer. Breathing heavily, the corporal yelled back. Do it. If you hesitate, we all die. Hearing this, the lieutenant cursed and unleashed his spell. The portal under the Spider Queen exploded in size. The ground vanished beneath her. She plunged through the gate, landing hard on the railway tracks below. The beast immediately scrambled to its feet and looked up. Just as the roof began to fall, a triumphant grin spread across Hyunwoo's face. I knew you could do it. You're amazing, comrade, he whispered. With a deafening roar, the station roof collapsed, burying the boss monster under tons of rubble. The lieutenant could only mutter, That idiot, as Suna cried out, the corporal's name in terror. It reminded him of the past. After another brutal fight, he stared at the fallen. We lost too many, he'd said. Am I truly qualified to be a commander? She turned, her face unreadable. After a long silence, she finally spoke his name. He looked up. She grabbed his uniform, her eyes blazing. You pathetic idiot, she snapped. Are you going to whine forever? Competence, who's supposed to? Just hand it to you. Do you still not believe in yourself? In response, he could only shake his head, ashamed. Hyunwoo remembered that moment vividly. Right as the station caved in around him, completely spent, he gave up the fight. I'm sorry, everyone, he thought, and let himself fall. Then, her voice echoed in his mind again. Yuna, he'd asked, confused. He waited, to hear what she would say next. She smiled gently. Don't try to carry the world alone. When you're struggling, look at the people around you. Look into the eyes of those who believe in you and follow you. Suna's shout pulled him from the memory. He opened his eyes to see he was falling straight into the rescue portal. The vice commander was below, her arms outstretched to catch him. His eyes widened in shock. He shot through the shimmering gate, and she caught him. Arg! Min screamed, pouring the last of his strength into keeping the portal open. The moment the vice commander secured the corporal, he finally let it collapse. They had saved him just seconds before the roof caved in completely. Outside the dome, news of the boss's appearance had spread. Battalion commander, a soldier yelled. Every media outlet is reporting on the boss monster. A panic was brewing. The press demanded to know what measures were being taken. He gritted his teeth, nervously adjusting his cap. A man approached, Hana, and whispered, The director and vice president said your position isn't so difficult that you can't handle your duties. She shot back, her voice laced with ice. The very people you call true friends came at me like a pack of wild animals. If that's how they want to play, I'll answer in kind and unleash true chaos. Hearing this, Kang turned. His eyes met hers in a look of pure displeasure. She didn't flinch. Don't stare. Her like that? After a tense silence, she sighed. I'll call him. She pulled out her phone, nervously biting her nails as she considered her next move. She was his superior, after all. She dialed the number for the one they called Mad Dog. At the same time, the dome was collapsing into chaos as Sun began healing the corporal. Do you have a death wish? She snapped, her voice thick with worry. She honestly thought he was about to die. He didn't answer, a grim realization crossing his face, the future. It had changed. All the crucial information he possessed was now useless. He couldn't rely on any of it. What should he do now, Sonho? Deeply concerned, continued the treatment. The lieutenant, gritting his teeth in fury, finally exploded. You bastard, he roared, grabbing him by the collar. What was that? How dare you? Act on your own. If it wasn't for sheer luck, we'd all be dead. Do you get that? Our entire strategy is built on trust. Trust your squad members. And stick to the damn plan. That's how this works, or do you think your ego is the best way out of this? It's not. Don't you even believe in your own comrades? Hearing those words, he recalled a voice from his past. Sometimes, you just need to believe. At that, he smirked. Sonya cut in, telling the lieutenant now wasn't the time. The main character thanked them both. Now I understand what to do next, he declared. The lieutenant was stunned. What do you mean? He demanded. The vice commander finished her healing, and he rose to his feet, feeling his strength return. The boss will appear any second, but I have a plan. The lieutenant's eyes widened. Are you planning to act alone again? We need to stick to the tactics, even with your steel physique. The corporal cut him off. This plan, he said with a grin, requires lightning, and for everyone to work together. He turned to the soldiers and guards assembled below. Listen to me carefully, he shouted, his voice echoing. The key to defeating this boss is Private Park Junmo. Hearing this, the private looked up in absolute shock. Are you talking about me? He stammered. Meanwhile, outside, the battalion commander faced a wall of reporters. One of them fired the first question.
We have information about a boss monster. What's the status of the civilians inside the station? We demand an official statement from the military.
The commander lowered his head. I will briefly share the information currently available. A second rescue squad has been sent inside to undertake this perilous task, a journalist yelled out. A boss monster is in there, and you sent in a low-level detachment, whose members are no higher than level 15. Are you planning to overwhelm it with numbers? Back inside. The boss monster let out a furious roar, trying to shatter its prison. The queen leaped back, dodging falling rocks before letting out a horrifying scream, releasing a devastating sound wave. The vice commander and Hyanuk clenched their teeth, their eyes squeezed shut against the violent blast of wind. Meanwhile, the Spider Queen began to spin rapidly on her axis, then froze, tilting her head to the sky. She had spotted the massive ball of water hovering above. Now, Hyanuk ordered, launch the water bombs. The support team emerged from hiding and unleashed their spell. The massive balloon burst, drenching the spider in a cascade of water that flooded across the floor. The monster was completely soaked. Begin the reinforcing magic circle, the guard commander ordered. His team obeyed instantly, weaving their power. They created a dual-layered magic circle right in front of Junmo. Hyanuk then shouted, Use shock blow now! The private raised his hammer, electricity crackling around it. He sent a torrent of lightning through the magic circle. Striking the monster head-on, the water amplified the effect. Spreading the current across the spider's entire body, it reared its head back, growling in pure agony. The private struck again and again, but the strain was becoming unbearable. I can't hold on much longer, he yelled.
Can you hold out until I form a larger ice circle? Hyanuk shouted back. Suddenly, a powerful male voice boomed through the chamber. Everyone, stop!
The sheer pressure in that voice forced the guards and soldiers to their knees. Lieutenant Min, along with the entire attacking group, collapsed to the floor. Meanwhile, a reporter grilled the commander. Are you really trying to stop a boss monster with low-level soldiers? Don't you care about these senseless sacrifices? The battalion commander calmly replied. That rescue squad includes an S-rank player with no level restrictions. The king of strength, Hang Taeson. He knew that Taeson alone would be more than enough. Inside, the main character finally saw him. The man the entire world called the king of strength, ranked 2nd in Korea and 9th in the world. Flexing his fists, he strolled towards the monster. Thanks for your efforts, he said dismissively.
I'll take it from here. The rest of you can take a nap or go home. Hyanuk grinned. This was the true, overwhelming power of an S-rank player.
The lazy tiger had finally arrived. As far as he knew, Taeson never suffered from false modesty. Simply put, his victory was guaranteed. Since the future had changed, he couldn't trust his old information. His original plan was to make the best of it, even if he had to refuse. The reward and wait here for 5 hours. But he never expected Hang Taeson to show up with such perfect timing. In his previous life, they only succeeded because an S-ranker with no level restrictions showed up at the very last minute. The reward for this quest granted him the title, Invincible Fighter, and the hidden item, the secret armor of the Mad Liar. But this time, he thought with a grin, everything will be different. He gave a silent thanks. Now, he wouldn't have to refuse the reward. He would claim that legendary item for himself. Meanwhile, Taeson summoned his weapon. Metal fire guns materialized over his hands. The monster lunged, but he simply raised a hand, effortlessly stopping the devastating blow. So this is the best a boss monster can do, huh? He asked, his weapon glowing brightly. A stream of powerful energy shot out from it. The blast threw the queen backwards, slamming her into the barrier. The shockwave forced the soldiers to cover their heads as Taeson looked on, slightly surprised to see not a single scratch on his opponent. The spider growled. Heh, you're stronger than you look, he commented. This might actually make me break a sweat. With those words, he vanished, rushing towards the monster in a blur of wind and flame. In an instant, he was upon it. He stormed past the queen, getting right into her face, declaring she was only digging her own grave as he drew back his fist to strike, with his weapon. And she staggered back, her footing shattered by the blow. A shockwave erupted, and the very ground beneath the others began to tremble. The vice commander rushed to Hyunwoo's side, helping him up. I've infused you with some mana as you asked, she said. But are you sure about this? You should be getting treatment. He just smiled, assuring her he was fine. Don't worry, he promised. I won't do anything reckless. With that, he walked to the edge of the platform. She stared in disbelief as he took a fearless leap into the fray. Below, the lieutenant could only shout, "What is he thinking?" Down below, the King of Power grinned, unleashing a relentless new assault. He hammered the Spider Queen from every angle, his blows a devastating storm. The armor on her chest finally began to splinter, and the plate on her head shattered completely. This was his chance. The main character unleashed his ability, psychically grabbing the cracked armor. Taeson watched in shock. In that instant, Hyunwoo activated metal strike shards of armor exploded outwards, mixing with the monster's blood in a gruesome spray. The King of Power leaped back, creating distance. A system window flashed before Hyunwoo mana remaining. 133%. Roaring in agony from the devastating hit, the monster thrashed wildly. Hyunwoo closed the distance, coming face to face with the furious Taeson. Who the hell are you? He snarled. You got a death wish. Everyone was ordered to stay put, Hyunwoo shot back. Isn't this deal a little shameless, even for an S-ranker? Taeson's eyes blazed. What did you say? What deal? Hyunwoo didn't flinch. You're the one who interfered in our fight, Taeson scoffed. You couldn't have handled it without me anyway. What kind of moron are you? But the main character ignored him. Extending his arm, he aimed his blade directly at the monster's weak spot. Taeson readied his stance, his voice dripping with rage. How dare you use your cheap tricks on me? He burst forward, charging towards the creature. Hyunwoo yelled after him. We survived until the mortal threat was gone. Then you show up at the last second, trying to play the hero. I won't let you steal this item. Taeson was already closing in on the floating blade, trying to outpace it. He roared, pushing his speed to the absolute limit. He leaped, aiming to strike the monster's chest alongside the blade. But Hyunwoo poured every ounce of his will into controlling his weapon, pushing it faster. And a moment later, his blade pierced the boss's core. Taeson's own strike landed just under the queen's jaw. Hyunwoo's blade began to glow, sending arcs of energy through the monster's body. A searing fireball materialized above its head. The King of Power shot past the monster, and just as he cleared the blast radius, the orb detonated. Flames consumed the Spider Queen entirely. The resulting shockwave was so immense. The main character had to shield his head from the force. The system's voice rang out. The boss. Monster has been defeated. All regional restrictions are now lifted. Reporters began shouting into their mics for everyone to see. The boss was defeated in less than 5 minutes after the King of Power's arrival. The barrier shattered, and the sound of the explosion echoed across the city. Reporters on the scene exclaimed, "The dome just vanished, Seoul Station. It's in a horrific state. The devastation is so severe. We can't confirm if there are any civilian survivors." Just then, the gates burst open and people flooded out. Finally free. Their loved ones surged forward. Soldiers yelled, "You can't go in there." But a young girl, separated from her mother,
paid them no mind and ran straight to her.
"Are you okay?" she cried, grabbing her mother's shoulders. "Are you hurt?" Her mother silently pulled her into a tight embrace. "Were you scared?" she whispered. "I'm okay. I'm so sorry I made you worry." Her daughter wept with relief, hugging her back with all her might. Breaking news flashes lit up every screen. "A miracle at Seoul Station," the anchor announced. "Against all odds, every single person inside has survived. It's an unprecedented miracle. There were 0 casualties." Meanwhile, a different kind of notification appeared for Tassan. "You have slain the boss monster, the venomous metal spider queen."
Due to unusual circumstances, rewards will be distributed to all survivors. Your final rank will be determined by your contribution.
The reward would be issued accordingly. He stared at the system window, his face a mask of thunderous disbelief. Another message appeared. "You have achieved 2nd place in the final ranking. Your reward will be granted shortly." At the same time, the blade still lodged in the monster's chest began to thrum, absorbing an unknown energy. Another message, this one for Hyunwoo. "You have achieved 1st place in the final ranking. You will be granted the boss monster's slay reward." A brilliant necklace materialized in the air above him. A grin spread across his face as he snatched it. "Congratulations! You have obtained Secret Armor of the Mana Eater, McLiar." The item level was heroic. It boosts armor level during combat when filled with mana, creating a transparent shield over the skin. It's also easy to carry and store, thanks to its special effect subspace, allowing the owner to secretly store items within it. He clenched the necklace, a satisfied smile on his face. He had protected Seoul Station and secured his prize. But Taeson, seething with rage at this outcome, stomped towards him. "You insolent bastard," he growled. "You'd better start explaining yourself." Hyunwoo flinched at his menacing tone. Then, in a flash, he popped the necklace into his mouth and swallowed it. Taeson's jaw dropped. "Where is my reward?" he roared. Having secured the item, Hyunwoo turned to him coolly. "My reward? We're the ones who stopped the 2nd wave. You should be thanking me that you even got 2nd place for fighting for, a minute at most. You can keep complaining, but it won't change a thing." The King of Power's weapon ignited with pure fury. "Do I need to explain to you," he hissed, "how the system works? The final kill accounts for 7% of the total contribution. It means that no matter what anyone else did, my contribution is overwhelmingly higher. And what was that you said about a shameless deal? I was in my 6th month of secluded training when I had to rush here to save you all. To compensate for my lost time, I must obtain an item of at least heroic grade. So you're going to tell me how you plan to make it up to me." The main character chuckled darkly. This guy was unbelievable. He had the nerve to talk about lost time and compensation. To him, a man who was forced back into the army, and made to do all sorts of degrading work, all because of Taeson's power. A storm of wind and raging flames began to swirl around Hyunwoo as he gritted his teeth in fury. Through gritted teeth, "Does he even understand who he just provoked?" The corporal's voice rang out. "Taeson, calm yourself. You can talk all you want about your solitary training or your contributions. But if you were to demand fair compensation for all that time spent in the breach, no reward on Earth would be enough." "The power?" Rabbit's eyes blazed with pure rage as he lunged forward, roaring. "You insolent fool!" Hyunwoo closed his eyes, bracing for the impact. But just as the blow was about to land, a sharp voice cut through the chaos. "Taeson, what do you think you're doing?" At the sound of her voice, Taeson froze mid-strike, his fury instantly replaced by shock. The corporal opened his eyes, glancing in their direction. The battalion commander spoke sternly. "The gates are already closed." "What is the meaning of this?" Hyunwoo smirked internally. Perfect timing. He stepped forward and clasped Taeson's hand, saying, "You did an amazing job. It's truly an honor to meet you." Confused, Taeson started to ask what he meant, but Hyunwoo cut him off. "I must be going now." With that, he turned and dashed toward the commander, leaving a bewildered Ha'a and the king's forces staring after him. The corporal stopped before the commander, who asked, "Are you all right?" Hyunwoo saluted crisply, confirming, "I'm in perfect health, sir." Taeson's anger flared again. "Get back here, now!" But Ha'a stepped between them. "Calm down," she said, touching her forehead wearily. "I don't know what just happened, but you need to listen to me. The eyes of the entire nation are on us." As if on cue, several helicopters swarmed the sky above. "If you cause a scene here, no one will be able to cover this up, not even the blue flower. Do you understand?" Taeson could only clench his teeth in silent fury, realizing he was completely trapped. Suddenly, a soldier shouted, "Make way! The Brigadier General is arriving!" In an instant, a section of space began to twist and distort,
A shimmering portal tore open reality, and the general himself emerged. Jonko scanned the area, his eyes landing on the king of power.
"You're still here," he noted. "How unexpected." "Tae-san and the daughter of the Blue Flower's master is present as well," he mused. "What seems to be the problem?" she replied coolly. "What problem could there be? The gates are closed," he winked. "Of course, with the Blue Flower involved, I'm sure there are no problems at all. Right?" She gave a tight smile. This sly old fox, she thought. Jonko then walked toward his soldiers as the battalion commander greeted him. Meanwhile, Ha turned to Tae-san. "Why is the station a complete wreck?" she demanded. "Your mission was to clear the gate and prevent damage from the second wave, correct?" He gritted his teeth and looked away as she continued. "You are more than powerful enough for that." He scratched the back of his head, exclaiming, "It doesn't matter I didn't destroy the station, and I got first place," she repeated in shock. "Wait, you didn't get first place?" He turned away sharply. "I fulfilled all the conditions, so now you will have to fulfill your promise." In a flash, he launched himself high into the sky. She stared up after him, completely stunned. The great S-Rank, Tae-san, did not get first place. In a pitiful level 15 event then. Who did? Just then, the general exclaimed, "This is utter nonsense." Ha immediately spun around, her gaze meeting the corporal's. The general addressed him directly. "Military records state you can control up to 300 grams. But judging by this report, that figure is far, far higher." Ha was shocked as she finally recognized Hyun-woo. "It's that same guy," she thought. The general continued. "If there is no mistake in the records, that means you are an F-rank." Hearing this, Ha was even more astounded. The general let out a laugh. "Now isn't this fascinating?" he said. "We need to take a walk. I have some questions for you." Ha meanwhile, grabbed her head. This is giving me a migraine, she thought. Just what in the world is happening here soon? Hyun-woo was walking with the general, thinking he needed to stay on high alert. The brigadier general was not a man to be trifled with. His power had earned him the reputation of a tactical nuclear weapon, and he was an incredibly sharp man. Even the necromancer had feared him above all others, and had tried to kill him more than once. Suddenly, Jonko spoke. "Report what happened." The corporal immediately stopped and stood at attention. He knew it. Hyun-woo thought, "He suspects me because my actions went against the official records." He began his explanation. "Not long ago, after I captured my second elite monster, my abilities suddenly improved, and an achievement message appeared. It was called Rise of the Ignorant. Instead of the 300 grams you mentioned, I can now control roughly 17 kilograms. And I've gained a couple of new abilities." The general looked away, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Messages about achievements. He mused. Were certainly not as common as messages about missions. This world must not know that an F-rank player can become this strong, Hyun-woo thought. Jonko smiled. "Since you're receiving achievements, we'll consider this a golden opportunity for you." A disgusting feeling washed over the main character. The general continued. "It seems we should no longer consider you a simple F-rank player. Is your true combat skill actually S-rank? Or perhaps even higher?" Hyun-woo was shocked. This can't be happening, he thought. Does he want to dissect me? "You did an amazing job," Jonko continued. "And you deserve a reward for it. Perhaps you'd like an item?" Hearing this, the corporal sighed internally. "Thank goodness, it wasn't that." The general asked, "Magic armor, or something else. Feel free to choose for." "Yourself," Hyun-woo grinned. "Whatever I want," he thought, then said, "There is one weapon I would like to have, but I doubt that even you could get it for me." Jonko grinned back. "Even I can't. And what would that be?" Hyun-woo replied. "It is one of your valuable hero-grade items." Hearing this, the general was completely stunned. For a few seconds, there was only silence. Then, he exploded into laughter, clutching his stomach. "The nerve of steel," he roared. He slapped Hyun-woo on the chest in a friendly way and said, "We'll talk again when you bring me a walnut. Consider this a special offer, just for you." "Thank you, sir," Hyun-woo exclaimed. The general headed back, still laughing to himself. What an active young man. The corporal watched him go, his mind already racing. Just as expected from the old commander, he dodged the topic entirely. But this worked in his favor. He could remain in the shadows. Days later, after the brutal battle at the station, he was back at base. The system announced the secret armor of Manhwa, and Meliar were being consumed by the furnace of a living organism. Assimilation rate boosted by 150%. Just 16 hours and 20 minutes left, until the metal was fully absorbed. Lying on his barracks cot, he sighed. A heroic-grade item was proving hard to digest. It demanded so much time. Suddenly, Private Junmo's face filled his vision, asking if he was skipping training. Then, Choi Mi-jin, an E-rank pursuit specialist from his squad, approached with a sly grin, begging for something other than grueling physical drills. The corporal sighed. Their whining was insufferable. He lifted his jacket, revealing the bandages beneath. "Can't you see I'm injured?" he shot back, his voice laced with annoyance. "I-rank Private Choi?" Tae-sung, the sniper, just smiled. "You could just give us instructions, Corporal." Kim Jang-un, an E-rank thief, quickly agreed. "We'll follow your orders to the letter." Another private, Park Yohan, an E-rank shaman, clapped his hands, echoing their sentiment. Looking at their faces, Hyun-wook remembered everything. After that life-or-death struggle, he had finally earned their trust. Just then, the door creaked open, and Private An Min-jun, the E-rank tank, stepped inside. He saluted sharply, reporting that he'd been discharged from the military hospital and was ordered back to the support detachment. In an instant, Hyun-wook was on his feet, moving towards him. Future rewards were one thing, but some things were far more precious. He pulled the private into a firm hug, thanking him. Confused, the private asked why. In his mind, the corporal thought, "I'm grateful you came back alive." But out loud, he just said he was glad. He'd made it back for the start of training. A faint blush colored Min-jun's cheeks. He was still bewildered by the sudden embrace. Hyun-wook threw an arm over his shoulder and, with the rest of his squad, headed for the training grounds. He knew now. With these guys at his back, he had a rear guard he could truly rely on. A wave, the sudden mass opening of gates in one area. Soon, such a wave would crash over Seoul, and he was the only one who knew it was coming. Could he stop this catastrophic tide alone? Could these soldiers even survive it? He now knew the answer. A definitive no. He couldn't do it alone. He needed allies. The ones by his side had to become stronger. It was the only path to saving them all. Arriving at the training center, Junmo nervously pointed out, "Corporal, C rank and below aren't allowed in here. This isn't a place for grunts like us." Hyun-wook grabbed him by the collar. "You're the ones who begged for a real training session." The private stammered, "But, starting with this," the main character's face hardened. He shoved Junmo to the floor. "You all survived a hellish ordeal, so why are you still so terrified? Besides, everyone but you leveled up this time," he added. Junmo argued they were just providing rear support, but should have handled it themselves. Hyun-wook's lips curled into a smirk. "Really? Then this time, I'll be your support." The private's eyes lit up. "You mean it?" As the training center doors slid open, a terrifying, inky blackness greeted them. Frozen in place, none of them dared to step inside. A wave of pure dread washed over the squad. Hyun-wook shoved them forward. "What's wrong with you? Get in there, now!" They stumbled a few steps into the darkness. As soon as they were inside, the main character's grin widened, and he slammed the door shut. The sound of grinding metal echoed behind them. They whipped around in a panic. They hammered on the doors, shouting, "Corporal, wait! This is impossible! Let us out!" Meanwhile, Hyun-wook held the doors from the outside. "Performance training," he thought with a wicked smile. "Begins now." With that, he headed for the base's convenience store. Inside, a group of female soldiers at a table stopped eating and started whispering as he entered. "Hey," one nudged her friend. "That's the corporal. He's that F-rank from the blockade operation? The one from that disaster?" Her friend leaned in, intrigued. "Really, I imagined some huge, burly guy." Hyun-wook ignored them, browsing the shelves. He needed to get some snacks to boost the guy's morale after their ordeal. Suddenly, his ear tingled. Was someone talking about him? At that exact moment, Lieutenant Yoon-ha walked in, ordering Sergeant Sun-wook and Kim Soo-ho to buy enough food for every company's personnel. They snapped to attention, and as her gaze swept the room, it landed on Hyun-wook. "Shouldn't you be in independent training right now?" she asked. He saluted her, explaining he was buying energy supplements for his comrades. Seon-wook and Soo-ho walked past, their eyes locked onto him. Hyun-wook caught the sergeant's glare. "Is this idiot starting trouble again?" he thought. Then his eyes met Soo-ho's. She looked strangely familiar. Yoon-ha cut in. "Did you receive the Revolt of the Ignorant achievement?" He confirmed it, and for a split second. Soo-ho froze. The lieutenant stepped closer. "The report mentioned your unusual success, but I think you're hiding something more." He gave a wry smile, a nervous energy building inside him. "What could I possibly be hiding?" She narrowed her eyes. "In strange situations, you act like you know the outcome. It's as if you have information we don't, or perhaps a hidden purpose." The main character's mind raced. Does she actually know something? He played dumb, raising an eyebrow. I'm not sure what you're implying, Lieutenant. Suddenly, Suho yelped. I wasn't talking to you. Seon-wook held up his hands defensively. I didn't say anything. She deactivated her ability, realizing she wasn't talking to him. Her gaze shot upward as a base-wide announcement crackled to life. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook, please report to the battalion commander's office immediately. The message repeated. Yoon-ha sighed. What terrible timing. He looked at her, confused, as she leaned in closer. Don't forget, she warned, her voice low. I don't know what you're planning, but I'm watching you. You can go now. Understood, he replied curtly. He wished her a good day and left the store. Once outside, he let out a huge sigh of relief. Finally got away from her, he thought. I need to avoid that stubborn woman, Dallas, for just a little while longer. But then, a summons. Days before the promotion ceremony, he walked into the main office building, and as he neared the commander's office, he could hear heated voices. The battalion commander's voice rose in protest. You can't call this a test. If we send them in there, it's a death sentence. Despite the tense argument, Hyun-wook knocked. Given permission, he stepped inside and gave a crisp salute. Commander, you called for me, he began, but his words caught in his throat. The brigade general was here. The sight of him sent a jolt of surprise through Hyun-wook.
Jonko's eyes locked onto him. Ah, you've arrived. The commander tried to speak, but the general silenced him with a simple gesture.
I'll explain everything, the general stated. A few days ago, a red gate tore open in Shunan territory. A blue flower squad has already been dispatched. Inside that gate, the guild players descended into chaos. As if possessed by a manic rage, they began turning on each other. A player screamed, Get a hold of yourselves. We're from the same guild. What in the hell are you doing? But his pleas fell on deaf ears. One of his own guildmates lunged at him. He scrambled away, yelling, They've all gone mad, stark raving mad. But his crazed comrades were too fast. They dragged him back into the fray, his face a mask of pure terror. The general's voice was grim. As of today, we've confirmed the 3rd Blue Flower Reinforcement Squad has been completely annihilated. The Red Gate has been classified as a problematic level 3. After 3 failed raids, the organization finally admitted they lacked the manpower and requested a joint operation. Hearing this, Hyun-wook's mind raced. He stared blankly ahead. Nothing like this had ever happened in his past life. The general continued. The entry conditions are strict level 18 or below, and a maximum of 30 players. It's a zombie dungeon, and escape is impossible until the boss is defeated. The corporal's expression instantly hardened. A necromancer. It couldn't be. Was the commander of the Army of the Dead already making his move? The general scoffed. The AR Guild sacrificed a whole team of talented rookies and still couldn't clear it. Dungeons are a guild's job, so technically, our units have no reason to intervene. A sly smile spread across his face. However, I believe you are uniquely suited for this task. General Gang protested again, his face pale with disagreement. But Jonko shot him a look that could freeze fire, and the commander fell silent. The general's gaze returned to the corporal. So, can you handle it? This was new. This timeline was already diverging. And if zombies were involved, then a necromancer was almost a certainty. He had to go. I'll do my best, Hyun-wook replied. Hearing this, the commander looked stunned, but the general's smile widened. I knew it. You've got guts. The main character's eyes narrowed slightly. There was something he needed first. With my current equipment, entering a red gate is a tall order, he stated, turning to the general. A confident smile played on his lips. Do you remember our conversation from last time? If you give me fail not, I will guarantee a successful raid. Fail not. The single-use arrow. That could never miss, wielded by Tristan in the Legends of King Arthur. Its power was absolute, possessing incredible accuracy and a magic-dispelling effect. But it could only be used once, even for a brigade general. Such an item was a final trump card. But for a man who could control metal, the story was completely different. The general's brow furrowed, then broke into a wide grin. In that case, this is a deal, not
a favor. You will bear the full weight of responsibility if you fail. Hyun-wook's smile never wavered. High risks, high rewards. Sending a squad leader on a dungeon raid is one thing, but sending a mere soldier? He was playing a deeper game. It had to be about his rivalry with the Blue Flowers Guildmaster. If he, an ordinary soldier, succeeded where their elites failed, it would be a monumental victory. And if he failed, it wouldn't tarnish the military's reputation, since they were only acting as support. His success would silence the critics who called the AMT useless.
and win the general his war of nerves against the Blue Flower Guild. Excellent, Junko declared. Fail not is yours. Hyunwook knew the outcome didn't matter. This was a win-win scenario for the brigade general. Since you'll be busy,
We'll postpone your promotion from junior sergeant to sergeant. Hyunwook met his gaze. He had no intention of being a disposable pawn. Sir, fail not was the reward you already promised me. If this raid is a success, I'd like to request
another reward. Jonko's expression was clear. Succeed first, then we'll talk. Prove yourself, he promised. And I will listen. Yes, sir, thank you, Hyunwook declared loudly. I will clear this raid, no matter the cost. Later, the door to his squad's training room slid open. They had already taken care of the monster inside. Sergeant, you're back, one of them called out. You're a little late. A C-rank training ground is nothing to us now. They were beaming with pride. We can handle anything you throw at us. Hyunwook gave them a wide grin. Good, then get ready. Their confident expressions faltered. He looked at them with deadly seriousness. Support squad, we're heading out on our first solo mission. A stunned silence fell over the room. Janmo stammered. What? Did you just say? This was beyond anything they had ever dreamed of. 2 days later, their squad rumbled down the road in a military truck. All right, listen up, Hyunwook shouted. It's a zombie dungeon, so we're using bullets enchanted with holy power. The recoil is much stronger than standard rounds, so handle them with care. This isn't training anymore, stay sharp, in perfect sync, the soldiers roared back. Sir, yes sir. Janmo leaned in. Sergeant, did you really bring? Fail not. Hyunwook just smiled. Don't you worry about that. He pulled up his sleeve, revealing the legendary arrow strapped to his arm. Soon, the truck
rolled to a stop before the ominous, pulsating red gate in the sim area. A soldier called out, "Attack party, prepare to disembark," as his squad began to unload their gear.
Sergeant, we have a pre-entry briefing, the soldier reported. You must follow me. Hyunwoo nodded, telling Janmo to stay vigilant and keep watch. He gives a curt nod, accepting the terms. Nearby, a squad mate mutters, Private M, you seeing this? They glare at the knights, the air crackling with hostility. One of the knights scoffs to his commander. Sir, I heard they're the AMT support unit. Nothing but enlisted grunts, the lowest of the low. Are we really expected to fight alongside such dead weight? He sneers. Even worse, what if they find out about the search operation? The commander's voice is sharp. Watch your tongue. The knight immediately covers his mouth, apologizing. But Hyunwook heard it all. A search operation, he wonders. What are they really after? The knight commander declares, once we're inside, we ditch them. We proceed alone. His subordinate nods. Yes, however. We might not make it out alive. The commander's face is grim. In there, everyone is at risk. We must defend ourselves. There are no other options. Sometime later, Hyunwook enters an office to find Hwa-yeon standing alone. He asks, Isn't there a meeting here? She begins walking toward him, silent. Her voice is like ice. I knew you would come last time. You somehow hid your F-Rank and took my business card. So that's it. Hyunwook thinks. The fact she couldn't gauge my rank wounds her pride. He replies coolly, I never asked for it. Enough about the past, Hwa-yeon snaps. In this raid, you are merely support. Once we enter the gate, you will do nothing that could possibly interfere. You will stay out of my guild's way. I called you here just to make that clear. So this is why Blue Flower agreed to help, he realizes. She thinks we're just baggage. Does she truly believe I will simply obey? He challenges her. My squad has the same right to clear this raid as your guild. Correct? Hwa-yeon glares.
Are you suggesting you intend to fight the boss monster? She asks, a smirk playing on her lips. You're certainly brave, for an F-rank hunter. Hyunwook cuts her off. Why not? Are you afraid we'll succeed? A loud, mocking laugh escapes her. She lowers her head to compose herself, then apologizes without sincerity. Are you counting on...
Another stroke of luck, like at the station? Hyunwook steps closer, his gaze unwavering. That wasn't luck. Hwa-yeon's expression turns deadly serious. You must have a death wish, she hisses. Then why don't you go in first? Although, no, you can't do that. She turns away dismissively. 3 of the top 100 prospects in the country are in this raid. Just try to stay out of the way. Hyunwook was stunned. She didn't react to the provocation. She's hiding something about this so-called search operation. He calls out, Hey, Hae-do? She turns back, annoyed. My name is Catherine, she corrects him. Hyunwook smirks. Then how about a wager if my squad finds the boss monster before your guild? You'll give me what I asked for.
Hwa-yeon's smile turns predatory. You have no idea what it means to make a deal with me. She purrs. If you lose, your life belongs to me.
Deal. Hyun-wook agrees instantly. I don't know what you're hiding, but whatever secret this gate holds, I will be the one to claim it. Later, as everyone gathers before the gate, a voice shouts, "The Blue Flower Guild is entering first." Everyone, prepare! At the order, the knights on the front line raise their shields. Their commander barks. We clear the entry zone before those soldiers arrive. Be ready to move. The Blue Flower Guild is entering. AMT attack team will enter 3 minutes after them. Hyun-wook puts a reassuring hand on Private Min's head. Are you nervous? He asks. The soldier looks up, determined. Sergeant, I'm fine. Hyun-wook addresses his team, his voice a commanding presence. Concentrate, do exactly as we trained. And control your breathing. A unified roar responds. Sir, yes sir. He gives the final command. AMT, move in. They file through the shimmering portal one by one. They emerge into a twisted, corrupted space. A soldier's eyes fly open in sheer terror at the sight before them. The proud knight commander who had just entered was already a zombie, savagely attacking his own men. Hyun-wook clamps a hand over a soldier's mouth, silencing a scream of shock. They watch in horror as knights battle each other, their cries for help echoing in the hellscape. A knight, not yet turned, stares at his commander's undead form. Sir, he whispers, trembling with a paralyzing fear, unable to do anything but watch the nightmare unfold. He finally plunges his sword into his commander, but the creature bites him in return. Hyun-wook signals his soldiers with swift hand gestures, and together, they silently skirt the edge of the carnage. After moving a short distance, a deafening roar freezes them in their tracks. They look up in horror at a colossal monster turning toward them. The soldiers are paralyzed by the sight. The massive beast turns fully, stretching its multitude of arms in their direction. Hyun-wook's rifle cracks the silence. Attack team, open fire! He roars. The system alerts him. A boss monster, the zombie king, has appeared. The whole squad obeyed his command. They immediately opened fire on the massive monster, but their bullets were useless. Hyun-wook notices. Is that a barrier? He calls out. Tae-young, you have to do it now. He raises his rifle, aiming at the monster's head. His mind flashes back to a day during training. He raised his hand. Sergeant, I have a question. Hyun-wook nodded. You can ask, Tae-young continued. We know modern firearms can't do much damage to monsters, so why are we learning to use them? They don't have the destructive power of high-ranking players, Hyun-wook confirmed. You're right, critical damage is impossible. Even using holy bullets against the main monsters in a dungeon, at best, the bullets are like rubber to them. But the reason we rely on them is for the attack's noise. The soldiers were surprised. Did you say the noise, Hyun-wook explained. In short, zombies have atrophied all their senses except hearing. While firearms won't kill them, they can completely disorient them. The soldiers looked at him, their surprise turning to understanding. They listened intently. In that case, they won't be able to determine our location, Tae-young then asked. But what if the zombies in that dungeon have other well-functioning sensory organs? Hyun-wook's face was grim. Then our chances of succeeding are low. Most of the party will turn into zombies. And when they start killing each other, all hell will break loose. Back in the present, Tae-young creates a target from his energy, which affixes to the monster as he begins to fire his weapon. It hits the monster's head, but does no damage. The beast tries to shield itself from the barrage with its hands, but the soldiers' relentless assault continues. MJ and M-ho were called. They hurled a pair of grenades at the monster's feet. Instantly, arcane enchantments blazed to life across their surfaces. The resulting explosion was immense, staggering the colossal beast. Min-kyu, the squad's tank, threw up a powerful shield, protecting everyone from the blast. Suddenly, the giant monster began to discorporate, its form dissolving into particles of light that flew off into the unknown. The soldiers could only stare in shock at the bizarre sight. The raw energy that was once the monster swirled toward a group of infected knights lingering nearby. The moment it touched them, their transformation was complete. With terrifying speed, the knights charged straight for Hyun-woo. MJ Sumo Kang in. Switch magazines now, he commanded, as soon as they were done. He took their weapons with his telekinesis. 4 rifles hovered in the air, held by an invisible force, all aimed at the charging horde. He unleashed a hailstorm of bullets, tearing into the zombies who
were closing in fast. He then sent the weapons flying to the side, and the mindless zombies immediately gave chase. Kang-in stood frozen for a moment, watching the monsters pursue the
flying rifles, but his gaze was suddenly snatched by a glittering object dropped by one of the knights. His instincts screamed. That item was at least rare grade.
Someone tossed a grenade high into the air. The explosion instantly drew the attention of every monster in the vicinity. A second grenade followed, and the horde mindlessly ran
toward the sound of the blasts. The distant boss monster turned its head, its roar unleashing a wave of pure, debilitating energy. The soldiers buckled under the pressure. "My legs are giving out," one gasped, thinking he was about to die. It seemed the immediate crisis had passed, chased. For now, Hyunwoo mused that they'd avoided disaster by sticking to the plan. But something felt wrong. The number of zombies was far less than he'd anticipated. And more importantly, why was the boss monster's name garbled in his status window? "Stay sharp, everyone," he ordered. "The dungeon isn't cleared yet. We need to get out of here." As the squad moved out, a figure stood on a nearby peak, watching them from the shadows. The man spoke to the serpent coiled around his body. "Now, look at that." He followed the squad with his eyes, a cruel smile playing on his lips. "It seems some interesting guests have arrived." Hyunwoo continued his cautious advance through the dungeon, a deep sense of unease growing within him. There was nothing here. No buildings, no zombies, just an eerie, desolate emptiness. He had cleared countless dungeons, but he'd never seen a place so unnervingly strange. Suddenly, his unique ability flared to life. Something was behind him, an unfamiliar metallic signature, and it was moving. Hyunwoo channeled energy into his fingertip and with a sharp flick, unleashed his power. He controlled the knife he'd launched, guiding it straight towards the presence he'd sensed. A man's voice cried out in panic. "Stop! I beg you! Spare me!" The knife halted, its tip a mere inch from the man's throat. I'm human," he stammered, hands raised high as the soldiers aimed their weapons at him. "I was just hiding. I thought you were zombies." He claimed to be a survivor from the 3rd Squad. His name was Kim Tae-pyo, a member of the Blue Flower Guild, D rank, with a sniper specialization and stealth as his main ability.
Hyunwoo lowered his weapon, his mind racing. So this was the lone survivor they'd heard about. Tae-pyo suddenly collapsed from exhaustion, breathing heavily. He apologized and begged, Can
you spare some water and food?" At that very moment, in the Blue Flower Guild's temporary command center, a man burst in. "Chief," he shouted, "the Gowan organization just sent a secret letter of cooperation to all major guilds. It must be because they sent regular soldiers on this raid." Hwayeon bit her nails nervously. "And what does it say?" The man read from the letter. "The player who recovers the body of the chairman's grandson and the hero-grade Spear of Achilles from the 2nd Joint Raid will receive 80 billion won as a reward, plus major sponsorship for their guild from Gowan." Back at the gate, Tae-pyo was explaining. "Our first priority was to retrieve the spear." As he spoke, Hyunwoo smiled grimly. So that was it. That's why the great Hwayeon was being so cautious. It was all for the famed spear of Achilles. Tae-pyo continued. "The chairman's 2nd grandson, Gong-hoon, failed the first raid and never returned with the spear, which is the sacred symbol of the Gowan organization." Hyunwoo understood now. So that's why they were so hostile when we joined the raid. Suddenly, one of the soldiers noticed M-ho acting strangely and asked, "What's wrong?" He just turned away, muttering, "It's nothing." Meanwhile, the man with the snake watched from afar, a look of disappointment on his face. "Is that it? I thought someone interesting had finally arrived. But they're just standing around talking." He gestured with his hand. "Let's have a little fun." Monstrous forms began to materialize beside him. Hyunwoo's senses screamed. What was that feeling? His ability began detecting dozens of metallic signatures. 70 of them. No. In an instant, the number exploded to 120. The snake wielder continued his summons, an army of monsters gathering around him. Hyunwoo's eyes widened in disbelief. Their numbers are multiplying at an impossible rate. This was a death trap. "Everyone," he roared, "prepare for Plan C." The soldiers looked at him, their faces pale with shock. "Min-jae, M-ho, get the equipment, now." They immediately threw off their backpacks and began rummaging through them. They opened the packs, revealing they were filled to the brim with metal spheres. "Use your potions," Hyunwoo commanded. The soldiers complied, instantly downing their elixirs. Tae-pyo stared, completely bewildered by their sudden urgency. What's going on? The potions they drank were Manar regular, which would continuously replenish mana for 5 minutes, and HP star regular, restoring stamina for 6 minutes. Hyunwoo clenched a fist, feeling mana surge through him. He called out to Junmo, but got no answer. He called again, striding over to give him his orders. Do you understand? He asked sternly. The private nodded grimly. Yes, sir, understood. Taepyo, completely ignored, finally raised his voice. Can anyone hear me? He ran towards them, his face etched with worry. What? Is this Plan C? I need to know what's happening. One of the soldiers gave him a grim look. We're escaping. If you don't want to end up as zombie chow, you'll follow us. Taepyo's jaw dropped. What do you mean? Just then, a deafening roar echoed through the dungeon as a massive horde of monsters appeared, charging
towards them like a tidal wave. He spun around, his face a mask of pure terror at the sight. Hyunwoo raised his hands, his magic pulling the hundreds of metal balls from their packs.
Attack team, he yelled. Evacuate the area now. The man with the snake watched the scene unfold with a contemptuous smirk. Is this their best plan to sacrifice one of their own comrades? Unfazed, he stands his ground as a monster horde stampedes past, sneering. Your sacrifice is pointless if you die in the next second. He drops into a fighting stance, taking a deep breath. As the squad retreats, Tep glances back, shouting. Is Plan C just abandoning him and running? Isn't that just reckless? But Junmo matches his pace, yelling back. The sergeant developed this tactic himself, trust him. He's not the kind of man who would ever lose. Meanwhile, Hyunwoo becomes a blur, diving straight into the monster horde, his metal orbs dancing around him. The beasts barely register his presence as he weaves through their ranks. One of the creatures takes a hit from a single metal ball. The impact is minor, leaving the monster confused. But then, Hyunwoo channels energy into his eyes, activating a skill upon that very orb. Instantly, magical energy envelops the metal sphere. A spell triggers, and a devastating blast obliterates the creature. One after another, the orbs attached to the monster's heads detonate. He wages a one-man war against the horde. From the high ground, the mysterious man watches with mild interest. Iron beads infused with divine power. So that's why he chose to stay.
But that noise, it's going to drive the other zombies mad. Just as he predicts, a colossal monster, its attention once held by grenades, hears the distant explosions.
Its head, along with the entire surrounding horde, snaps toward the sound. With a deafening roar, the Titan prepares to charge. At that same moment, Hyunwoo stands amidst the fallen monsters. Suddenly, his instincts scream at him. Among the cacophony of the undead, he senses a metallic presence on a completely different level. His eyes lock onto the hill. Is that a person standing there? As two more monsters charge him, his mind races. Is this the true villain? A wave of shock hits him as he recognizes the face. It can't be. Is that really him? Before he can process it, two more monsters are on him, weapons raised. They strike down with overwhelming, synchronized force. A shattered helmet flies through the air. Hyunwoo masterfully dodges the barrage of attacks. It's a sequence of abilities, he thinks. He raises his hand, gathering energy for a counter skill. As the endless horde closes in, the man on the hill scoffs. It seems I expected too much. His carefully prepared iron beads are spent, and his energy is running on empty. But then, something catches the man's eye. A glint of light. He sees countless metal shards now floating above the horde. His eyes widen. Wait, aren't those the fragments from the beads he just detonated? With a wave of his hand, Hyunwoo commands the shards. Steel rain. Freefall. A storm of metallic death rains down, shredding through the monsters before him. At that exact moment, the colossal beast begins its charge. Backed by a legion of zombie knights, it thunders forward. A spectral beast of pure energy screams, leading the assault. But suddenly, a massive grenade explosion diverts their attention, forcing them to a halt. Tep shouts into his comms. What are you doing? Wasn't the plan to sacrifice him and escape? Junmo's voice rings out. You got it all wrong. This is a decoy mission. Our real job is to lure the zombies away from the sergeant. It's what we've been doing from the start. The giant monster, bombarded by grenade explosions, can't ignore the new threat. The man on the hill watches. He sees the Titan turn and charge in the opposite direction. He covers his face, a slow chuckle escaping his lips. He wasn't the bait after all. I didn't expect them to be so well prepared. A wide, predatory smile spreads across his face. These guys might just amuse me. Hyunwoo watches him, spinning a knife with magic. He's laughing. Why is he here? Why enter the gate just to cooperate with zombies? Just then, a system window appears. Potion effect less than 50% remaining. Mana star 2 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. HP star 2 minutes, 58 seconds remaining. Time is running out. Hyunwoo's mind reels. Is he really that person? As he thinks, the man raises his hand,
and a sinister spear emerges from the mouth of a spectral snake.
With a chilling smile, he declares, "Now, I want to know what your blood tastes like. This spear will drink every last drop." He brandishes the weapon, and the snake head lets out a horrifying cackle. Hyunwoo's gaze hardens. "I'll only ask once. Are you a necromancer?" The man's smile vanishes, replaced by surprise. "How did you know about them?" Hyunwoo analyzes the reaction. "So, he's not a necromancer." The man's voice turns cold. "If you want a peaceful death, you'll tell me exactly how you know that name. Who are you?" Hyunwoo glances at the dead zombies around him. They aren't being reanimated. Combined with his reaction. "You're not a necromancer, but you're connected to them, aren't you?" The man grinds his teeth in fury. "You psycho! You really don't understand the situation you're in." In a flash, he lunges forward. "I asked how you knew about them." Hyunwoo is stunned by the sheer speed, but instinctively raises his arms to block. The impact shocks the man. He opens his mouth to speak, but stops. A system window flashes before Hyunwoo's eyes. Ability Fusion Unyielding Steel Physique. Rank C has absorbed the heroic level ability. Secret Armor of Mana. Activating new abilities. New ability unlocked Mana Shield. New ability unlocked Secret Tattoo. Third ability locked until activation. Consuming high-strength metal increases ability rank. Hyunwoo processes the information instantly. If my secret armor hadn't fused with my steel physique, my arm would have been sliced clean off. The force of the blow sends him reeling backward. He magically directs his spinning knife to strike the man from behind. But his opponent sees it coming. With a casual flick, he knocks the blade aside. "Do you think such pathetic tricks will work on me?" Hyunwoo comes to a stop, his eyes narrowed. The man then notices something.
The metal fragments still embedded in the corpses are beginning to glow. Hyunwoo throws his arms wide, energy surging. He commands the storm of shards
and unleashes them upon the man, who simply stands his ground. The snake on his spear coils around him, forming an impenetrable shield against the metallic storm. Hyunwoo can only watch in stunned silence. Every single fragment is now stuck in the snake's spectral body. He stares at his enemy, wondering what kind of monster he's truly facing. Henwick, at level 18, unleashes a strike, but the man parries it with ease. A chilling thought crosses Henwick's mind. This guy has long surpassed the limits of a red gate. In unison, they demand of each other. "How did you even get in here?" The man's face twists in fury. "You damn freak," he snarls. Henwick's eyes lock onto the man's hand. Smoke is rising from his very skin. The sight sends a jolt through him. Are the divine bead fragments burning him from within? A player harmed by divine power can only be a devourer of other players. He's a vampire. His vile tribe was responsible for destroying the AMT. "You have a real talent for getting on my nerves." He sneers, his expression full of contempt. With a flick of his wrist, he expels all the fragments. The wounds on his arm seal themselves in an instant. A terrifying, dark energy gathers at the tips and sides of his spear. It seems you have no intention of answering. Then perhaps I'll have to take a limb or two to loosen your tongue. Henwick's gaze sharpens. That ominous energy? It's the aura of a heroic grade weapon. Could that be the Spear of Achilles the Guan organization is hunting? If he unleashes its true power, not even my combined secret armor and steel physique could save me. If I don't dodge this, I will die. The system alerts him less than 60% of the potion's effect remains. Mana stars. 1 minute, 3 seconds. HP stars 2 minutes, 22 seconds. Henwick analyzes the timers. Just over 2 minutes, he thinks. I have to end this before then. The man roars. I'll make you answer me. Even if I have to rip you to shreds. He lunges forward, a blur of motion. Striking with his dark energy-infused spear, Henwick masterfully dodges the lethal attack. He commands his sword with his ability. The energy blast obliterates the terrain behind him. Using metal manipulation, he directs his blade straight at the enemy. But his assault is useless. The blade ricochets off a serpentine head that materializes to protect its master. Henwick stares, utterly shocked by the sight. He's speechless. The man scoffs, swinging his spear. I warned you, your pathetic tricks won't work on me. Once more, he unleashes a torrent of immense energy. But Henwick leaps clear just in time. A piece of his armor shatters from the impact. Damn it, he thinks. That cursed snake keeps shielding him from ranged attacks. I can't land a hit with the bead fragments. The man fires another beam of pure destructive force from his spear. Henwick evades again. His mind races. And thanks to the Spear of Achilles, close combat is suicide. The man relentlessly fires devastating blasts, but not a single one connects. How dare you speak that name, the man bellows, his rage escalating. A name you couldn't possibly know. Henwick discreetly plants a mine while dodging another beam. A smirk plays on his lips. I have no choice. Eat! It's time to play my trump card. You want to know who I am, right? I'm a soldier. Happy now. The man scoffs. What kind of nonsense is that? Just answer the damn question. His eyes drift downward, and he finally sees the mine. Henwick's smile widens. I see you never served in the military. Meanwhile, the surviving soldiers are pinned down, watching in terror as the monster horde thunders past. One soldier reaches for a grenade, but Tasik stops him. Don't do it, he shouts. This is our chance while the boss monster is distracted. Even the main assault squad couldn't handle those zombies. Henwick is probably already dead. We need to run. But Jinho refuses to believe it. He grits his teeth. The sergeant isn't someone who goes down that easily. How can you be so sure, Tasik demands. Because we're still receiving the signal. Tasik is confused. Signal? What signal? A short time ago, Henwick had approached Jinho. Before we move out, I need you to attach this anti-personnel mine to your gear. A claymore? Jinho asked, surprised. Yes, the explosion will be a signal. It means I've used up all my strength. When you see it, get your squad and hide. Back in the present, Henwick's hand hovers over the detonator. This is my chance. He triggers it. The claymore erupts in a storm of steel shrapnel, flying towards the stunned villain. A massive explosion follows. The Serpentine Guardian shrieks in agony. Henwick dives for cover, shielding himself from the blast. The man himself managed to withstand the force.
But his snake shield could not. It collapses, critically wounded. How dare you? The man roars in disbelief.
Do you really think a mere bomb could kill one of the chosen? But Henwick stands tall, aiming his bow, which glows with an intense, blinding light. He releases the arrow. It strikes the man's body with impossible speed and force. He's sent flying backwards, his legendary spear knocked from his grasp. The man is stunned. What was that? He was so fast. I couldn't even track it. A system notification appears. Item information. Fail not. Effect tracks its target with a 100% guaranteed hit and completely nullifies all magic resistance. The man desperately tries to pull the arrow out. Henwick smirks. How simple-minded. The claymore was never for you. It was for your annoying snake. This arrow was my real trump card. Don't bother trying to remove it. My power is infused within it. But don't worry, I won't kill you. Not yet. Now it's my turn to ask the questions. Meanwhile, as Tasik argued about the signal, a massive explosion rocks the battlefield, drawing everyone's attention. One of the soldiers stares in awe. He calls out to Jinho. Is that a claymore explosion? Jinho watches, his heart pounding. Sergeant, what happened? Tasik asks with a smug smile. Is this the signal you were talking about? Another soldier nods, which delights the cowardly man. See, I told you so. In a place like this, anyone left alone dies a horrible death. If we just hide and wait for backup, we can easily survive. Jinho glares at him, his face filled with disgust, and bellows his name. Tasik flinches. What is it? Jinho's voice trembles with rage. That signal means one of our comrades might have died. How dare you smile in a moment like this? The other soldiers glare at Tasik with pure contempt. He stammers. Well, of course it's sad, but for the rest of us, survival is all that matters. What are they waiting for? They need to find cover. Now. Suddenly, the very air beside them began to warp and distort. A sudden crash sends him reeling, stunning him. What in the world was that? The soldiers scan their surroundings. As impossible walls erupt from the ground beside them, a sense of dread washes over them. As a building materializes out of thin air, it rapidly forms into a massive castle, trapping their detachment inside. A system notification rings out. The castle of the Zombie King, Deo, has begun to appear. The Zombie King will slaughter all who trespass in his domain. Panic erupts. What's going on? This castle appeared from nowhere. They never saw anything like this in training. One of the soldiers points, his voice trembling. Look, zombies are spawning too. They all turn to see hordes of the undead clawing their way into existence. The main character grits his teeth, his face a mask of shock. Junmo signals for silence. He raises a fist, ordering them to hold their position. Legions of monsters shuffle slowly towards them. An undead tide. One of the soldiers, Tae, retreats with a look of pure terror, sowing confusion among the ranks. Then he breaks, sprinting away in a blind panic, shocking everyone. The noise he makes immediately draws the attention of the newly spawned zombie horde. His cowardice ignites fury in the other soldiers. Their glares could kill. The zombies let out a chilling roar and begin to charge. Open fire, Junmo bellows.
The squad immediately unleashes a storm of bullets. The soldiers are locked in a desperate battle. There's too many of them. We need to find cover, now. Meanwhile, Henwick's power pins the vampire helplessly to a tree. With the man secured, he says calmly.
Now, it's my turn to ask the questions. A mocking laugh escapes the vampire's lips. Are you going to kill me? He scoffs. Do you really think you can do it with that tiny arrow? Of course not, Henwick replies smoothly. Not without a touch of divine power, but when a vampire bleeds for too long, they experience an agony far worse than death. The vampire's arrogance vanishes. You freak, he snarls. How do you know so much? A moment later, an excruciating scream rips from his throat. The intense pain begins. Henwick smiles. Now, you will answer me. How are you connected to the second grandson of the great Gagan organization? Are you his financial backer? A look of pure rage twists the vampire's face. How dare you? You're nothing but a parasite. A lowly insect. The arrow in his shoulder sends another wave of agony through him. You have to stop this. At least you're not a liar, Henwick notes with a smirk. Keep answering honestly. Now for the important question. Do you know the identity of the necromancer? The man spits. You idiot. You really don't know anything, do you? He could be anyone. Your comrade. Or even a member of your own family. Henwick's ability snaps a knife to the vampire's throat. His voice drops, cold as ice. You're crossing a line. Do not speak of my family. Henwick analyzes him. This man clearly lives for the approval of others. But he's still not giving a straight answer. So, you've never met the necromancer in person, have you? The question hits a nerve. The vampire's face is a canvas of shock. Henwick presses on. Are you just some ordinary loser? Someone as cautious as the necromancer? Wouldn't reveal himself. Not even to an errand boy like you. He wouldn't share his grand plans. So, what are you to him? A crazed stalker. The man seethes with rage. He clenches his teeth, his voice a low growl. How dare you? You know nothing about me. You will die for that. Henwick stands perfectly calm as a snake lunges to attack him from behind. I know more than you think, he says. We've been watching each other for a long time. The man scoffs. Nonsense, he hasn't even awakened yet. With one hand, Henwick effortlessly blocks the vampire, while his other hand commands a spear, pinning the snake to the ground. That was far too obvious, but I appreciate the gift. I'll be sure to put it to good use. A new system window appears. You have acquired the Spear of Achilles. Heroic rank. A description of the item follows. Wounds inflicted by this item cannot be easily healed. Henwick considers this. If the necromancer had awakened his power, he would have definitely told this fanatic. So why is this man so loyal to someone who hasn't awakened yet? Something feels incredibly suspicious. He asks the stalker, How did you get in here? The Blue Flower Guild is guarding the gate. You couldn't have gotten through alone. The vampire glances at his ring, which pulses with a faint light, then looks back. He fires back a question of his own. Then you tell me how you got in. If you opened the gate, no one over level 18 should have been able to enter. The words hit Henwick hard. He opened the gate. A human can control the gate itself. The vampire grins maliciously. Judging by that look, you really don't know anything. The second phase is about to begin. Suddenly, the world around them distorts with static and loud noise, catching Henwick by surprise. He thinks, what's happening? Why is the landscape changing?
I'm not just going to lose him. I'm going to fail the mission using his power. He forces the arrow back through the man's shoulder and into his hand, just as a solid wall erupts between them. At the last possible second, the arrow slips through a crack, and Henwick snatches it from the air. The system announces the castle of the Zombie King, Dio, has fully materialized. The level restriction for entering the territory has been updated. From level 18 to level 30, Henwick stares in shock at the immense wall before him. The castle of the Zombie King, is this the second phase? The vampire's mocking laugh echoes from the other side. With this, my dungeon is complete now. You will experience the true horror of the world I've created.
At that same moment, the soldiers inside the castle are huddled in hiding, trying to remain silent to avoid the monster hordes. Just then, Dio himself flies toward his castle. He glances at a small, strange object hovering before him. The object shatters, and a pair of spectral flying eyes emerge. Instantly, a wisp of magical smoke flows into the eye sockets of every zombie. A moment later, all the zombies' eyes ignite with purple energy. They can now see the soldiers hiding within the castle. The vampire's voice rings out. The Zombie King controls both life and death. He is the ruler of light and darkness. The system chimes in again. The descent of the Zombie King, Baron Samedi, has begun. The vampire continues his triumphant speech.
Witness the true form of the zombie king. Your comrades will become bait, offered up as sacrifices. The zombie horde will pour through the gate.
And escape into your world. Try to stop it if you can. The descent of the true zombie king. Baron Samedi. Junmo is stunned by this sudden turn.
The zombies can see us now. He immediately opens fire on the monsters charging straight for them. Attack squad, engage, he roars.
The zombies. They've gained sight. He yelled that he'd cover them. They had to escape. The zombie king heard the echoing gunfire, and its head immediately snapped in their direction. It raised its hand, pointing directly at him. Several metallic whips instantly materialized, coiling around its arm. These deadly tendrils lashed out, smashing into the ground next to a terrified Junmo. He was completely stunned. He could only watch as the metal whips shot straight for him, unable to move a muscle. In that critical moment, a soldier hurled a grenade at his feet. The explosion forced the monster to change the direction of its devastating attack. All around them, soldiers battled for their lives against the undead horde as one of them screamed his name. The general roared for Ming and Jay, demanding to know what they were doing. He'd ordered them to retreat, so they needed to hurry. The soldier with the shield cried out. He wouldn't be able to hold the line much longer. At the same time, another soldier unleashed a torrent of bullets into the massive crowd of monsters swarming Sam, shouting loudly. They couldn't bring themselves to kill a comrade who'd turned into a zombie. One of them tossed a grenade into the charging horde. The grenade detonated right beside them, and Junmo threw his hands over his head. Two other soldiers yelled that if he dies, they'll die too. He had to get out of there. Their words struck a chord deep inside him. He stared at them, a look of shock on his face. You guys! He quickly snapped back to reality and started running for his life. As monsters closed in, he roared for everyone to retreat and throw their remaining grenades immediately. The castle halls erupted with a series of thunderous explosions. Meanwhile, Hyanuk stood before a colossal wall, hearing a vampire's last words echo in his mind, that he could still try to stop the zombies. He sprinted towards the castle, a heavy weapon slung across his back. As he ran, he heard loud booms in the distance. Were those the sounds of grenade explosions? Were they coming from the castle? He recalled his final words to Junmo, that a claymore's explosion would be the signal that he had used all his strength. When that happened, Junmo was to hide with the rest of the squad, and if he didn't make it back, he would become the new commander. He never had time to finish his sentence, because Junmo cut him off, vowing that he would wait. They would all be waiting for him, so he had to return to them alive. A small, determined smile had appeared on Hyanuk's face. He agreed, telling them to wait for him. As he neared the castle, a massive horde of zombies suddenly appeared in his path. He raised his hand and, using his ability, summoned the spear he had just acquired. The system's voice rang out. A large amount of mana is required to unlock. Mana consumption, 21.1%. With a grim expression, Hyanuk uttered a single word, unlock. Dark energy immediately began to bleed from the spear. The system warned mana consumption is extremely high. At that moment, the entire zombie horde charged towards him with a deafening roar. The system continued its warnings about his mana drain, but he just roared for it to shut up. He was well aware of the cost he fearlessly charged into the sea of monsters. He bellowed that he'd made a promise to return, no matter what it took. His powerful attack sent a massive cloud of dust and debris into the air. Back inside, the giant monster stood in its throne room. Surrounded by its undead army, the system alerted it descent of the zombie king. Baron Sam has been interrupted. The message window appeared right before the boss. It glanced to the side and realized one of its precious urns was missing. This sent Sam into a quiet fury, its teeth grinding with rage. One of the soldiers spotted another, carrying that same massive urn, asking what he was doing. Kangan replied, he just took it on a whim, figuring it must be important to the zombie king. He glanced over his shoulder at the horde of zombies chasing them down. One of the creatures was just about to grab him, when a spray of bullets tore through it, stopping the monster in its tracks. A soldier called out to Kangan and Tang, telling them they had to move faster. Another squad member was planting explosives on the wall, yelling that the C4 installation was complete. Junmo shouted for M to block the passage. He instantly obeyed, planting his massive shield firmly in the doorway. A huge crowd of monsters was rushing right for them when they were close enough. The soldier triggered the explosives. The resulting blast ripped through the entire horde. The soldiers shielded their heads as M braced against the explosion with his shield. With a deafening roar, the explosion shattered the outer wall of the castle. The soldiers and the zombies were all caught in the blast, thrown violently to the ground. After a moment, one of the soldiers struggled to his feet, asking if everyone was alive. Junmo called out each of their names. They all raised their hands in response. It looked like they were all okay. He stated that the path for the zombies was blocked for now. But what was their next move? They were now trapped inside the castle.
Another soldier looked around nervously, pointing out that if they stayed there too long, they might run out of oxygen. Junmo agreed. They'd dealt with the immediate threat, now to find a way out.
But then, a loud cracking sound echoed through the chamber. Large fractures appeared on the wall beside them, and a metallic whip burst through. As the whip tore its way into the room, a soldier screamed for everyone to get down. They immediately ducked and scattered. They scrambled in different directions as the monster unleashed a flurry of blows. They all stared in horror at the gargantuan beast that had just smashed through the wall and was now stalking towards them. Sam's attention was locked onto the urn that one of the soldiers had stolen. As it located its precious ear, a wide, terrifying smile spread across its face. The sight of this monster struck pure terror into the hearts of the soldiers. But then, a voice cut through the fear, commanding them to freeze. At the sound of his voice, Sam turned its head. Sam turned. Every soldier's head snapped in his direction, their faces filled with relief. Junmo let out a laugh, a grin spreading across his face. "You're late," he said. He then shouted the sergeant's name with joy. Hyunuk's voice boomed. "Who dared to touch my squad?" He glared at the monster, his own eyes glowing with power. "Listen up, you freak. Only I get to mess with them. These idiots are mine to offend." The soldiers were completely bewildered by his words, wondering what on earth he meant. The system warned him mana is rapidly depleting. 32% remaining? Hyunuk thought to himself that despite his grand entrance, his mana was critically low. He had no clue how he was going to defeat this thing. He noticed the monster pointing its hand in his direction. A ranged attack. Without a second's hesitation, he charged forward, closing the distance. This sudden pause puzzles Hyunwook. He wonders why the creature isn't attacking. Janmo turns, calling out to Kwangjin and the others. He orders them to prep the equipment. Without hesitation, they drop their packs. Several soldiers reveal their contents, an arsenal of metal orbs and potent potions. Just then, Hyunwook glances at the urn, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Suddenly, Som lurches forward, crushing the remains of the fallen undead beneath its feet. He looks up, just as the colossal beast raises its leg to strike. A jolt of pure shock electrifies Hyunwook. His eyes widen in disbelief. He throws himself aside just in time as the monster's foot shatters the ground where he stood. Som retaliates, unleashing a flurry of metallic whips. They slice through the air, inches from Hyunwook's face, sending a chill down his spine. At the same time, the soldiers hurl the orbs and potions high into the air. The sergeant signals the attack. Som's attention snaps to them, sensing the new threat. It raises its own hand, preparing to counter with its deadly weapons. The metallic tendrils lash out. Hyunwook instantly sprints towards his soldiers. Becoming their shield, he decides to unlock a hidden power, and the system responds. He has unleashed the Spear of Achilles. Effect wounds inflicted by this weapon are nearly impossible to heal. Requires an immense amount of mana to activate. Mana consumption 21%. Remaining mana after use a critical 11%. Hyunwook pours his surging energy into his spear. He swings the weapon, roaring Minky's name, "Shield everyone, now!" The soldier obeys without a second thought, and at that very moment, Hyunwook clashes with the boss's incoming attack. His spear deflects the deadly blow just enough. It slams into Minky's shield, but the soldier holds strong, unharmed. Hyunwook immediately uses his ability, pulling a mana potion into his waiting hand. One of the soldiers cries out to Minky, his voice filled with concern. He shouts for the sergeant in shock, but then
comes to his senses. I'm all right. Meanwhile, Hyunwook keeps the weapon at bay with his power, downing the potion to replenish his
dwindling mana. With the potion consumed, his eyes blaze with renewed light. He roars at the monster. "Listen to me, you freak!" He begins to gather the metal orbs with his telekinesis, declaring himself its true opponent. With a flick of his will, a storm of steel spheres rises into the air. He sends them hurtling towards Som, who remains utterly unfazed. Hyunwook detonates the entire barrage, but the monster simply stands there, protected by an invisible magical barrier, undeterred. Hyunwook seizes control of the flying shrapnel and a nearby sword, launching them directly at the monster's head. Som simply raises a hand and effortlessly blocks the attack. It calmly plucks the sword from the air, examining it with cold curiosity. Hyunwook's expression darkens. "Just as I thought."
The real problem is that absolute defense. Mindlessly throwing attacks is just a waste of energy. Suddenly, Som unleashes a storm of weapons from all
directions. Moving at blinding speed, Hyunwook reinforces his body, dodging and parrying the relentless assault. "I can't back down now," he thinks.
I have to find a weakness, not with my squad here. Som's attacks intensify. a whirlwind of destruction, while the soldiers can only watch.
Hyunwook scans his foe desperately. Where is its weak point? Its descent isn't complete. There has to be a flaw, but where could it be? He weaves through the deadly barrage, his eyes searching for an opening. At that moment, Kyungin smashes the urn he was guarding. Another squad member screams, "What are you doing?" Sum's head snaps in their direction, a flicker of alarm in its dead eyes. Kyungin raises his sword over the strange object that was inside the urn. Another soldier shouts in panic,
"Where did you even get that sword? You can't interfere with dungeon items. We have no idea what will happen. Have you lost your mind?"
Kyungin roars back. "At this rate, we're all dead anyway because of us. The sergeant can't even fall back. We have to do something." Jangmo sees Sum locking onto them, its weapon aimed to kill. He whirls around, screaming at Kyungin, "You have to! Strike it now!" At that exact moment, the boss unleashes its attack. The projectile screams past Hyunwook, who watches the unfolding chaos with intense focus. Just before Sum's attack can reach them, Kyungin's sword strikes the organ from the urn. A wave of pure shock contorts the monster's face. For the first time, it looks afraid. It erupts into a blind rage, swinging its weapon wildly in every direction. The devastating blows force the soldiers to dive for cover. Hyunwook watches with a grim expression, his heart pounding as the monster rampages. He bellows, "Squad, sound off! I need a status report. Now, are you alive?" Miraculously, the soldiers pull themselves up from the rubble. "Sergeant, we're all clear," one of them shouts. Hyunwook turns back to the monster,
a whirlwind of questions in his mind. What in the world? He sees it then. Sum has fallen to its knees, clutching its chest in agony. Its head slowly turns,
staring at the second urn still standing on its pedestal. That urn shatters, revealing a large, beating heart, pulsing with a sinister, dark energy. Hyunwook stares, bewildered. Is that a heart? His gaze then snaps back towards his soldiers, towards the organ pierced by Kyungin's sword. And those were its lungs. He turns back, just in time to see Sum use its power, pulling the disembodied heart towards itself. The heart merges with its body. The creature throws its head back and lets out an earth-shattering roar. The sound is so piercing, the soldiers clamp their hands over their ears. A new system message appears. Forced descent of the zombie king, Baron Samedi, has resumed. Current descent. 66% complete, with the heart restored. An overwhelming dark aura explodes from the monster, system. The spirit of lingering death now flows through the zombie king. The territory's level. Restriction has been raised. Minimum level required 35. A slow smile spreads across Hyunwook's face. "So that's it? I found your weakness." These urns, they're just like the canopic jars used to store a mummy's organs. If this thing is like a mummy, then its soul must reside in its heart. And that heart is its core weakness. He aims his bow, while it's distracted, relying on that barrier. This is my chance. He lets an arrow fly at Som, who is still mindlessly lashing out in all directions. The arrow slams into the invisible barrier protecting the monster. But a system window pops up. Item effect. This projectile tracks its target, pursuing it relentlessly. It dispels all forms of magical resistance upon impact. The arrow shatters the barrier and sinks deep into the boss's body. It strikes the core, the heart, and the monster grinds its teeth in agony. The system announces the zombie. The king's body is rapidly healing, a chilling side effect of descent. A wide, monstrous grin spreads across its face as it gazes at its opponent. It unleashes a barrage of weapons towards him. As Hyunwook expertly swings his spear, he declares, "Don't get cocky. The real fight begins now." The system warns that wounds from these weapons are difficult to heal. Hyunwook hurls his spear, aiming to nullify that infuriating regeneration. As the spear soars, he activates its power. Dark energy crackles around the weapon, just before it strikes true. The spear pierces the monster's core. Sam lets out a gut-wrenching scream. Immense energy erupts from the impact, tearing through its body and inflicting massive damage. The monster throws its head back, roaring in agony. Hyunwook prepares his next attack, but a sudden system alert stops him cold. His mana is draining at an alarming rate, with 0% left shocked. He realizes he's made a grave miscalculation. In the nick of time, he dodges the giant's furious counterattack. Just as he thinks of retreating, he sees another weapon hurtling his way. Min rushes to his side, deflecting the blow with his shield. A worried Hyunwook yells out, "Min, what are you doing?" Min ignores him, activating an ability. A protective barrier materializes, shielding Hyunwook from the monster's relentless assault. Two metallic whips crash against the shield and are thrown aside. He strains to hold back the immense force, but the impact pushes him back. Having weathered the blows, he turns and asks the sergeant, "Has Are you all right? Stunned by this display, Hyun-wook starts to ask about the ability. When a memory flashes in his mind, Min explains that ever since they entered the dungeon, his level has been skyrocketing. He last leveled up blocking a hit from the Zombie King himself. Just then, he recalls a system window. The message was clear. He had reached level 20 and unlocked a new skill magic shield, level 1. It allowed him to create a magic barrier, boosting physical defense by consuming mana. I finally got a skill, Min says. Just like you said, a global standard? Maybe not. Hyun-wook cuts him off, his voice sharp. Are you crazy?
Relying on a skill you've never used before, you could have died. Min looks down, abashed. I wanted to protect you. Hyun-wook pats his head gently.
I get it, he says softly. But defense is my job. Don't push yourself. Blushing, Min agrees and thanks him. You can thank me, Hyun-wook adds. When we get out of here alive. Just then, Sam shrieks, thrashing its weapons wildly. A system notification appears, due to continuous damage. Descent has been forcefully terminated. The monster glares at the spear and arrow embedded in its body, gritting its teeth in rage. Another alert flashes. The spirit of unfinished death has invaded the Zombie King's body. The vessel will be destroyed and returned to the abyss. Sam roars in fury at this declaration of its doom. Hyun-wook watches, positioned safely behind Min's steadfast shield. The monster unleashes its weapons in a final desperate frenzy. They dodge a storm of blows crashing down all around them. Hyun-wook notices the attacks are wild, landing in empty spaces. He realizes the creature can't stop its own body from collapsing.
Is this its final struggle, he wonders? Does it plan to take us with it? Tang, he shouts. Blind it now. Tang immediately opens fire, targeting Sam's head. The shots force the monster to shut its eyes. Inspired, the other soldiers join the fray. While the sergeant recovers his mana, we'll buy him time, one of them yells. Sam lashes out at the soldiers,
but they expertly evade its attacks. Junho, Hyun-wook calls out, don't risk stunning it. He turns back to his men. Sergeant, we'll create an opening for you, Junho declares. We're leaving the final blow to you. Hyun-wook is taken aback, touched by their resolve. A system window appears. Mana restoration initiated. Current level 6%. Enraged by the soldiers' constant attacks. Sam goes berserk. It swings its weapons blindly in every direction. The system updates Hyun-wook mana now at 12%.
Some of the attacks find their mark, forcing the soldiers to scatter. Hyun-wook watches with concern, his eyes glued to the rising mana count.
I'm out of ammo, one soldier cries out in despair. A moment later, a massive blow smashes his weapon to pieces. With newfound resolve, Hyun-wook strides towards Sam, his eyes glowing. He calls out, your opponent is me. Activating a skill, he surges forward at incredible speed. He effortlessly vaults off Sam's massive weapon, closing the distance in an instant. He uses his power on a nearby arrow and sword. He recalls the key to victory, destroying the 3 canopic jars.
Lungs, heart, only the eyes remain. Hyun-wook leaps, soaring towards the monster's roaring head.
With his ability, he guides the arrow straight for its eye. The arrow shatters Sam's protective barrier and finds its mark.
Following the opening, Hyun-wook dives through, sword raised high. He targets the remaining eye. If you're a king, then die like one. Don't bring shame to the title. He strikes the final weak point with all his might, shouting.
And go straight to hell. The system announces, Cloudblade is now filled with an unknown energy by 49%. After the attack, Sam throws its head back. The malevolent energy surrounding it begins to dissipate. With a deafening crash, the monster collapses to the ground. The soldiers shield their heads from the flying debris. In stunned silence, they gaze upon the fallen giant. The system's voice rings out. Congratulations, you have successfully defeated the Zombie King. Baron Sam? The soldiers stare in disbelief. Did we just defeat the Zombie King? It seemed they had. With the boss finally defeated? A roar of triumph erupts from the squad. Hyun-wook stands victorious atop the monster's corpse. The Cloudblade sinks deep into the monster's flesh. Drawing forth the crown as a powerful energy erupts from it, the system chimes, congratulating him on his prize. The crown of light and darkness. His resistance to undead possession skyrockets, but a special trait remains locked. Hyun-wook stares at the artifact. Bewildered. He'd never seen anything like this in his past life. An item with a hidden special trait, then. The entire castle groans, beginning to crumble around them. Debris crashes down near the terrified soldiers. A system alert flashes. The ownerless castle of the Zombie King has begun its final collapse. Junmo cries out, his eyes wide with fear. Sergeant Hyun-wook. He glances around frantically. They hadn't even had time to search for treasure, he bellows to the squad.
The castle is coming down. We need to evacuate, now. Without a second's hesitation, they turn and run for their lives as the fortress implodes behind them.
They barely make it outside, collapsing to the ground in exhaustion as the castle is reduced to ruin. Another system notification appears. The raid was a success. The gate would soon seal itself shut. Hyun-wook's head snaps up. He spots a shimmering portal not far from them, already starting to waver. He scrambles to his feet, shouting, "We can't stop yet! The gate is closing! Run!" The squad, fueled by adrenaline, forces themselves up and sprints toward the exit. Meanwhile, on the other side, a squad of knights from the Blue Flower Guild stood guard. A man beside Hwa-yeon scoffed.
The party is capped at level 53. How could they possibly clear a raid with that kind of handicap, not to mention Blue Flower's involvement is going to be a problem?
She turns on him, her voice sharp. "Will you take responsibility if Gwanil withdraws their support at this rate? When do you think we'll finish?" Their attention snaps back to the portal. "It's closing," someone shouts, their eyes glued to the shimmering rift. "Did the advance team actually do it?" Just then, a group of battered soldiers bursts through the gate, letting out a desperate cry.
At the very last second, Hyun-wook dives through the portal as it snaps shut behind him. The sight left the guild members utterly speechless.
The soldiers looked themselves over, relief washing over them. "We won! We made it out alive!" Hyun-wook stood on higher ground, commanding their attention. "AMT squad," he called out. "You all did well. The red gate has been cleared." A wave of pure joy erupted from the men. They roared in victory. Hwa-yeon bit her lip, whispering in disbelief. "Are you serious, second-rate scum from the military? Cleared a red gate?" The concerned man beside her started to speak, but she was focused solely on Sergeant Hyun-wook. Who in the world was this man? At that very moment, inside the sealed dungeon, Tae-seop stalked across the empty battlefield. He had rushed over the second he saw the clearance notification. "This is where the gate should be," he muttered. Scanning the area, panic began to set in. "Where is it?" he yelled into the silence. "Why can't I see the gate?" His blood ran cold. Hiding just around a corner was a wounded, bleeding vampire. Instantly, Tae-seop activated his escape ability. But as he was about to bolt, the vampire pleaded, "Wait, stop." He deactivated his skill. "Are you human from the rescue squad?" "I was so scared. I thought I was trapped in here forever," the man cried with relief. "Thank God you're here. We have to get out." "Where's the exit?" "It was right here a second ago." The vampire was about to reply, but instead, he vanished. In a blur of motion, he reappeared behind Tae-seop, grabbing his head. He leaned in close to his neck and hissed, "I need blood." After the brutal attack, Tae-seop's body fell to the ground. The vampire stood over the murdered knight, his thoughts filled with rage. A vision of Hyun-wook flashed in his mind. "I'll get you back for this," he vowed. "I will take everything you hold dear and paint it all in blood." Back outside, Hyun-wook walked down the stairs, addressing his squad. "Form up 2 columns." As they obeyed, he approached Hwa-yeon. She eyed him suspiciously. "What happened to our team? By the time we entered the gate," he said calmly, "it was already too late for them." Her eyes widened. "Are you saying you cleared this raid? By yourselves?"
"The results speak for themselves," he replied. "You can't be serious," Hwa-yeon shot back. He shrugged. "You'll see the truth once the gate analysis is complete." "Who are you?" she demanded. "Are you really an F-Rank hunter?" Hyun-wook met her gaze. "Do you still think what happened last time was just luck?"
"I'll answer that after I see the official results," she retorted. "By the way, did you happen to see a spear in there? It belonged to one of my guild members who turned, or perhaps it was in the treasury." Hyun-wook's expression remained blank as he recalled the final moments inside the dungeon. As the castle crumbled, he'd used his ability, pulling the spear towards him. He activated his tattoo skill. The system flashed information about unyielding steel physique. Rank C is being accessed, being new ability unlocked. C tattoo. He could now secretly store an item using Spatial Department number 1. With that power, Hyun-wook had absorbed the spear into his arm. Now, he looked her dead in the eye. "I've never seen a spear like that." Hwa-yeon's jaw dropped. "That's impossible. It has to be." She couldn't finish her sentence. "It seems," Hyun-wook cut in, "that you're trying to avoid our agreement. Are you really going to go back on your word?"
"The strike force leader of the Blue Flower Guild from Seoul. Will you break your promise?" Hwa-yeon's hands began to tremble violently. She tried to speak, but no words would come out.
Hyun-wook noticed her state, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He turned to leave. "You don't seem like yourself right now. We can talk about this later." "Wait," Hwa-yeon grabbed his arm. "I want you to join the Blue Flower Guild. I guarantee you'll receive the best treatment possible." Hyun-wook glanced at her hand on his shoulder. "So, she's trying to recruit me now." Suddenly, A booming voice interrupted them. The general of the 3rd AMT Brigade has arrived. A brilliant portal materialized beside them. Hyun-wook immediately straightened up and saluted. Brigade General? A man with a wide, joyful smile stepped through. Hwa-yeon instantly snatched her hand away from Hyun-wook's shoulder. The general's smile never faded. I hope, he said, his voice laced with steel. You weren't trying to poach my key soldier before his military service is even over.
She held up her hands defensively. Of course not, sir, I was merely offering some advice. Jonko's gaze shifted to her squad of knights. Did the Blue Flower Guild really decide to?
He declares she went against the rules, preparing for a separate raid. Utterly embarrassed. Hesitantly tries to object, but he flies right to her, stating the issue isn't just with the Guan Company. The problem, he says, is that the Blue Flower Guild constantly oversteps its authority. He warns her that this time, he will file a formal complaint.
Not just with her guildmaster, but he's considering sending an official document for discussion with all the other guilds.
A wave of pure panic crashes over Ha. She clenches her fists so tightly, her nails break the skin, and crimson trickles down her fingers. Hyun-wook's cold eyes catch every detail. Suddenly, Junko's voice booms. Is this true? He can't believe it. Their raid contribution was a perfect 100% and it was an impossible result. He can't wait to see the look on the Blue Flower Guildmaster's face. Hyun-wook remains calm. Watching him, he thinks to himself how much Junko is enjoying this moment of superiority. Jeonle shouts that he's never seen anything like it in his entire life.
But Hyun-wook humbly states he didn't act alone. They achieved this victory as a united team. He then tries to bring up his promise.
But Jono cuts him off, praising his great character. He promises to raise the rank of his entire squad, and even allow Hyun-wook to have his own rank reevaluated. Hyun-wook's face remains a mask of calm, but inside, he's seething. It happened again, he thinks. What a crafty old fox. Out loud, he lays the praise on thick, thanking him for promoting the squad and for the chance to recheck his rank. And, of course, for the promised reward. He says he's deeply touched by his generosity. This catches Jonko completely off guard. He turns away, thinking, this can't be his divine phantasm. He asks what Hyun-wook wants for it. With a grin, Hyun-wook makes his move. He requests that his entire squad be equipped with weapons pulsing with divine power. Jeonle turns back, his face a mixture of shock and disbelief. The zombie gate is closed. Why would he ask for such weapons now elsewhere? News travels fast. Big news, someone shouts. The support squad single-handedly cleared a 53rd level Red Gate dungeon. What kind of nonsense is that? Another replies. One of the soldiers insists he's serious. Sergeant Hyun-wook even got a recruitment offer from the Blue Flower Guild. Sanook looks back in total shock.
What did you just say, he yells? The soldiers start buzzing. Is he now stronger than Sergeant Young when the sergeant returns? They'll have to fight it out.
To decide who the true ace really is. Meanwhile, two of Hyun-wook's squad members sit on a bench. Feeling the weight of everyone's stares, Taeyong asks if anything is bothering him. MJ admits that he can't get used to all this new attention after being ignored for so long. Taeyong glances at Junal nearby and wonders why he's handling it so differently. At that moment, Junal is bragging to a group of girls. Sergeant Hyun-wook used up all his mana. We had to step up. To hold back the zombies, you can't imagine how intense it was. One of the girls asks how the squad members could be so strong without their commander's help. Junal leans in conspiratorially. It's all thanks to my special training. Back in his room, Hyun-wook sits on his bed, ready to consume his prize. He's about to absorb the crown he took from the boss, but just then, he's interrupted. Wok enters the room, announcing he's here on official business, with the support squad. He drops to his knees, begging the sergeant to forgive his past disrespect. Hyun-wook glances over, wondering why this idiot showed up now. Wok admits he knows Hyun-wook doesn't want to see him. He knows he messed up, but he desperately wants to learn from him. Without turning, Hyun-wook ignores him and begins consuming the crown. A system window appears, assimilating the crown of light and darkness in the furnace of a living organism. Efficiency is at 150%. Time until full absorption, 24 hours and 57 minutes. Hyun-wook stares at the screen. Silent, he remembers the past. He truly dislikes Wok, but now is not the time to be picky. The soul wave is coming, very soon. He knows most of his squad will likely die in the coming battle. Any help, any extra strength, would be useful to save more lives. He agrees to the request. Wok is overjoyed. Really, you'll really do it? He asks, his voice trembling. Hyun-wook turns to him, his expression deadly serious. However, you better be prepared to die. Wok is stunned into silence. Did I hear that right? He stammers. Hyun-wook just tugs at his collar. Whether you heard right or not, I don't care. At that moment, in the dungeon where Tepe was slain, a crimson gate suddenly tears open reality. The vampire turns to face it. A massive, bearded man steps through. His face is a mask of fury. "You idiot," he roars. "Do you have any idea how many items we lost because of you? You couldn't even handle a simple test." What happened here? The vampire guiltily looks away, murmuring an apology. A girl then gracefully steps through the portal. "Normally," she says with a chilling smile, "we'd leave someone like you to rot, but you're in luck. We've been summoned." Her smile widens. Rivers of blood will soon flow through Seoul. Finally, the soul wave will begin. Sometime later, a gray-haired man stares out his window. Speaking on the phone, he agrees with the person on the other end. On his desk, a nameplate reads Guildmaster, Baek Jun. He says that after seeing the candidate's failure at Seoul Station, they are now preparing to take matters into their own hands. This key is one of the final pieces needed to complete his empire. Baek Jun, the master of the Great Mountain Guild, ranked third in all of South Korea. He paces his office, confirming his plans. He understands perfectly. Just in case, he's ensuring his personnel are fully mobilized on the black market. He stops before his door. "I will find that key," he vows, "no matter the cost." On his tablet, Baek Jun reviews a video. It seems the petty thief uses fire as a weapon. "So I was right. It must be an AMT user. During this soul wave, I'll open 4 gates simultaneously to split their forces. Then, my hounds will obliterate the 1st AMT battalion." He agrees with the chairman on the phone. "You don't need to worry about that." "And you don't need to worry about Korea," Baek Jun assures him. "I'll call you later." The moment the call ends, his hand clenches, and he crushes the phone into dust. With his phone shattered on the ground, he opens the door, revealing a room of absolute carnage. Vampires stood over the bodies of countless victims. The metallic stench of blood hung heavy in the air. Baek Jun informed his killers they had new prey. The vampires turned as one, their gazes locking onto him in silent anticipation. For several seconds, not a sound was made. The girl, still holding her last victim, affirmed her master's will. She said they only awaited his command. Baek Jun announced that all assassins would strike the Namsan 1st Battalion the moment the wave began. Their mission: kill everyone. The girl tilted her head, a predatory gleam in her eyes. "Are any methods acceptable?" The vampires watched him, their silence a chilling demand for an answer. A wicked smile bloomed on the girl's face when Baek Jun gave his consent. "Do whatever you want. First, they must eliminate the army. Then, they would wipe South Korea from the face of the earth." Sometime later, at the 3rd AMT Brigade's 1st Battalion, Hyun-woo stood at attention. A sharp voice cut through the air. The sergeant and 6 privates had arrived. They had received orders to be promoted by 1 rank. Gangmin declared they had all performed admirably. He congratulated them warmly. He was especially grateful to the sergeant for his leadership. Hyun-woo and his squad stood before him, small smiles gracing their faces. Gangmin began one of his speeches, believing that if every soldier and officer fulfilled their duties, they could forge the perfect barracks culture. Hyun-woo watched with a calm exterior, thinking his commander was once again lost in his long-winded ideals. But Gangmin's face was alight with passion. This was his deepest conviction. He felt a powerful military spirit radiating from them, proof that his methods worked. He was incredibly pleased. And just as he was about to say more, a call came through, interrupting him. "Wait a moment," he said, answering the call. "What's the matter? You said Kaido." "All right, I understand. I'll be there soon." He turned to his men. "The 2nd platoon commander will conduct the promotion ceremony in my place." Min-ki, though surprised, immediately agreed. Hyun-woo's expression hardened. He wondered, did he just say Kaido? The name echoed in his memory. Okita Kaido. He was the infamous sword saint killer. The man who, in a previous life, had slain the holy swordsman, Gakon Poyo. When intelligence revealed Kaido's illegal entry into the country, through the port in Busan, Commander Gangmin had gone after him alone. Tragically, at that very same time, 2 vampires descended and annihilated the entire 1st AMT battalion. The past he knew so intimately was beginning to repeat itself. Min-ki stepped forward. "I will now announce the results of the rank reevaluation. Corporals Min-ki and MJ, and Privates Dangsu and Kangjin have been promoted from rank E to D. You must check the weapons you have been awarded and register them." The squad roared in agreement, but Hyun-woo's mind raced. The critical question now was whether the future he knew would unfold in the exact same way. Would they even be able to survive? Everyone except Junmo cheered, ecstatic about reaching D rank. They shouted that they had finally succeeded. Suho felt they could have aimed higher. It would have been incredible if one of them had been promoted 2 ranks. One of them called out to the corporal, asking if he was okay. Immediately, Junmo snapped out of his thoughts, startled. He turned around, explaining he just hadn't expected such results. He couldn't rank up like the others, but he raised his new weapon high and announced loudly that he had received a high-level weapon as a reward. Nearby, Hyun-woo opened 2 cases filled with rows of metal stakes. The soldiers stared. Peering over his shoulder, they saw the stakes and asked the sergeant if this was a weapon. Hyun-woo used his power, lifting the stakes into the air, thinking that all the preparations he could make were finally complete. There was no point in worrying any longer. He had no choice but to face the future, whatever it might hold. Whatever awaited him, he would pounce, destroy, and consume it all. A few days later, at the Namsan guard post, Hyun-woo stood watch in the dead of night, thinking this was all just nonsense. Nothing had happened. He needed to use the restroom. Junmo turned to him, calling out for the sergeant. He looked up and asked if they had been on night shifts too often lately. It seemed like they were being exploited again. Hyun-woo glanced at his watch, thinking that perhaps it was a good thing nothing had changed. The events were repeating themselves perfectly. It meant the changes he had made were not enough to stop the wave event. He stared at Junmo with an unnerving, scary look, saying nothing. Junmo was startled by his gaze and stammered that he wasn't saying he was unhappy about it. But Hyun-woo thought, if this is the case, then the strange incident that will turn Seoul into a living hell is going to happen tonight. Junmo spoke in a worried voice, saying that when he thinks about the upcoming weekend, and about the grandmother he's going to see. He can't even sleep properly. He insisted he was telling the truth. Hyun-woo stepped closer. He asked, "You believe me, right?" Junmo agreed, saying he trusted him completely. At that same moment, a cat hiding near the military base hissed with an angry glare. Hyun-woo smiled a terrifying smile. "Is that true? Then we're leaving our posts immediately." Junmo stared at him with a surprised expression. He asked why he was experiencing déjà vu. Just then, Seon-hwa came out of the building and asked Min-ki and Sun-woo if they weren't sleeping. They turned their attention to her. They confirmed they were still awake. The cat that had hissed was now dead, its body left lying on the ground. Seon-hwa asked, "By the way, don't they think they're working night shifts too often?" They looked exhausted, but said they were fine. The sergeant had called it part of their training, so they had no choice. Seon-hwa offered a kind smile, saying she couldn't help it. Hyun-woo thought he was a good kid, that Min-ki, that's why he'd asked him to come out. So he should cheer up. He blushed a little. He was grateful for her words and said he already felt better. Seon-hwa's expression turned serious. "Now, you need to cheer up. If you fall asleep, I will kill you." The soldier was about to agree, but then noticed a human silhouette that captured his attention. He raised his weapon at the man. He shouted loudly, "Hands up! Take a step forward, or I will open fire!" The creature standing in the distance didn't react, continuing to stand in place. Min-ki shouted again, "If you are a civilian, take a step forward and then turn around." That's when the monster, its eyes glowing, began to walk towards them. It let out a deafening scream. The soldier fired instantly, hitting the monster in the head. It fell to the ground and showed no signs of life. Min-ki kept his eyes on the monster's body, but then he heard strange sounds in the distance. The ground began to shake, and the sounds grew louder. The soldiers looked around with worried expressions and noticed something to the side where the monster lay. Everyone was utterly shocked by what they saw in that direction. Suddenly, a colossal horde of monsters burst from the darkness, running straight for them. Among them was the very creature Min-ki had just killed. He immediately began firing at them, a horde of monsters. "Shoot him now," he roars, snapping back to reality and unleashing a hail of bullets into the terrifying crowd. "Junmo, get over here, now," M shouts, slamming the gate shut. He erects a magical shield, a final barrier to stop the onslaught. The monsters crash against the glowing gate, their path completely blocked. Far above, Hyanuk and Junmo race down the mountainside. Has it already started? Hyanuk wonders, gritting his teeth in fury. The damned soul wave, it had finally begun. Meanwhile, in a quiet office, a woman sits at her desk, typing a report on her laptop. She's documenting trends among controlled military personnel. When a sudden, ominous feeling washes over her, a chilling premonition. Leaving her office, she finds the corridor empty and dark. She summons a small flame to light her way, whispering, "It's a curse!" At night, peeking through a small window on a barracks door, she sees them. Massive snakes coiled around the soldiers inside, crushing them, attacking them relentlessly. Shock grips her. Snakes here, she thinks. Just then, several whips slice through the air towards her. They rebound off the walls at impossible speeds. She deftly leaps and twists, dodging the deadly strikes aimed right at her, until a knee slams into her face. "There you are," a voice sneers. "The third daughter of the commander of the Order of Holy Knights.
It's the vampire Hyanuk had wounded in the dungeon.
The force of the blow sends her flying through a window, pushing his leg away with hands glowing with energy. She keeps her eyes locked on her opponent. She retaliates in a flash, kicking the vampire square in the jaw. She springs to the side, landing another powerful kick that sends him flying back as they both land, sliding meters across the ground. "Who are you, Ayn?" she demands, staring him down. "You're a player, aren't you?" Her gaze falls to his wounded leg. Where her handprint had been, it was healing at an unnatural rate. The spot her holy power touched was burned, yet his ability to restore himself was terrifying. Just what was he? The vampire just smiles. "You don't need to know," he says smoothly. "You'll be dead soon anyway." He admits it would be a waste to kill such a beautiful girl as he swings his whip. But suddenly, a deafening roar echoes through the night. She looks up, her expression worried, and her eyes widen in absolute disbelief. Not far from them, a massive gate had torn open in the sky, and from it poured a tidal wave of skeletons.
What is this ridiculous stream, she thinks, horrified? This can't be. Is this a wave the vampire attacks, taking advantage of her shock? Thinking of something else while facing me, he scoffs.
She turns in surprise, but it's too late. One of his whips wraps tightly around her neck. The vampire yanks her off her feet, slamming her into the ground. "I've heard you were arrogant," he sneers, "but you should be more careful."
Who you're arrogant with? She clutches at the whip, her mind racing. She has no weapon. She can't fight back like this.
"I'd love to play longer," the vampire says coldly, "but time is running out. It's time to say goodbye." She feels her eyes begin to close from the lack of oxygen. "Get a grip," she tells herself. "Don't lose consciousness. You have to fight." But darkness was already claiming her. Suddenly, a gunshot rings out. The whip is shot clean off her neck, stunning the vampire. He leaps back, dodging a barrage of bullets that follows.
Who dares interfere? He growls, gasping for air. She looks up to see a soldier standing over her.
As she's about to speak, he looks down with a worried expression. "Are you okay?" It's Hyanuk. She stares, shocked by his arrival. "Yannick," she manages to say, "why are you here?" He looks at her, his voice firm. "Lieutenant, I came to save you." The vampire grins wickedly. "Save her? Did you two forget I was here?" He seethes with rage. "Just like that other freak. I hate you, army rats." Yannick meets his glare. "Stupid freak. We meet again. How have you been since last time?" He pulls off his helmet, a wide grin spreading across his face. "This time, there's nowhere to hide." The vampire's eyes widen in shock and recognition. It's you again," he snarls, his face contorted with rage. "You damned monkey." Meanwhile, at the gate, the horde of monsters continues their relentless assault. They can't break through the shield, but for how long? "Just hold on," a soldier shouts. The rapid response squad is on its way. M strains, holding back the immense pressure, but the sheer number of monsters is overwhelming. He and the others are being pushed back.
The gate is about to break, someone yells in panic. I'll help with mana, Sun cries out, her hands glowing. We have to endure.
With gritted teeth, they pour every last ounce of their strength into holding the gate, but they're still losing ground. Just then, a voice rings out with renewed hope. The rapid response team has arrived. "Destroy Area A2, the squad leader commands." His members roar in agreement, summoning magical circles that materialize above the monster horde. From the circles, massive fireballs rain down, incinerating everything below and drawing the monster's attention. But just then, a quiet voice speaks from behind the squad. "I was wondering why the zombies were still here," she mused. "Now I see." In a flash, she draws her daggers and slaughters the entire squad. Suna spins around, her eyes widening in horror at the sight of the fallen reinforcements. The mysterious girl had killed them all. She leaps onto the roof of a nearby building, a smirk on her face. "Did you see that, the vampire girl asks, her voice dripping with amusement. "How did you like it?" Sun looks on, frozen with terror. The rapid response squad. They didn't even have time to scream. A chilling thought crosses his mind. "Where next?" "Did you really not see me?" the vampire asks, settling into a fighting stance. "I guess you're all just a bunch of boring slowpokes."
Her taunts die on her lips. A piercing scream cuts through the chaos. Amidst the horde of zombies, one lone soldier
is completely lost in his liquor, oblivious to the world burning around him. The vampire's eyes narrow. What is this human's deal? Before she can ponder it, a monster shrieks and attacks. Its massive fist shatters the bottle in the soldier's hand. The soldier drops to his knees, his face a mask of horror. "My rum!" he cries out. "Who drank it?" His head snaps toward the monster, fury blazing in his eyes. "Was it you?" The creature recoils, stunned by the sheer killing intent in his stare. In the next instant, the soldier becomes a blur of motion, tearing through the crowd of undead, carving a path of destruction with his shattered bottle. This sudden display of ferocity startles the vampire watching from the rooftop. The soldier points his makeshift weapon at her. "Are you in charge?" he demands. "We need to discuss my rum." A wicked grin spreads across her face. "How amusing," she muses. His main trait seems to be speed. "Looks like I'll finally have some fun." But she doesn't have time to finish her thought. He's already behind her. "Fun," he whispers. "I don't care about that. You owe me for the rum." The impossible speed of his appearance shocks her to the core. She spins, her expression twisting into a snarl, and lashes out with blinding speed. Her dagger finds only air. To her utter disbelief, he counters, slicing off her hand in a clean arc. She clutches the stump as he levels his broken bottle at her throat. Below, the soldiers' faces light up with hope. He's finally here. It's Sergeant Choi Yong-yong. With a grim expression, he declares, "Before I settle this, someone bring me some rum." The vampire stares, a flicker of fear in her eyes. "Yong-yong, but they swore you wouldn't be here." He shrugs. "I had a mission. I finished it. I came back. And what's the issue? Now, about my rum?" The vampire explodes in fury, screaming, "You fool!" Her dagger flashes, not at him, but at the bottle in his hand, shattering it completely. She unleashes a storm of rapid strikes, but he evades every single attack with impossible grace. She lunges with a final desperate blow, one that seems impossible to evade. Yet, at the last possible second, Yong-yong vanishes. She strikes empty air, her eyes wide with shock, as he lands gracefully among his men. How did he? She thinks, utterly baffled. Yong-yong grabs his head, sighing in annoyance. "You've ruined my buzz." In one fluid motion, he plucks a knife from a soldier's belt and tosses it into the air. He catches it expertly. "I'll be borrowing this," he says calmly. His men look on, worried. "Sergeant, be careful. It looks like she's a vampire." Yong-yong gives them a blank stare. "So, not a zombie?" "Sir, zombies can't talk," another soldier yells. Hearing this, the vampire's rage boils over. Dark veins bulge across her skin as her body begins to transform. Her pupils warps into something inhuman. So this is the man they call the next sword saint, she thinks. No wonder he's so strong. If that's the case, I'll show him my true speed. Below. Sun-ha watches in horror as the vampire transforms. The monster then leaps from the roof with unbelievable velocity. Try and stop this, she thinks. If you can even see me, she becomes a speeding projectile, aiming her dagger straight for the sergeant. Sun-ha sees it all unfold, trying to shout a warning. But the vampire's speed is so immense, she can't even get a single word out. Yong-yong senses the attack coming. He spins, deflecting the killing blow with the borrowed knife. The sheer force of the impact creates a powerful shockwave around them. The nearby soldiers are thrown back, their faces masks of utter disbelief. With a terrifying show of force, Yong-yong swings his arm, sending the vampire flying. Her body sails through the air for several meters before slamming brutally into a stone wall. The soldiers shield their eyes from the gale force winds kicked up by, the sergeant's counterattack. The vampire struggles to her feet, coughing up blood. Yong-yong sighs again in frustration. "I always control my metabolic rate," he says, "because when it speeds up, I sober up." He glares at her, his eyes filled with cold rage. "And now," he growls, "my buzz is completely gone." The vampire is paralyzed by fear, a scream tearing from her throat. Yong-yong raises the knife. "So, how will you repay me for this?" Her survival instincts kick in. "He's stronger than I ever imagined. I can't win this alone," she realizes. "I have to escape." She turns and flees, but Yong-yong's voice calmly follows her. "Now that I'm sober, I have a question for you." She ignores him, her mind racing. "I need to regroup with the others. We have to figure out how to get rid of him." Her thought is cut short as Yong-yong appears beside her, easily keeping pace. "Where do you think you're going?" he asks. His knife becomes a blur of silver, his expression deadly serious. As they run, he begins to strike. He lands several precise cuts all over her body. The relentless assault throws her off balance, sending her crashing into a pole. Yong-yong stops, calmly surveying the scene. He sees the bodies of his fallen comrades, and the massive zombie horde still pressing against the gate. The vampire writhes on the ground, shaking and screaming in agony. Yong-yong turns to her. "You're not even a zombie." "So how are you controlling them?" She just screams back at him, her face contorted with rage. The sergeant kicks her dismissively. Of course, you won't talk. What are you, some kind of animal? Just go to sleep for now. I'll ask my questions when this is all over. He leaps onto the gate in a single bound. Tie her up, he orders the soldiers below. He then calls out to his vice commander. I'll report. On my return, once I've cleared out these zombies. Yes, sir. The man agrees. Just handle them first. You can report later. With that, the vice commander draws his sword. From his magic backpack, he offers a weapon imbued with holy power to the sergeant. But Young doesn't even spare him a glance. Take this sword, the soldier insists. You can't destroy them with a simple bayonet. But the sergeant just flashes him a crazed smile. The harder it is, the more fun it is, right? He asks. If they struggle to die, they'll just feel more pain. His words send a shiver down the two soldiers' spines. Then, with a burst of unbelievable speed, Young lunges into the fray, shocking the zombie guards standing watch. He weaves through the monster horde like a phantom, his knife a blur of deadly strikes, that insane grin never leaving his face. Hey, one soldier mutters. Doesn't he remind you of Hyanuk? His whole personality just flips, the other replies. Every time I see a smile like that, I get chills. Meanwhile, at another battlefront, a whip-wielding vampire sneers at Hyanuk, calling him a damned monkey. With a flick of his wrist, he sends his whip cracking through the air, aimed straight for his head, but the sergeant instantly parries the blow, his own weapon materializing from sheer will. Lieutenant, he bellows, skeletons are pouring from the gate. They're heading for the barracks, protect the weapons, and save the soldiers. He shields her head with his arm, his voice urgent. This thing is a vampire. How can I fight it without a holy weapon, he growls. Hyanuk draws his dagger. I'll be at a huge disadvantage if I have to fight and protect you. He deflects another lash of the whip. I need to get a holy weapon, now. She stares at him, her mind racing. He's right. He's done more than enough, she thinks. I'm ordering you not to die, she commands. Before turning and sprinting away from the fight, she leaves him to face the vampire alone. Hey, we're supposed to fight together, he yells. Why are you sending her away? Hyanuk just grins sinisterly at the creature. You idiot, he calls out. I'm so glad you're still alive. The vampire looks utterly bewildered, raising an eyebrow. What are you talking about? Hyanuk summons a knife that hovers over his hand. It means your boss has no idea who I am.
You managed to survive by pretending it was all just a mistake. Didn't you? The accusation hits its mark. The vampire's face twists in fury as he screams. You freak!
Hyanuk's grin widens. Judging by that reaction, I hit the nail on the head. Do you have any idea how much it's bothered me that I let you get away? Today, I'll send you straight to oblivion. The vampire's eyes burn with rage. I must have seriously underestimated you, he seethes, gripping his whips tightly.
A powerful energy flares to life, fusing the weapons directly to his hands. Having my own weapon makes me a completely different being than before, he roars. Your pathetic little balls of holy power can't do a thing to me now. Hyanuk watches calmly, calculating. So he's that lucky. Huh. Mana reservoirs worth 1,000,000,001 each.
Today, you won't even touch me, the vampire declares. I'm going to tear you to pieces. Suddenly, the dagger in Hyanuk's hand begins to glow with a faint, ethereal light. A system notification appears. Information subject is under the effect of the Crown of Light and Darkness. Resistance to the death. Attribute is rapidly increasing. Feature grants an aura to selected equipment. Please note, after granting the aura, a penalty will be imposed. The two forces cannot be combined. A halo of pure magical energy forms above Hyanuk's head, and his weapon pulses with the same brilliant power. System notification. Aura of Holy Power. Ability activated. Effect grants 10% of holy power to a designated weapon. Penalty mana reserve reduced by 10%. The vampire stares in utter disbelief. Did you just transform that thing into a sacred weapon? Hyanuk's smile is pure malice. Who said anything about using those balls again this time? There will be nothing left of you to find. Stop bluffing, the vampire roars. Do you honestly believe you can harm me with such a pathetic amount of divine power? Hyanuk's smile never falters. You've suddenly gotten very talkative, he observes coolly. You must be scared, with a snarl of frustration. The vampire brandishes his whips. I'll kill you, he screams, lashing out with a furious barrage of attacks. But Hyanuk moves like lightning, darting towards his foe and effortlessly dodging the whips. He closes the distance in a blur, the vampire's whips struggling to keep up. A whip is a fearsome weapon, the sergeant thinks. Incredible range and a deadly trajectory. If one of those blows lands cleanly, I'm finished. He watches the vampire, a confident smirk playing on his lips. It's no wonder this idiot is so sure of himself. In a flash, Hyanuk kicks off a wall, launching himself through the air. He soars towards his enemy, dagger poised. Using his ability, he angles the blade behind the vampire's back. However, he thinks, in close quarters, all of this weapon's advantages become its greatest weaknesses. He descends upon his foe, ready to strike from all angles. In response to this inescapable assault, a wide, twisted smile spreads across the vampire's face. Suddenly, a mass of sharp stakes erupts from a growth on his shoulder. The stakes instantly lengthen and fan out, forming a deadly barrier that blocks his knife's path and knocks the dagger right out of his hand. Hyunwook immediately activates unyielding steel physique. He dodges the deadly spikes and vaults to a safe distance. Using a combination of skills to create space, the vampire attacks with a joyful grin. After all that ridiculous bluffing, you're trying to run away, he taunts. How pathetic. Go on, try it. Hyunwook glances at his entangled weapon. Those armored tentacles. I didn't account for them. He thinks grimly. He completely blocked my melee attack, which was meant to bypass the whip. At this rate, the trump card I saved for a long-range attack will be useless. He summons a spear. In that case, even though it will consume a massive amount of mana, I have no choice but to take advantage of this opening. The vampire's smile is ecstatic. That's it, he yells. Keep running. Run until I hunt you down and kill you. Hyunwook sprints into an open area. He leaps into the air, swinging his spear and activating an ability. With a powerful arc, his spear slices clean through the whip that was lashing out at him. The system displays information on the spear, its abilities, and the mana required to unlock them. Hyunwook lands and immediately dodges a new onslaught of whip and tentacle attacks. The system announces his mana has dropped to 63%. He glares at the vampire, a worried thought crossing his mind. This freak is playing defense, trying to drag out the fight until his mana is completely drained. It seems they thoroughly analyzed his weaknesses. He pulls the shamaihi's walkie-talkie from his pocket. With other vampires lurking, he can't afford to waste all his power on this one. The vampire smirks. What's wrong? Have you finally realized the situation you're in? Why don't you try spouting that nonsense from earlier? Shadow whip slash out.
Preparing to strike him from both sides, Hyunwook knows he's out of options. He brings the walkie-talkie to his mouth and screams.
Tae-young! The sudden shout stuns the vampire. In that same instant, a blinding flash of light erupts from behind him. A moment later, its body is pierced by a bullet overflowing with holy energy. From the mountains, Tae-young reports, Private is on comms. Shot successful. MJ warns the sergeant. That shot could reveal our position. We're moving out. The vampire collapses to one knee, screaming from the searing pain. He focuses his remaining energy into a weapon, roaring. You pathetic freak, I'll kill you. But unexpectedly, his body is
pierced by an arrow, a skill fired by Hyunwook himself. Immediately after, he charges forward, thrusting his spear with all his might. He roars with an angry
expression, just die already. He unleashes a devastating blow, his spear piercing straight through the creature's torso. He poured an immense amount of energy into that final strike, releasing it all at the moment of impact. He leaves the spear embedded in the vampire's body as it writhes in agony. The vampire coughs. I am one of the chosen. How could this happen? Who are you? An A rank or even an S rank, right? Hyunwook, with a calm expression, pulls a crystal from his weapon. You're at death's door, and you're still curious about me, fine. I'll tell a freak like you. He leans in close and whispers, I have an F rank. Pure rage consumes the vampire's face. Impossible! I would never lose to an F rank. Its body is suddenly engulfed in flames as it shrieks. This is a lie. After its body vanishes, the crystals that were in its weapon fall to the ground. The system congratulates him. You have absorbed a level 3 mana tank item. When absorbed, mana undergoes an explosive boost. Hyunwook looks at all the kaiyans, crystals he collected. Given the absorption time, I'll eat half now, and the rest later. After this, he starts to run, just as Tae-young radios the sergeant. An army of skeletons is attacking the barracks in the second zone. Hyunwook shoves several mana reservoirs into his mouth at once and mumbles. Report the situation. Tae-young watches the chaos unfold. I can't even count how many there are. If this continues, I doubt anyone will make it out alive. With a grim expression, Hyunwook sprints towards the location of the massive skeleton army. At that same moment, next to the skeletons, a loud noise draws the monster's attention. A vehicle barrels down the road, knocking down a huge crowd of skeletons before crashing into a pole. The soldier behind the wheel roars, I'll grind all you low-level skeletons into powder. But through the front window, he sees the horde swarming towards him. He screams in terror as the skeleton swords rain down upon him. A massive number of monsters gather around the vehicle to finish him off. One of the skeletons that attacked the soldier holds his head up for the others to see. Siwoo watches this from a building window and says, "They even caught the platoon commander." Several female soldiers unleashing fire magic cry out, "Sergeant, without the heavenly phantasm, we won't have enough mana." Another soldier using magic shouts, "Monsters are breaking through." Siwoo storms down the corridor, commanding, "Everyone, group up. Don't just shoot wildly. Aim in one direction and destroy everything there." She turns and asks, "Is the armor?" "Not ready yet," one of the girls replies. "It seems the platoon commander had the keys to the warehouse," Siwoo shouts. "Then knock down, or melt the door." "I don't care. The main thing is to make a passage. We have a chance to survive, so we can't give up." A girl by the window warns the sergeant. "Skeletons are climbing the walls," Siwoo yells. "That's dangerous. Everyone move away from the windows." Hyun-wook, who is running along a mountain path, sees the crowd of skeletons gathering near the building. He wonders, when did they all manage to get here inside those barracks? Is the one person he must save at any cost. He runs with a worried expression, thinking, Siwoo must definitely survive. At that exact moment, behind her, a skeleton appears, about to strike her with its sword. One of the soldiers warns the sergeant about the threat. She turns around and sees the skeleton's sword as it swings down. Meanwhile, on a mountain next to the military base, one of the vampires asks, "Should we open the gates?" A large vampire with a huge statue on his shoulder calls to Carol and says, "If we hurry, we will finish everything too quickly." The girl he called looks at the city and says, "Hope for survival." The vampire doesn't understand. "What are you talking about?" Carol says. "People are very nice." When that hope dies, the vampire looks at her and scoffs. "As I see it, your bad preferences remain the same." Their ally emerges from the shadows. "The entire infiltration team is dead." The vampire with the statue was surprised. "The whole squad died." The vampire who just arrived says, "We removed all communications and working cameras during the dissipation of mana, and then arrived at the meeting place for the infiltration squad. But none of them came." The vampire with the statue asks, "Didn't you say that the mountain army and the holy swordsmen were not here?" The vampire says, "That was true before we got here." The vampire with the statue asks, "Is this the work of the daughter of the commander of the Order of Holy Knights and the—" Second vampire says, "That is probably true. We have to admit that she is stronger than we expected." Carol calls to Okak and says, "You must go down there and destroy the military command yourself." He looks at her with a furious expression and clenches his teeth. His master hits him with the heavy statue and says, "This is because of you, Imahia." Those fools? He would have to handle this himself. A system notification flashed an evil collection zone has been declared in this territory. Darkness descends, attribute stats, and undead healing power, boosted by 50%. The number of monsters pouring from the gate has just doubled. A sinister purple. Rift tears open reality itself. K-Mok smirks. "In that case, how about I create my own paladin?" But Carol reminds him of their mission, the military command. K-Mok scoffs at her. "Do you think I look like one of those weaklings a single blow is all I need to crush them all?" Carol simply refuses. She insists others will handle the target. Just then, hulking monstrosities armed with massive blades emerge from the gate. Carol asks with a predatory smile, "I wonder what face she'll make when despair finally claims her." Meanwhile, Hyun-wook races against time, memories of his past life flashing through his mind. Last time, there were only 2 vampires. But with that fanatic involved, there was no guarantee others wouldn't appear. He had already changed the timeline. In a crisis like this, even if the Zone 2 barracks were swarmed by countless vampires, he could not afford to lose such a crucial person. No matter the cost, with a flick of his will, his power rips stakes from the very ground. He hurtles toward the undead legion. The skeletons turn, but it's far too late. With the stakes as his weapons, Hyun-wook shatters the monsters, leaving them stunned. He charges into the horde, a whirlwind of wood and bone. He controls a storm of stakes with his mind, tearing through the enemy, a worried look on his face as he pushes forward. He has to reach the barracks, praying that she has survived. With a primal roar, Hyun-wook unleashes his power, blasting a path through the monsters. At that same time, Sei-hee notices the approaching skeleton. Just as its blade falls, a surge of magical energy appears beside her, stopping the attack cold. A graceful feminine spirit catches the skeleton's sword in her bare hand. Sei-hee calmly asks, "Who gave you permission to enter the women's barracks, especially without any clothes?"
the spirit strikes. A single, powerful blow sends the skeleton flying out the window. Outside, Hyun-wook sees the bony projectile soar through the air and immediately sprints for the building. He bursts inside, his voice filled with concern. Is everyone all right? But he stops short, witnessing Se-hee and her spirits dispatching monsters with chilling efficiency. The offer to save them dies on his lips. She turns to him, an eyebrow raised. Saving who's saving whom? Hyun-wook is left completely speechless. He thinks to himself, she has surpassed all of his expectations. Se-hee just sees a guy who appeared from nowhere, trying to act cool. But Hyun-wook knows the truth. She isn't just a spirit mage. She's a master assassin in the making. 5 years after the second wave, she'll be sent on a legendary mission to kill the Orc King in Shanghai. She will be known as the one who faced Stono, the Orc King, in Mortal Kombat. That's why, in his previous life, they were never on the same team. The surviving soldiers recognize him. Is that him? It's really him, Sergeant Hyun-wook? He scans the room. Who's in command here? Se-hee calmly replies, that would be me. Just then, a soldier rushes in from the corridor. Sergeant, the armory is open. Hyun-wook takes charge. I'll barricade this area. All of you, get to the armory and gear up now. Se-hee looks at him. Can you handle this alone? She wants to say more, but stops. He glances at the skeletal army outside. My mana isn't infinite, he admits. I can't hold them off for long. You have to hurry. Suddenly, his radio crackles to life. Sergeant Private Jung-ho reporting as ordered. Most of the Zone 1 barracks have been armed and evacuated. Good work, Hyun-wook replies. Jung-ho adds, the commander is heading for the Zone 2 barracks now. At that moment, a brilliant light streaks across the sky. It's approaching at incredible speed. Hyun-wook's eyes widen as the figure carves a path directly through the monster horde, obliterating several at once. She soars through the shattered window, and their eyes lock. Surprise flickers across her face as she thinks. We've met again. She lands gracefully. You've already dealt with the vampire. Hyun-wook simply nods in agreement. Se-hee steps forward, stating her name and rank. The personnel of the Zone 2 barracks will be armed shortly. The commander looks at him. Surprised by all this, Se-hee thinks to herself. First the barracks of Zone 1, then Zone 2. Did this one guy really handle all of this by himself? Hyun-wook looks away calmly, just as a system notification appears before them. This area has been declared an evil collection zone. Immediately, the malevolent energy pouring from the monsters intensifies. The women gasp in shock. Is this the totem's effect? But Hyun-wook just smiles. Another big prize. It's an item with built-in devil medallions. I have to find the user before anyone else does. He turns to the squad leader. That vampire wasn't working alone. Se-hee looks at him and nods. I know, but it's unclear how they're controlling the monsters. This is an organized terrorist attack. Everyone, arm yourselves and take defensive positions. Hold out until reinforcements arrive. Se-hee acknowledges the order, then approaches Hyun-wook. Sergeant Hyun-wook, you're coming with me. To the command and control room. He was surprised by her directness. Me with you. Sometime later, deep within the underground command center. The bunker was a mess. Every surveillance monitor was dead, showing nothing but static. The reinforced door, protected by a magical barrier, began to buckle under a relentless assault. Minky's voice was grim. If they breach that double barrier, it means there's something out there with a power level far higher than an orc's. When it gets in, fighting it in this cramped space will be suicide. Wook turns to the squad leader, his voice resolute. The moment that door opens, give the signal. You will blow this monster up, along with me. After saying this, he immediately activated a skill, reinforcing his body. Min-hee screamed his name. Are you crazy? Wook roared back. If that door is broken down, all hope is lost. I can't defeat all of them. But I will stop their leader, even if it costs me my life. At that very moment, a colossal fist shattered the door into splinters. They shielded their eyes from the blast of air as Kamek strolled inside with his monsters. He sneered. You pathetic freaks. Did you really think a flimsy barrier would save you? He looked down on the soldier before him with utter contempt. And what is this? Wook stared up in shock. He's far taller than any barbarian I've ever seen. Fear gripped his heart, but his resolve was absolute. He would not back down. Kamek swung his axe as Wusok flexed his fists. Have you truly decided to fight me? The vampire sneered. But to his surprise, Wusok charged forward, roaring a defiant refusal. I'm going to kill you, Wusok declared. He recalled his past training with Hyun-wook on mana control. His sergeant's voice echoed in his mind. Don't just mindlessly explode your mana. You have to control it. As Hyun-wook smacked him with a training bat, Wusok just laughed. It's not that easy, Hyun-wook warned. Stop laughing or I'll hit you again.
Your berserker form wears off faster each time because that's all you know how to do. Wusok's head drooped, crushed by the harsh truth of his words. This made Hyunwook furious. He smacked him again. You're just dumping your mana on me, focus control it. Sometime, after that grueling training, Wusok lay exhausted, unable to move. Sergeant, he panted. I have a question. Hyunwook glanced down at him. What is it, sir? If I face an enemy stronger than me in a real battle, what should I do? He asked, pushing himself up. The sergeant turned away. What do you think? He retorted, with an irritated scowl. Hyunwook declared. Of course, you run away. It's what a man like you would do. Wusok was stunned by the insult. I'm not that kind of person, he protested. As they began to argue, Hyunwook slammed a hand on his shoulder. Are you really going to argue with me? If you're not that person, then don't run. You fight. You act like a soldier and protect your comrades. Then they will protect you. In the present, Wusok charged, screaming at his squad leader. We have to act now. Instantly, Min pointed his hand. He summoned a portal directly behind Kamak. Wusok slammed into the vampire, shoving him through the swirling vortex. In an instant, they vanished from the room. Min immediately sealed the portal behind them, trapping the two inside. Kamak looked at him with a twisted smile. And what was that for? Wusok unleashed his mana, preparing his ability. His body began to grow. It was getting a little too crowded for a real fight in there, Kamak's hands, transformed into weapons. So, you're a fighter, are you? He taunted. Wusok ignored him, focusing every ounce of his being on controlling his mana. This time, it had to work. Thanks to his training, he successfully maintained his berserker form. A confident smile spread across his face. He stared down the vampire before him. Now, he could finally handle the power of a level 2 berserker body. He charged forward, his sergeant's words echoing in his soul. I will protect my comrades. With that vow, he brought his axe down with devastating force. At that same moment, in the 3rd Anti-Monster Brigade's underground bunker, Seo Yoon ran ahead. Hyunwook followed close behind, a swarm of weapons floating around him. His thoughts raced. He had to deal with that totem first. But what was her plan? Heading straight for the command and control center suddenly? A powerful gale erupted from around the corner, blasting them with force. They heard a thunderous crash, shielding their faces. They rounded the corner, only to find a bloodied and broken Wusok. He was being held by the throat by Kamak himself. Hyunwook froze, his eyes widening in shock as he screamed his subordinate's name. Wusok managed a weak smile. Sergeant, I told you, I'm not the type to run away. After spitting out those words, Kamak drove a brutal punch straight into his face. The vampire sneered. You should stop talking. Stop, So Yoon yelled. What do you want from us? Hyunwook turned to her, his voice grim. Squad leader, forgive me. Can you proceed to the command room alone? She stared at him, speechless. He continued urgently. As soon as you get there, give the order to find that totem. You must take measures to eliminate it immediately. He turned, his eyes burning with a furious rage. I will kill this freak and join you later. Seo Yoon was stunned by the absolute resolve etched on his face, unable to say a word. Kamak chuckled. Is this the daughter of the Holy Knights, Commander? I didn't plan on hunting for you, but fate has delivered you to me. Seo Yoon gathered her wits, nodded at Hyunwook, and commanded, Your orders are not to die. She immediately sprinted down the corridor. Kamak started towards her. And where do you think you're going? But Hyunwook stepped into his path. I never liked Wusok, he said calmly. He relied entirely on his raw strength. The vampire paused, amused. What nonsense is this? Hyunwook shattered a crystal in his hand. But even a guy like that fought to the death because of my words. So now, I'll risk my life to avenge him. The system displayed a new status, 3rd level mana reservoir. Mana supply is being consumed to generate a cloud of pure magic. Mana amount 100%. Warning, excessive use may cause severe harm to the caster's body. In a flash, Hyunwook lunged forward. Kamak watched, confused. A gleeful smile spread across the vampire's face. Come on then, try to attack me, he roared. But he was surprised when Hyunwook slid right between his legs. Hyunwook shot back to his feet as Kamak spun around. The vampire's eyes held a hint of surprise, but he paid no mind to what was happening behind him. A fatal mistake. A massive barrage of stakes erupted from the ground, flying straight into Kamak's back. As they struck, Hyunwook drew his spear and aimed a glowing arrow at the vampire's head. He swung his weapon, unlocking his spear's special ability. As the powerful strike descended, Kamak stared, bewildered by the steel stakes, but he caught the spear strike with one hand. At the same time, tentacles burst from his back, stopping every single stake. His body had transformed, completely into armor. "Are pathetic tricks all you have?" he mocked. "If so, you're about to be very disappointed." He launched a counterattack. "You wanted to avenge him, didn't you?" Hyunwook barely managed to react, activating his unyielding steel body ability. But the blow was so powerful it sent him flying. The impact tore his spear from his grasp. He landed hard, turning his arm to metal to skid to a halt across the concrete floor. He pushed himself up and looked over. At the unmoving body of Wusok lying beside him, Kamak blurred into motion, appearing before him in an instant. "Where are you looking?" he hissed. With a desperate leap, Hyunwook evades a devastating blow from the vampire clinging to the wall. He sees Kamak charging at him like a raging beast as the hunt begins anew. Kamak unleashes a furious barrage of strikes, roaring, "Will you keep scurrying away like a rat?" He closes the distance, his fist raised for a crushing blow. Bellowing that the rat was finally cornered, Hyunwook, recovering his stance, activated his unyielding steel body. Kamak unleashed a cataclysmic punch, his fist crashing into the wall with monstrous force. The reinforced barrier shattered like glass. Beyond the rubble lay another chamber, and the maze. Vampire stared, unimpressed. "Do you truly expect to kill me with a single holy weapon?" he sneered. "If this is all you have, your little revenge fantasy is simply ridiculous." A deep hum filled the air, catching his attention. "What is that?" Hyunwook's lips twisted into a grim smile. "You're right. One weapon would never be enough. That's why I brought you here." With a surge of power, he seized control of every weapon in the room. "This unending torrent of steel. It's all for you. Welcome to the arsenal of the 1st Battalion's 3rd Anti-Monster Brigade." Kamak's arrogance vanished, his eyes wide with disbelief. He just stared blankly. Hyunwook crushed another level 3 mana reservoir, his energy instantly surging back to 100%. But the strain was too much. Blood trickled from his lips. "Let's see what comes first," he choked out. "My victory or my death? It ends now." At that very moment, Mingji poured his remaining power into a massive teleportation. He warped an entire legion of skeletons from the bunker directly into the fray. The monsters reeled back in shock, utterly confused by the sudden undead reinforcements. He roared that he'd moved as many as he could, but his strength was failing. They were running out of time. They had to move now. Mingji strained with every fiber of his being, desperately holding the gate open against the tide. "Signal team, restore the comms channel," he screamed. "Everyone else, prepare for battle. They're about to breach." Instantly, soldiers raised their weapons, aiming at the portal he protected. Mingji let out a final, agonizing shout as his energy gave out. The portal collapsed, and then the skeletons began to shamble into the room. He crumpled to the floor, completely spent, watching helplessly, as the bone-chilling monsters advanced on him. One of them raised its rusted sword high. Pure terror seized Mingji. "Shoot!" he screamed. "Just shoot!" But just as the blade fell, a flash of movement appeared, erasing the skeleton in a single, perfect strike, saving him from certain death. "Lieutenant, are you all right?" Relief washed over him as he looked up at her with a wide grin. "We've eliminated all the skeletons that breached the control room," she reported calmly. He thanked her,
knowing that if the control room had fallen, it would have been over for all of them. Just then, the signalman shouted for the squad leader. "We're through! We've patched into the emergency comms channel and reached the 3rd Battalion." Mingji immediately ordered him. "Request backup, now."
But the signalman's face went pale with shock. He turned around, his expression one of pure horror. "Sir, they said their gate opened, too." Right now, the 3rd Battalion was being overrun by a massive horde of monsters. Mingji couldn't believe it. "Then get me the Blue Flower Guild." "Sir, multiple gates have opened in their territory as well." Mingji started listing other units, but the signalman cut him off. "It's no use, all nearby units and guilds are reporting gate breaches in their own sectors. Everyone is calling for backup from everyone else. Sir, it's like we're looking at hell." The words sent a chill through the lieutenants. "We have an incoming video transmission," the signalman announced. "It's the battalion commander." As soon as Gang Gang's face appeared on screen, they snapped to attention. "I'm on my way back to base," he said grimly. "But it's going to take time." The sound of helicopter blades whirred in the background. "You need to understand. Report the situation." C spoke first. "Multiple gates have opened simultaneously across all camps and guilds. It's a coordinated catastrophe, likely orchestrated by players and villain groups. Furthermore, most of the high-ranking officers have vanished. We assume they've been assassinated." "Is that the full scope of the situation?" Gang Gang asked. CI hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Yes, sir. It's just the two of you left in command. Can you handle this crisis? The connection began to break up. A look of deep concern crossed her face, and she raised her head. Commander, I have something to add. He gave her the go-ahead. This may sound unorthodox, sir, but I propose we grant temporary command authority. To Sergeant Hyanuk. Mingi stared at her in utter disbelief. What are you talking about? Explain yourself, Lieutenant, Gang demanded. Weren't you the one who was constantly suspicious of his every move? Her expression was dead serious. His irrational behavior has always been a cause for alarm. Until now. Meanwhile, back in the armory, Hyanuk stood amidst a sea of steel, calling the vampire by name. Kamuk, this unstoppable river of weaponry is all for you. Kamuk's eyes widened. How? How do you know my name? The strain from the mana reservoirs intensified. A fresh stream of blood ran from Hyanuk's mouth. Let's find out what breaks first, he snarled. You! Or me! With a roar, he unleashed his telekinesis, lifting a mountain of weapons into the air. The entire arsenal floated above him. In an instant, he directed the storm of steel straight at Kamuk. The vampire hardened his armor. Crossing his arms defensively, Hyanuk didn't hesitate. He unleashed the full barrage. A deafening clang echoed as weapons harmlessly deflected off the vampire's defenses, shattering on impact. The weapons disintegrated into useless fragments. His mana began to drain. 87% remained. Kamuk hadn't taken a single scratch. Is that it, you pathetic idiot? He began to walk forward, unfazed. I'll give you credit, he chuckled. It's an impressive display, but you must try harder. Attack me with everything you've got. In a flash, Hyanuk burned through more of his reserves, mana remaining 72%. He pushed his power to its absolute limit. A raw scream tearing from his throat as he intensified the storm. Kamuk's advance slowed, then stopped. The sheer volume of steel finally forced him to a halt. One of the strikes finally broke through, cracking the armor on his head. A wide, sadistic grin spread across his face. Now this is fun. Keep it coming. Every fool who relied on brute force before you died a miserable death. A system notification flashed. Mana has fallen to 38%. Kamuk was now within striking distance. He drew back his fist for a final, decisive blow. Just like that underling of yours, he sneered. So confident in his own meager power. The punch connected with a deafening boom. And then, silence. Nothing happened. Hyanuk had caught one of his own arrows, using his power to redirect it. He used the momentum to vault clean over the vampire's head. Kamuk's eyes went wide with shock. The sergeant landed squarely on his back. Are you still having fun, you monster? The vampire stares in disbelief, an arrow suddenly piercing his chest. As they battled, she had been closely observing Hyunwook's every move. His inexplicable feats and bizarre actions led her to one conclusion: he was from a guild aiming to destroy AMT, or perhaps a spy for another nation. But now, Hyunwook wears a chilling smile, declaring the vampire will die just like all the other pathetic fools who overestimated their strength. He glances at Kangmachi's body, now blazing with a powerful aura. She realizes she was wrong. He isn't a spy. He was the first to volunteer for this crisis. From the Goblin Gate incident to the Nidan disaster and the opening of the Red Gates in Sillin, he was always there. It was as if destiny placed him at the heart of every event, making him the key to solving each crisis. After finishing the vampire, Hyunwook approaches his fallen comrade, bringing him his axe. Using his ability has left him with just 1% of his mana. He apologizes, vowing that even if the bunker falls, he will come back and restore his body. Leaving the axe on his friend, he mutters that in this life, he won't survive alone. Her strategies, she thinks, are not just effective, but designed to save everyone. Considering every angle, she has her answer. She trusts the sergeant completely, deeming him a worthy candidate. Gang Ma-chi reflects on her words. It sounds logical, and she likes the idea. The most remarkable thing, the very person they needed had arrived, right on cue. They turn to see Hyunwook walking toward them and call him over. The commander announces he will temporarily take command of the 1st Battalion's 3rd Anti-Monster Brigade. He asks if his new authority grants him access to the arsenal. The commander agrees, asking if he can truly turn the tide. Hyunwook clenches his fist, his silence speaking volumes. He raises his head, a grimly serious expression on his face. He accepts. It's time to fight back. Meanwhile, near the barracks in Zone 1, the defense line is pure chaos. Soldiers hide, behind barriers, firing desperately at the monster hordes swarming towards them. One soldier shouts for an immediate magic circle deployment. Instantly, glowing circles appear above the monsters, erupting in pillars of flame. The massive attack vaporizes a huge area. Yet it barely makes a dent in the endless tide of skeletons. A soldier named Sai Wu looks on in terror, realizing that at this rate, they'll never defeat them all. At the same time, in the barracks of Zone 2,
Skeletons are storming the building, setting it ablaze. 2 female soldiers try to hold back the flood of monsters, but they're quickly overwhelmed. Someone screams that the second floor is lost. The 2 girls are cut down by skeletons, as others fall back from the stairs, shouting that they have to retreat. See, he
grabs another soldier by the shoulder, urging them to get to a higher floor. But the soldier just cries, saying the people on the second floor can't be saved. There are too many monsters. As she climbs over a barricade, she knows they can't hold out for much longer. See? He slams her fist against the railing in pure rage. Elsewhere, at the security post, Yu Young is a whirlwind of steel, cutting down hordes of zombies that are trying to break through. Min Su looks on, calling out to the sergeant, asking if he's all right, after carving through another wave. Yu Young stands, still, and asks if he looks okay. He glances up to see yet another crowd approaching, muttering that the totems make them infuriatingly hard to kill. They just keep coming. A wide, manic grin spreads across his face. This is actually starting to be fun. Back at headquarters, Hyun-wook explains that individually. The skeletons and zombies are no great threat, but their sheer numbers, pouring from the gates, have formed an army the size of a Division 10 or 20,000 strong. If they can't thin the herd, the main camp will inevitably fall. Ma Yi insists they have no choice but to retreat to a bunker. But Hyun-wook shocks everyone by refusing. If they just hide, the monsters will become an unstoppable army of death, controlled by whoever planted those totems. Once they descend from Namsan Mountain, thousands of civilians will die. Ma Yi asks what he proposes they do instead. Hyun-wook turns to the assault team leader, ordering her to take her personnel and hunt for the totems. She stares at him, asking what to do.
About the zombies, with a dead serious expression, he says they will open the guard post and gather every single monster in one place. Ma Yi is furious with
this strategy, shouting, asking if he's crazy. They'll all be annihilated for sure. But Hyun-wook just gives the second squad leader a small smile. That's where she's wrong. If they work together, it's the monsters who will die, not them. Ma Yi is stunned by this, pointing to herself in confusion, asking if he's talking about her. A short time later, an exhausted Yu Young demands to know why he has to do this. He refuses outright. How can he possibly search all of Namsan Mountain? Hyun-wook tells him not to worry. Their squad members are already scouting the area. Min Su spots another zombie horde, warning the sergeant that they're advancing again. Hyun-wook states that he's in command now, so Yu Young will follow his orders. Yu Young pulls a hand away from his face and scoffs. What did he say? He must have misheard him. Hyun-wook sighs, thinking to himself
that he'd forgotten how strange this man was. He gets his attention by mentioning a 21-year-old Ballantine's whiskey. A sly grin instantly appears on
Yu Young's face. He counters that he requires a 30-year vintage. When he doesn't get an immediate answer, he asks impatiently if it's a yes or no. Hyun-wook, annoyed, thinks that he's just as unserious as he used to be. He agrees to the terms, and with a joyful expression, Yu Young shouts that he understands perfectly and gets moving at once. At the same time, he says he will head to the meeting point. Hyun-wook tells the Az, Commander, he'll join her soon, asking her to look after his squad members. She nods, saying not to worry. She doesn't plan on losing. Any more soldiers? A moment later, a broadcast echoes from the command center. All personnel are ordered to cease their attacks and retreat into the buildings immediately. Hearing this, the soldiers from the first barracks begin to fall back, shouting that they need to get to the bunker. Some yell for the mages to
set up barriers and prepare for a siege. Sion Woo loudly demands to know why reinforcements haven't arrived yet, as several soldiers watch the chaos on the monitors.
An undead horde swarmed past the guard post, closing in on the barracks just 200 meters away in the second zone. As the monsters drew near, a commander's voice cut through the tension. Skeletons and zombies have breached the perimeter. All personnel, get inside magicians, erect the barriers now. Brace for impact, he ordered. From his vantage point, he saw a horrifying legion of monsters flooding the streets. Are they insane? Another soldier cried out. How can we stop that many with just barriers? But Hyun-wook had a plan. Control the air inside the barracks, he commanded calmly. Keep the wind speed below 3 meters per second. She obeyed, bewildered by his strategy. What is he planning? She wondered. At that very moment, inside the arsenal of the 3rd Anti-Monster Brigade, Min Hwi was unleashing her power. Who is this man? She thought, stunned. The maximum range of her portal was supposed to be 90 meters. She opened a small gate on the floor, never having imagined it could be used to send objects across vast distances. But Hyun-wook's voice was firm. The drone has traveled 800 meters. Min-hee stared at him, her mind racing. How could he understand her ability better than she did? Maximum communication altitude reached, he continued.
1 kilometer, correcting drone's current altitude. Then, he gave the final command. Open the portal to its absolute maximum.
He reported to the commander as he used his own telekinesis to levitate a sword above the shimmering gate. With a surge of power, he launched the blade into the portal,
executing the first strike. Far away, Carol was walking a forest path when a brilliant blue glow filled the air. She froze, watching what was happening. With a look of pure astonishment, the sword, launched by Hyun-wook, materialized from the sky and pierced through a skeleton, obliterating it instantly.
The sheer force of the impact sent the blade tearing through several other monsters that stood nearby. Watching from a mountain overlook, a strategist confirmed the kill.
First strike has hit the target, he yelled into his comms. Sergeant, we have no room for error. Back in the arsenal, Hyun-wook activated his 3rd-level mana reservoir.
Instantly restoring his energy to its peak, a powerful aura exploded from him. I must continue, he thought, his resolve hardening. He began launching a torrent of weapons from the arsenal through the portal, unleashing an attack he named Steel Rain. The monsters looked up in confusion, only to see a sky filled with descending blades. They tried to scatter, but it was useless. The storm of weapons descended, wiping out most of them in a single, devastating barrage. The soldiers witnessing this could only stare in disbelief. Hyun-wook relentlessly fed weapons into the portal, a single vow echoing in his mind. Now that I am in command, not a single person will die in this battle. Carol watched the carnage, utterly speechless. This is incredible, she whispered. Min-hee strained to keep the portal open, her gaze fixed on the sergeant. Blood began to stream from Hyun-wook's nose, but he merely gritted his teeth, pushing his power to its limits. No one else will die because of me, he thought, the memory of a past failure fueling his rage. From a rooftop, he surveyed the massive pile of monster corpses. In the command center, an operator stared at her screen in shock.
That guy? He's absolutely insane. Another soldier's voice crackled over the radio. Evacuate the wounded, exterminate the remaining monsters.
As other soldiers emerged from a bunker, one asked in awe, is Sergeant Hyun-wook really that powerful? From her mountain perch, Young was just as stunned. Do we have an A-ranker in our battalion that I don't know about? His companion shook her head. I doubt even his rank can explain this. Min-hee maintained the portal, realizing the genius of his strategy. He had combined her portal ability with altitude to create a strike more devastating than any A-ranker over a massive area. He is a soldier in every sense of the word. The strain finally became too much, and Hyun-wook collapsed to one knee. Min-hee rushed to his side. Are you all right? He gripped his shoulder, his voice strained but firm. Squad leader, it's not over yet. Concentrate on keeping that portal stable. I'm already at my limit, she cried out. I can't hold it for much longer. Hyun-wook stared into the shimmering gate. Just a little longer, he pleaded. At that same time, Carol stood on the mountain, analyzing the unbelievable attack. A vampire appeared behind her. Kamak went to the command center, but he's not responding.
Almost all the monsters have been destroyed. Should we wait for the final gate to open? Carol snapped at him, her voice laced with irritation.
Shut up and let me think. This wasn't the power of the Mountain King, a holy sword candidate, or a holy knight. They had zero information on this person. An attack covering such a wide area? Could he be a high-ranking military leader? Suddenly, the vampire's eyes widened. My lady, he said, his voice grim. Scouts have appeared. The news shocked her. She whipped her head around to look at him, hidden behind a nearby tree. A soldier's heart pounded in his chest as he overheard them. I have many questions for this newcomer, Carol declared.
Bring him to me, now. Instantly, a blur of motion erupted from behind the tree as the hidden soldier made a break for it. The vampire
melted into the shadows, giving chase. The soldier, Kong Jin, fumbled for his walkie-talkie as he sprinted for his life. He screamed into the device. Totem has been found, I repeat. Totem has been found, location B-3-9. Hyun-wook's head snapped up as he heard the desperate cry. A wave of shock passed through him and every other soldier listening in. Kong Jin risked a glance over his shoulder.
I'm being pursued. I don't think I can get away. Just as the words left his mouth, a hand of iron clamped around his throat, lifting him off the ground.
The walkie-talkie slipped from his grasp, clattering uselessly several meters away. Hyun-wook's voice was filled with alarm as he yelled the soldier's name. Kong Jin! Silence! He turned to his comms. Command center, scramble a drone to those coordinates. Now, immediately. A remote team took control of a drone and sent it speeding toward the location. Hyun-wook turned to his comrade, his face a mask of grim determination. Young, we're going now. A second is all I need, he growled. In the next instant, he vanished, moving with impossible speed. From the mountain, Carol spotted their squad moving.
She watched them approach, a smirk on her face as she raised a hand. So, he wasn't alone, Hyun-wook shouted to his team.
Our position is compromised. Shields up. Suddenly, a colossal monster emerged from the trees, its shadow falling over them. Another one appeared beside it. Be careful, a soldier screamed. She and Min-hee instantly raised their shields, just in time to block the monster's massive sword strikes. But under the immense power of the blow, his shield began to crack. Enemy detected. Raise the shields, someone screams, but the monster obliterates the magical barrier with one attack. The impact sends him flying. He cries out in agony, his shoulder shattered by the devastating blow. Meanwhile, his comrade struggles to fend off another beast. Dark energy writhes around the creature's massive sword. She feels the corrupting aura searing her skin just from its presence. The vile power burns her hand, but gritting her teeth, she musters her strength and shoves the colossal blade away with her shield. She turns to her squad.
Stay back, she commands. Those are possessed armors. If they touch you, your very flesh will rot away.
They are cursed relics, forged from death magic itself. A soldier drags the injured man to safety. Are you okay? His shoulders dislocated.
Another soldier points in terror. There's more of them, from every direction. Huge possessed armors converge on their position.
The soldiers look on in despair. Captain, what do we do? She steps forward, her shield igniting with a brilliant holy light. Stand behind me. Her power erupts, forming immense wings of pure energy, creating a large protective dome. As the dome expands, the monsters caught in its wake shriek in agony from the holy power. She slams her shield into the ground. Ability Holy Dome, she declares, leaping atop her shield. For the next 7 minutes, you have the blessing of holy power. If a chance arises, break away and find the totems? A soldier asks nervously. But are those monsters too strong for you to handle alone?
Can you even survive? She launches herself from the shield with explosive force. I am more than enough, landing deftly on a monster's shoulder.
It turns its massive head towards her as a blinding radiance emanates from her sword. She's activating her sacred light ability. In the next instant, she plunges her blade deep into the monster's head, pouring all of her strength into the blow and destroying it completely. But as one falls, another rushes in, its own massive sword already swinging. The monster delivers a devastating strike to its own ally. She foresaw the attack, leaping towards the other monster. As she lands, she drives her sword deep into its corrupted body. The soldiers watch in awe. Is this how holy knights normally fight? I don't know, but now I get why they call the lieutenant a berserker. Withdrawing her blade, she destroys another monster and immediately leaps toward the next. But suddenly, her energy begins to dissipate.
What's happening? Her holy power has vanished completely. She whirls around to see a monster's sword already piercing through the air.
Right for her reacting on pure instinct. She dodges the blow, flying over the monster's shoulder from the momentum. She slams violently against a tree. The soldiers look up in alarm as the dome begins to disappear, shouting a warning. Using her sword as a crutch, she struggles to her feet, clenching her teeth in pain. A system window appears. Gregory Azazel's curse is spreading. All holy power. Asterisk. In this area will be suppressed. Gregory, the organization of fallen angels, led by Azazel himself. The relic of the fallen angels is an item with anti-holy power. A figure floats in the air, cloaked in an ominous green aura. She's so shocked, she can't even speak. The figure looks down at her. So, I finally see the face of the ignorant holy knight? At that same moment, Young is racing through the forest. He spots a vampire holding Kang Jin. A wide grin spreads across his face. Found you. He closes the distance in a heartbeat. He stabs at the surprised vampire, but where his knife struck, the creature's arm dissolved into smoke, causing the blow to miss entirely. The vampire's whole body turns to smoke, and the unconscious Kang Jin begins to fall. Young catches him. Watching the misty form retreat, he watches it closely. I didn't feel it cut anything. Did he just disappear into the darkness? Kang Jin, he calls out. Are you okay? You have to wake up if you die. Eunuch won't give me my whiskey. Unexpectedly, a bladed hand strikes from behind. He dodges it easily, chuckling. Too slow. Immediately, he puts a long distance between himself and the vampire. As Young flees, he notices the vampire launching another attack from behind. He looks at it, thinking, it's amazing. that he can keep up with my speed. He leaps over the attack, but is still slightly grazed. The vampire fully emerges from the smoke. Young lands and sets Kang Jin on the ground. The vampire speaks. So, you're the candidate for Holy Swordsman? Chosen for your speed and reflexes. Now I understand why the sabotage detachment was defeated. But it's all useless against me. It's impossible to pierce me with a sword. Killing you would be a waste of your abilities. He stretches out his hands. Join us. If you gain the power of a vampire, you can climb to the top of the world. Young is stunned by what he said, looking back with a blank expression as dark energy emanates from the vampire. You must become one of the chosen, like me. Young snaps back. What kind of nonsense is this? Stop saying things like that and tell me. How I'm supposed to recoup the cost of this A-rank uniform? They stare at each other silently. The vampire thinks. Is this man an idiot? Ability Acheron's Earth, he says. Simple words don't seem to reach you. This power drags living beings down into the corrupted land. Of Acheron, the river the dead cross after death, Young tries to get out. Why has the ground softened? He turns to Kang Jin. Wake up or you'll drown, he shouts. The vampire looks at him and says, Your legs are trapped. The more you move, the deeper you will be pulled down. Young looks at the soldier beside him. What do I do with him? Fighting while carrying him is too difficult. Just then, the vampire attacks from behind. Are these your last words? He sneers, unable to break free. Young leans back with all his might, dodging the surprise attack. He shifts his grip in an instant, the knife now a blur of motion. He lunges with blinding speed, but his opponent is faster. The vampire strikes him down. I already told you, the creature roars. A mere blade cannot pierce this body. Young's movements are sluggish, caught in the vampire's ability. But he's not down yet. He dodges the next attack, desperately trying to escape, deflecting the storm of blows from the pursuing vampire. The creature continues its relentless assault on the sergeant. What a disgrace, the vampire mocks. And you're a candidate for Holy Swordsman. Young's back is now a canvas of fresh wounds, but he shouts defiantly, You'll have to wait. Is aiming for my back the only thing you can do? What a shame for a swordsman to stab from behind. Let's fight face to face. In a flash, the vampire appears before him, swinging his blade and thinking, This man is a complete idiot. His gaze falls upon Kangen, still trapped by his power. I can't believe I asked such an imbecile to join us. He scoffs. What a humiliation. Kangen continues to be consumed by the ability, his head nearly swallowed by the earth. But Young simply agrees with a sly grin. I'm not interested in you people right now, he says. In fact, I'm grateful to this idiot for falling into my trap so easily. The vampire looks at him calmly. Stop your bluffing. You were simply unlucky with your opponent. Oh, I wouldn't say that, Young replies. Tell me, have you ever been cut at the speed of light? An annoyed expression crosses the vampire's face. This is growing tiresome, he snarls, raising his blade. We don't need madmen like you just die. The blade screams through the air, aimed right for him. Yet, Young's cunning smile remains. At the very last second, a brilliant, powerful energy erupts from his body. He explodes forward in a blinding dash, evading the vampire's deadly strike. With every ounce of his being, he shatters the chains of the dark ability that held him. He leaps toward his foe, plunging his knife into the vampire's arm. Dark smoke hisses from the fresh wound immediately after. He unleashes a storm of strikes at an unbelievable speed. He directs the final, decisive blow right at the vampire's head. As the last blow connects, the vampire's body collapses, and the effect of his ability vanishes. I used a sword with divine power, so it hurt more. But it won't be enough to kill him. Looks like I'll have to destroy the totem. The vampire, seething with rage, calls him an idiot. This is just funny, it's not fair at all. Young leans in close, a cunning smile playing on his lips. That was quite rude. You endured so much. Though I suppose that's not surprising. You were, after all, cut at the speed of light. The vampire can only stare back with a pathetic look on his face as he tries to speak. Young channels energy into his knife again. Let me finish this. And with that, he unleashes a torrent of impossibly fast stabs in a split second. Before the vampire can even react, his body shatters into countless particles and vanishes. Young collapses to the ground. I'm so hungry. If I push my metabolism that hard again, I'll definitely die. At the same time, Carol floats in the air with a wide smile, loudly declaring, Now this is very interesting. I wonder what expression that holy knight will have on his face when he dies. At that very moment, a colossal monster beside her raises its sword and prepares to attack her. She is completely shocked,
unable to even get to her feet as the monster brings down its massive sword.
But in that same instant, a volley of stakes flies towards it under the influence of Hyun-wook's ability. The weapons slam into the monster, knocking it down. The creature's blow misses its mark. Hyun-wook leaps from Manhwa's portal, which is attached to a drone. As he lands, the portal closes behind him.
He slides several meters to a stop. Carol turns, her attention completely captured. All the people nearby also turn to look, their faces etched with surprise.
Hyun-wook commands his weapons with a deadly serious expression. "Where is the soldier you were chasing?" he demands.
Carol is taken aback, wondering who this man could be. Hyun-wook grits his teeth, the memory of Wok's death at the hands of another vampire burning in his mind.
His expression becomes furious as he roars, "Answer me! Where is my squad member?" Just then, even more possessed armor shambles toward them, heading for the survivors. Carol smirks. "You don't seem to realize the situation you're in. Instead of worrying about the dead, you should worry about those who could die at any moment." At that very moment, the holy barrier protecting the soldiers had almost completely disappeared. Hyun-wook notices this with a shocked expression. He sees hordes of monsters closing in on his squad members, readying their weapons to attack. He unleashes his ability, instantly redirecting his stakes toward the new threat. He pierces them in the gaps where their armor is weakest. The monster is stopped in its tracks. He yells, "Squad leader!" She immediately understands, charging another monster and shouting, "I know!" She delivers a crushing blow to the monster's head, smashing it to the ground. But while they dealt with these threats, several more approached. Other monsters were already bearing down on the party members. About to attack, one of the creatures swings its massive sword while the soldiers stand frozen. But the monster is stopped by another suit of armor, this one with eerie blue flames burning in its helmet. The two armored behemoths begin to clash. Meanwhile, Hyun-wook points his weapon at another monster. His controlled blade pierces the creature, stopping it cold. Suddenly, a system notification appears.
A new controlling force has been activated. It is more powerful than the death magic which controls the ghostly armor. A new controlling force, metal control.
Hyun-wook was stunned by what had just happened. Is this the power of control? The system continued when a new control power is activated. The existing one will be disarmed, allowing absolute power to surpass the normal living armor. Do you want to secure power or control living armor? Hyun-wook chooses to control and says it aloud. You have chosen control. 2 out of 3 conditions met. Please note, depending on your level of controlling power, there may be restrictions on the functions or range of the living armor. The color of the flame inside the monster he just attacked shifted, and it came under his command. Immediately after, this armor attacks another monster, defeating it in a single blow. Everyone stares at him in absolute shock after what he just did. She reels in shock, accusing him of ruining her fun. But Hyun-wook glares back, his voice dripping with ice. "What fun are you talking about?"
"Hand over my squad member," he snarls, "or I'll rip out every last one of your fangs." Suddenly, her eyes widen. A sinister aura bleeds from the monster.
The one she just struck. A shriek of agony tears from her throat. Staggering back, she watches the beast lurch to its feet. Carol just laughs, her voice laced with mockery. "Is that all? After such a grand entrance, I'm truly disappointed." Hyun-wook's gaze hardens, a storm brewing in his eyes. It's not time yet, he thinks. The weapon under his control, Jay, streaks through the forest like a silver comet, leaving a shimmering trail. Below, the horde of monsters continues its relentless advance. Their roars shake the very ground. Carol smirks. That area attack was impressive. I'll admit, I was looking forward to what came next. But stealing phantom armor, is that the best you've got? You can't even wield holy power. What can you do with just 2 suits of ghost armor, as Hyun-wook focuses on the item? He thinks, now is the time. You're right, he admits, his voice steady. It's difficult for me to act. A cruel, triumphant smirk spreads across Carol's lips. But her surprise turns to shock. An arrow screams towards her, radiating immense power. Hyun-wook's expression is grim, and his voice booms across the battlefield. That's why. I'm changing the battlefield itself. Carol instantly darts away, trying to escape the projectile, but the arrow gives chase, locking onto its target. She weaves through the trees, but the arrow hunts her relentlessly. A system window appears. The effect of Gregory Azaza's curse is fading, the suffocating power that blanketed the area. The power that suppressed all holy arts is weakening. A soft glow returns to a soldier's sword. "My holy power," she cries out. "It's coming back." Hyun-wook's voice rings out. Deal with the last of the ghost armor, he commands. Everyone else, find and destroy the totems. Move now. With renewed hope, the soldiers scramble to their feet. Yes, sir. He turns to the sergeant. You and Young, team up and get moving. Henwick activates a skill, his body glowing with power. K-Jun's life is on the line, he grits out. There's no time to waste. With that, he vanishes in a blur of motion, leaving the squad to their mission. Meanwhile, the relentless arrow continues its high-speed pursuit of Carol. She glances back, her eyes wide with disbelief. That's no ordinary arrow? It can't be. Is that truly Failnob miles away? Henwick sprints through the forest, activating his metal detection skill. He senses the arrow's location. There he thinks, drawing his spear. He focuses, preparing his weapon control ability. Carol watches in horror as the arrow closes in.
Panic flashes across her face. The arrow strikes true, shattering the cursed necklace. In that exact moment, Henwick appears, swinging his spear and unlocking its ability. Return my squad member, he roars, thrusting his spear forward. But Carol defends, halting the attack with a swirling vortex of
her own blood. The arrow's holy energy finally dissipates. Now, she seethes. I'm not just upset. I'm disappointed. As she speaks, her form twists into something monstrous. The crimson shield of blood effortlessly blocks all his assaults. She glares at him, her eyes burning with contempt. You've made me very angry, she hisses. To think I'd have to reveal my true form. To a mere mortal like you. Suddenly, Henwick senses an attack from behind.
Tendrils of blood lash out at him, skill steel physique. He activates instantly. The skill absorbs most of the impact, but the force still sends him flying.
He crashes hard against the ground. Carol sneers. I can't believe I fell for such an obvious trick, wasting a treasure like Failnob on that. Henwick staggers to his feet and coughs up a spray of blood. She eyes him critically. Are you really the one who launched that executive-level area attack? He glares back, his breathing ragged. Doesn't matter, he rasps. Tell me where my comrade is, or I'll do it again. Unfazed, she begins to weave a spell.
A terrifying magic circle glowing behind her. Oh, it's incredibly important, she replies with a wicked grin. I can't leave until I see the despair on the face of the boy who ruined my plans. Henwick looks around, his eyes widening in horror. A blood-drinking web materializes out of thin air. He looks at it, shocked. Its coverage
is beyond anything I could have predicted. It covers the entire area. Wait, she said. Plans. This was all calculated. But to what end? Asterisk. At that same moment, the gruesome web manifests back at headquarters. Soldiers are ensnared in their own rooms, killed in an instant. But they don't stay dead for long. Their bodies begin to rise, reborn as vampires. Don't worry, Carol taunts. You'll soon meet the one you're so desperately looking for. Deep in an underground bunker, the cursed web reaches Walk's fallen body. A malevolent smile twists her lips. Though I doubt it will be a happy reunion. Since my new subordinates killed everyone around him? A primal roar of fury escapes Henwick's lips. Stop this! He bellows, as he watches. His comrade Walk begin to transform. Carol laughs mockingly. What's wrong if your comrades mean so much? Then you'll just have to kill them all over again, with your own two hands. Moments later, a horde of newly turned vampires swarms out of the headquarters. At the bunker entrance, soldiers cry out in alarm. Those are the fallen! Watch out, the corpses are moving. They'll attack if we don't handle this right. Henwick's gaze locks onto a familiar silhouette, his heart freezing in his chest. No. Walk. He sees the figure of a grievously wounded man, somehow standing, weapon in hand. At that moment, the sergeant unleashes his spear's ability. A torrent of powerful energy blasts toward Carol. She sidesteps it with ease, waving her hand dismissively. Is that all? She scoffs, conjuring a storm of webs around him. Henwick desperately slashes through them with his spear. But for every strand he cuts, 10 more appear, their razor-sharp edges beginning to slice into his flesh. Why so sad? Carol mocks. The friends you've been missing are on their way. You can't possibly die before they get here, so you must hold on. She points a finger directly at his face. I'm so very curious, she purrs. To see the look of utter despair on your face when you see your dead comrades. Henwick's expression remains grim, his mind racing. This pressure? It's stronger than I anticipated, he thinks. His eyes dart to her shattered accessory. I neutralized Gregory Azaza's curse, so I can use holy power again. But the totem's buff is still active, amplifying her strength. Using holy power now would be a complete waste of mana. There's only one option left.
Carol's eyes widen in disbelief at what he does next. He activates the mana tank once more, instantly replenishing his reserves to their absolute maximum. The backlash sends searing pain through Henwick's body.
Model. With cold eyes, he declares that he'll make one thing clear: she was the first to cross the line. The system announces that through the crown of light and darkness, he chooses the path of shadows. Hyunik thinks to himself. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. A sinister purple aura erupts above him as he vows to risk his life and cross that same line. A system window appears. The aura of darkness is now active. The effect grants 30% of the crown's dark magic to certain pieces of equipment. The penalty? A 30% reduction in health. He smirks, realizing he's now using their own buff against them. Channeling dark energy into his spear, he proclaims that poison will be met with poison. The system notifies him that within the evil gathering zone, the dark aura has intensified. Carol stares in utter disbelief. What is that? She gasps. Where did he get that level of dark power? With a fearsome expression, Hyunik roars that she should prepare herself. He will consume all her darkness with an even greater darkness. Panic flashes in Carol's eyes as she stares at the transformed man. She hastily waves her hand, launching a bloody web straight for him. Hyunik activates his steel physique ability. The web crashes against him, his clothes shredding into pieces. Unfazed, he swings his spear, now pulsing with immense dark energy. His eyes burn with pure rage. He lunges, screaming as he thrusts his spear forward.
A torrent of violent energy erupts, but Carol barely manages to evade the blast. Her face twists in fury as she realizes the truth.
He deliberately corrupted himself with the darkness attribute just to use the totem's buff. How deep does his madness run? Hyunik grits his teeth, a grim satisfaction washing over him. This is good. Something is finally working. If he just keeps pushing, but suddenly, his vision blurs. A critical system warning flashes before his eyes. The amplified dark power has exceeded the user's limit. The user has entered a berserk state. Dark energy begins to consume him as Hyunik wonders in shock.
Berserk was the totem. Stronger than I thought. He struggles to regain his senses. At that very moment, Yongyang, carrying Kangen on his shoulder,
looks up at the chaotic sky. What is all this? He mutters, then freezes, his eyes widening in shock. He repeats his question. What is this? A horde of vampires, created by Carol, is charging right at him. He recognizes them. The head of the operation. Our other squad leaders here too. They all begin to unleash their magical powers. Did she get to all of them? Yongyang carefully sets Kangen down. You just lie here for a bit, he says, turning to face the horde. He sighs. I really don't like this. Taking a fighting stance, his expression hardens. However, I made a deal with the current squad leader for some very expensive whiskey. A grim smile appears on his face. Looks like I'll have to kill you all to protect him. He vanishes, reappearing in a blur among his former comrades, now turned into monsters. With a determined look, he whispers, I'm sorry. Now, rest in peace. Meanwhile, Carol desperately dodges the dagger swung by the berserk Hyunik. He follows with a wide swing of his spear, unleashing another wave of overwhelming energy. She's too slow this time. The dark power grazes her hand, forcing a scream of pain from her lips. She waves her arm, frantically dispelling the corrupting energy. Hyunik glares, his eyes glowing with malice, and growls. I will kill you, Carol scoffs, waving her hand dismissively. You can't even control yourself. Darkness has consumed you. Do you really think I would allow myself to be defeated by the likes of you? Hyunik activates steel body across his entire form and smashes through the web she unleashes. He closes the distance in an instant. His spear, radiating terrifying power, swings towards her. Fear finally appears on Carol's face. You're completely insane, she shrieks. Hyunik's strike descends, but she manages to dodge at the last second. Just then, Woo-Ok crashes down from above, his axe swinging in a deadly arc. Hyunik pivots, blocking the fall.
With his spear, steel grinds against steel as they lock eyes. Slowly, Hyunik begins to push Woo-Ok back, rising to his feet despite the immense pressure.
He headbutts his corrupted comrade, sending him stumbling back. Carol unleashes another web, screaming, You're pissing me off, I'll kill you, and your colleague in a single blow. She launches her web with terrifying force, but Hyunik is too fast, dodging the attack which misses them both. In the next instant, he thrusts his spear, shattering Woo-Ok's axe and leaving him stunned. Hyunik's hand snaps forward, grabbing his comrade's throat in a vice-like grip. He raises his spear, ready for the final blow. But deep within the berserker's rage, his subconscious screams, What am I doing? Get it together. Hurry! He sees a vision of his fallen ally, grabbing his leg with empty eye sockets. Get a hold of yourself, his friend's voice echoes. The hands of countless comrades begin to grab at him, all crying out for help. In reality, Hyanek's grip on Woo-ok's throat tightens, his spear poised to strike. For a fleeting second, clarity returns. He sees what he's about to do. He immediately lets go of his comrade's throat. A system window appears. The user's despair and anger have exceeded the limit. Due to the corrupting dark force, his eyes flood with overwhelming power once more as he lets out a soul-shaking roar. The system announces he has fulfilled special conditions to unlock a hidden attribute. A massive wave of energy explodes from Hanok, violently throwing Woo-ok backward. Carol watches from a distance, speechless at the spectacle. A system window displays information about the item. Demon Metal. The hidden attribute is revealed Hellfire mode. It unlocks when the user's dark power reaches its absolute limit. The effect grants the owner the power of Hellfire. A flame that thirsts for darkness. The hellish flames will burn endlessly until all dark power is exhausted. Carol's eyes widen in terror at what she sees. Is that the fire of hell? Even for a vampire like her. This was a first. Something is terribly wrong here. I need to escape. But it's too late. A spear wreathed in black flame flies past her at blinding speed, severing her leg. She cries out in shock. It becomes impossible to stay airborne. Hyanuk, now in control, commands his spear with a mere thought. It flies back to him, radiating an incredible force, and he catches it effortlessly. Carol clutches the stump of her leg, screaming in agony. Meanwhile, in the depths of Hyanuk's mind, he's fighting to break free from the darkness pulling him under. I have to get a hold of myself, he thinks desperately, before I'm dragged away for good. If he hesitates, the darkness will swallow him whole above her. Carol summons a colossal magic circle, unleashing a torrent of blood-red webbing from its center. She guides the gruesome net with her hands, screaming, I'll kill you right now, you ignorant freak! All of it hurtles toward Hyanuk, who simply walks forward to meet it. He pays her assault no mind, the crimson threads parting around him as if he were a phantom. With her webs, Carol begins to tear the very earth beneath his feet apart. The ground shatters with a deafening roar, but her webs can't even touch him. His entire body is an inferno that instantly incinerates them. Shock flashes across her face. He burned my web. Hyanuk stands firm, activating his skill with a single pointed finger. Instantly, the blades he commands descend upon Carol from every angle. She's overwhelmed, unable to block the onslaught with a mighty blow of his spear. He shatters her magic circle. After the strike, he poises his spear and watches her every move. A grievously wounded Carol stares back in terror, realizing, I can't overpower him with brute force. Meanwhile, the distant squad witnesses the destructive aftermath of their clash. Junmo turns to the others, his voice urgent. We have to find that totem, now. Sergeants Young Yun, Hyanuk, and the squad leader are risking everything we have to give this our all. Suddenly, one of the soldiers spots a colossal totem, left behind by Kamak. I've found it, he shouts. They rush towards the massive structure together. Excellent, Janos declares. We need to retrieve the holy weapon and install the C4. He calls out to M. We need your shield. Can you hold it? M's face is a mask of determination. Everyone is on the line. I'll hold out until the very end. A short time later, they're in position. M stands before the totem, shield raised, with the team behind him. Janos begins the briefing. Raise the sacred shield. Listen closely, everyone. We'll gather our power and shatter this totem. I'll reinforce the holy sword with sacred current. The explosive force from the C4 on the shield will help us. But if we can't endure the shockwave, we'll all be blown away. So grit your teeth and hold on tight. But before they can even begin, a monstrous, colossal hand claws its way out of the nearby gate. The creature strikes the ground beside them with terrifying force. The impact shatters their concentration, forcing them to fight just to stay upright. The massive beast continues to emerge. Pulling itself from the gate with an earth-shaking roar, it's a boss monster, a gigantic ghost armor. Once it reaches its full, towering height, it unleashes a deafening shriek. The creature is so immense, it's visible even from Hyanuk and Carol's battlefield. She glances at her opponent, a new plan forming in her mind. This man? He leaves me no choice. I'll have to abandon the buffs and destroy the totem myself. If I can't have it, neither can he. He'll be forced out of his berserk state, and the boss monster can finish him off. The moment her plan solidifies, Carol bolts towards the ghost armor. Hyanuk launches himself after her, flying with his own power. Carol shrieks at the towering monster. Break the totem now! The massive ghost armor hears her command. and immediately raises its arm to smash the totem where the soldiers are gathered. They see the attack coming, their eyes widening in shock. But as the monster moves, Carol glances back, only to see Hyanuk, spear in hand, rapidly closing the distance. She draws an arrow, infusing it with her ominous energy. She aims it directly at her pursuer. "Fail not," she screams. "Don't you dare come any closer, you freak!" Hyanuk watches the arrow streak towards him and answers with a powerful swing of his spear. A wave of energy erupts, deflecting his trajectory. The arrow screams past him, but only for a moment. The enchanted arrow pivots in mid-air and resumes its relentless pursuit. But with another thrust of his spear, Hyanuk surges forward, overtaking Carol. The sudden move catches her completely off guard. She whips around, seeing her own arrow closing in on him. Then, in a brilliant, terrifying move, he uses her as a human shield just as the arrow is about to strike.
Carol's eyes widen in disbelief. "Did you aim my fail not back at me?" The arrow pierces through them both, sending them crashing into the giant monster with immense force.
The impact staggers the beast, stopping its attack on the totem cold. The nearby soldiers are stunned by the sudden turn of events, shielding themselves from the flying debris. After the collision, Carol lies broken near a tree, gasping for breath. The arrow has torn straight through her torso. She forces her head to turn and sees Hyanuk getting to his feet. His own skill had stopped the arrow from piercing him completely. He calmly pulls the shaft free and begins to walk towards her. "You idiot," she rasps, her expression a mix of pain and fury. "You should have let me destroy the totem. That was your last chance to escape." "Your berserk state?" Hyanuk ignores her taunts completely. He reaches down and snatches the piece of jewelry he'd damaged earlier. Claiming it,
Carol's voice rises to a shriek. "Now you'll become a true monster, a beast that only craves the slaughter of his own comrades. They'll stop trying to save you."
"And be forced to kill you. I wonder what face you'll make then." Still ignoring her, Hyanuk raises the arrow he took from his chest and channels his own flames into it, striking her down. In an instant, her entire body is consumed by a raging inferno. With a crazed look, she screams her final curse. "I'll be watching from hell to witness your hopeless demise." Hyanuk calmly watches as the flames erase her. At that exact moment, a soldier gives the command, "Open fire." A massive explosion rocks the battlefield, completely scattering the dark energy. The squad's action was the final push, pulling Hyanuk back from the abyss of darkness that was drowning him. A system window appears. The totem has been destroyed. The evil gathering zone in this area has been neutralized. Hyanuk's senses returned to him. The berserk state finally faded away. "She said my comrades would turn their backs on me," he murmured. A small, knowing smile touched his lips. "That's not who they are. They would risk their own lives to save me, just as I would for them." As he spoke, the last of Carol's body vanished, and the ethereal blue flames finally dissipated. Hyanuk looked down at the item he had taken from her. Without a word, he began to eat it. With his mouth still full, he called out, "Support squad, report on survivors." Junmo turned to him. "Hyanuk, some of us are alive, but Im is injured." He then called out to the sergeant.
"Are you all right?" Hyanuk just looked at them with a genuinely happy smile, saying nothing. Then, another system message appeared. "Congratulations, you have absorbed the relic of the fallen angel. Gregory."
"Azazel, after full assimilation, an unknown effect will be granted." He turned to his squad, his voice now clear and strong. "The primary target is eliminated. Let's move to the squad leader, quickly." But just as the boss monster was about to awaken, a violent spray of crimson erupted from his lips. He collapsed to his knees, utterly shocked by his own condition. A wave of weakness washed over him. Worried, Junmo cried out for the sergeant. Hyanuk's mind raced, replaying the day's events. Had he pushed his body too far? With a deafening groan, the boss monster began to rise, locking his eyes on the target. Hyanuk activated his skill, recalling the spear to his grasp. Spear in hand, he roared to the support squad, ordering them to evacuate everyone from the area. The moment he spoke, the colossal monster brought down its axe. Junmo's face twisted in panic as he sprinted towards his sergeant. Hyanuk could only watch in stunned silence as the attack descended upon him. He tried to activate Steel Physique, but a system window flashed. His body was too damaged to handle the skill. Activation denied. Raising his spear in a desperate block, he saw the system message. Failed. A massive axe blotted out the sky, and he knew he couldn't stop it. Junmo screamed his name, racing to his side, but it was too late. Hyanuk closed his eyes, bracing for the final impact. The monster's axe fell, but at the same instant, a colossal blur of motion slammed into the battlefield. The impact kicked up a blinding storm of dust. Hyanuk survived. He opened his eyes, trying to understand what just happened. To his astonishment, the monster's axe was buried in the ground right beside him. A magnificent white tiger had intercepted the giant armor. Its fangs clamped firmly around the monster's helmet. With a brutal twist, the tiger ripped the helmet free. Ending the creature's reign, the nearby soldiers stared upward in absolute awe. The great tiger let out a triumphant roar as a military helicopter descended from the heavens. A figure leaped from the chopper, landing flawlessly from the great height. He stood up calmly and his voice boomed. "Is everyone all right?" Junmo's face lit up with relief. "Battalion commander," he shouted. At the same time, Hyenuk discreetly returned his spear to his inventory. A system notification appeared, congratulating them on defeating the ghostly armor from the evil gathering zone. The massive tiger, it turned out, was the commander's beast, the king of the mountain. Gang spoke. "Looks like I wasn't too late." Hyenuk used his ability to retrieve the core item from the destroyed totem. He caught it, just as Gang continued. "Sergeant, I heard you were given access to the armory on the way here, but it seems you brought everything with you." As Hyenuk absorbed the item's essence, Gang added, "It seems the immediate threat has been resolved for now." "I'd like a brief report." A new system window appeared. "Congratulations. You have absorbed the Legion Demon Metal. An unknown effect will manifest after assimilation." Hyenuk greeted his commander. The terrorist attack on the 1st Battalion of the 3rd Anti-Demon Brigade was orchestrated by 5 players. 4 were eliminated, and 1 has been captured. However, most of the military leadership is missing in action. The decorated veteran, Yun, looked up, wondering if this report bordered on insubordination. Hyenuk continued. "Casualties among the enlisted are still being counted. We expect the remaining monsters to be cleared out shortly." Thus, at 6:37 in the morning, the battalion had successfully defended against the terrorist attack. Gang smiled faintly. "Your reports always contain exactly what I need to hear." Suddenly, Junmo collapsed to the ground, screaming. "Is it finally over?" He looked up, confused. "But, wait, the sun should be up by now." He pointed at the sky. "Why is it still so dark?" Hyenuk then called out to the battalion commander, who immediately turned his attention. "Sir, I'm afraid there's something else you won't like to hear, based on the number of gates I saw. This attack, this evil gathering zone, they were just a prelude. Their true objective is to trigger the 4th wave that mankind has long feared, and the epicenter is right here, in Seoul. The wave. The ultimate disaster from the game he knew. It was a literal tsunami of monsters that crashed over the world. It would terraform the Earth into an otherworldly hellscape. Unlike an isolated dungeon break, once a wave began, no one could get in or out. The soldiers in his unit were paralyzed with shock by his words. Gang's face darkened, his teeth grinding in fury. So their goal was something else entirely. He spun around, his voice a thunderous command. "All units return to the battalion. Prepare to redeploy. Sergeant Hyenuk, you are in charge." Gang turned back to him, only to see his body shaking uncontrollably. He called out his name. The system notified him. Assimilation of the Legion Demon Metal is in progress. A signaling core is forming in your central nervous system. Progress 1%. Agony seared through his every nerve. In his already weakened state, the pain was unbearable. His body gave out. He collapsed to the ground as the soldiers cried out in alarm. Junmo rushed forward, shouting the sergeant's name. "Sergeant, are you okay?" Gang demanded. They tried to wake him, but Hyenuk's world had already faded to black as he fell unconscious. His mind drifted into memories of a past life. Yun raised a hand. "Commander, how can you be so certain the 5th wave will begin in Singapore?" The entire command room stared at him, silently awaiting his answer. Hyenuk looked back, his expression grim. "The pattern is devastatingly simple. The first disaster was in California, the second, Shanghai, the third was Berlin, and the 4th wave hit Seoul. Every location shared one common feature, a sharp increase in high-level gates appearing in the region. 3 months before the wave, it's as if they gather power before they strike." Another officer spoke up. "Even if we know where it will strike, what then? What about the enemies blocking our path? We have almost no resources left." "I know," Hyenuk agreed. "They are strong, armed with superior equipment. During the 4th wave, we only stopped the mystic-level threat because of the sacrifices of countless heroes, like Sunun, Taean, Junchul, and Gang. He gritted his teeth, the memory fueling his rage. "These villains are almost impossible to defeat, because they can trigger the nightmare known as a wave. Every victim they claim grants them more power, more experience. But he declares with fiery conviction, from this moment on, everything changes. They know the enemy's next target. No longer will they be puppets dancing on a string. Now they can prepare. They can fight back." That hope alone ignites their will to act. They must protect the innocent from these monsters. Sometime later, at the stronghold for humanity's last stand, a lone figure approaches 2 armed guards. "Hands in the air," one soldier shouts, his weapon raised. "Move and you're dead." But Gordon Parky just smirks. Now, is that any way to treat a friend? At the same time, a woman storms up to Hyunuk, her voice tight with anger. "What is the meaning of this? How could you bring an outsider here at a time like this? I told you never to do something so reckless." Hyunuk remains calm, assuring her, "Don't worry, I vouch for him. We need his strength. If he hadn't risked his own life to find us, we would have been annihilated. He's one of us." Suddenly, a loud commotion erupts from the open doorway, capturing their attention. A wide grin spreads across Hyunuk's face as he rushes toward the sound. "Welcome," he calls out, his voice filled with gratitude. "I'm so glad you could make it." As Gordon Parky steps into the room, he fixes Hyunuk with that same sly smile.